Good afternoon. The time now is 5:06 on June 26, 2024. I would like to start the closed session meeting called to order. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Nguyen?
Yes, I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West? Councilmember Monzo?
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen?
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West absent.
Thank you very much. We are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, so please stand. And Councilmember Menzo will help us with that.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Next is the oral communication for closed session. Do we have anyone sign up for?
We have no members present for oral communications.
All right. Would you please go over the items that we are going to discuss in the closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council recessed to a closed session for the following purposes: conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, existing litigation, case City of Westminster et al. Versus Purdue Pharma LP et al., USDC, Northern District of California, case number 19CV02325JST, transferred to USDC, Northern District of Ohio, MDL number 2, in conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 8190 13th Street, Westminster, California, 92683. City Negotiator Christine Cordone, City Manager Adolfo Zeta, Assistant City Manager. Negotiating Party Elderly Development, Westminster LP, a California Limited Partnership. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment.
All right, thank you very much. The council now recess for closed session. Good evening. The time now is 6:11 on Wednesday, June 26, 2024. I would like to reconvene City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting called to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. Before we do the salute to the flag and invocation, salute to the flag will be Councilmember Fan West and invocation by Vice Mayor Ho. So please stand.
Please join me in saluting the flag. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we ask that you will guide the hearts and minds of all who exercise the responsible duty of civic leadership in Westminster. To those who govern through this City Council, grant the ability to listen carefully, reason thoughtfully, speak clearly, and to act with compassion. Give us the willingness to persevere in service for the common good. May the effect of the work done here this evening promote the welfare of all citizens in our community. Amen.
Thanks to Councilmember Fu West and Vice Mayor Ho for this salute to the flag and also the invocation. Before I go to City Attorney for closed session report, I would like to welcome each and every one of you. Thank you for taking your time to be here this evening. And so with that, we'll have a fun time together today. So City Attorney, closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There were two items on the closed session. The first one concerned existing litigation with Westminster versus Purdue Pharma. This is the opioid litigation. It's national litigation. The city is participating in. There's a number of companies that are defendants in that, and they, as settlements are reached in the national litigation, we're asked to participate in them. So tonight we were discussing participation in a settlement with the company Kroger, which is associated with Ralph's. And the council voted on a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Monzo, approved 5-0 to authorize participation in that settlement as part of the ongoing opioid litigation. On a separate motion made by the mayor, seconded by Monzo, approved 5-0. They authorized the city manager to approve future settlements as they occur because there's so many of them. But they, at the same time, the city manager will notify the council as each of those occur, and they will be updated regularly on the status of that. Nothing further to report.
Thank you, City Attorney. Next is export communication. Is there anything from the dais here? Seeing none, so moving on to City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As a reminder, nomination period opens on July 15th and closes on August 9th at 5 p.m. Candidates who are interested in serving in Districts 2 and District 3 are encouraged to call the City Clerk's office to pull nomination papers and file. Information will be added to our website under the City Clerk's office. In addition, commission vacancies, there are still recruitments underway for Culture Arts Commission and the Commission on Aging. Awaiting public interest, any members who are interested, please reach out to the City Clerk's office to complete the application. Applications can also be found online. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next is City Manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and everyone watching the meeting tonight. Hopefully I'll get through this a little bit quicker because we do have quite a bit to report. So first and foremost, the 4th of July is just around the corner. It's next week. And per the municipal code, only the sale of safe and sane fireworks is permitted and must bear the state fire marshal seal. The city annually awards 15 stand permits each year to our local nonprofit organizations organizations. And for many of these organizations, this is their largest fundraiser of the year. So again, as stated in the municipal code, the dates of fireworks sales are from June 30th through July 3rd, from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., and on July 4th from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. July 4th is the only day permitted to discharge fireworks. And again, only the sale of safe and sane fireworks may be discharged. Possession, sale, or discharge of illegal fireworks carries a $1,000 fine. In addition, citations may also be issued for those in possession of illegal fireworks. So please, everyone, have a safe and enjoyable 4th of July holiday. Coming up next in August, National Night Out was first started in 1970, and it's grown to a nationwide event to promote police-community partnerships with neighborhood camaraderie. We've had National Night Out for quite some time, and having this event fosters a relationship between neighbors and law enforcement. It's a way of helping to make our neighborhoods safer and more encaring places to work, play, and live. Westminster PD would like to invite everyone to this year's National Night Out, which is scheduled for August 8th, 2024, at the Westminster Civic Center Sunken Garden areas, and that's just right behind our council chambers here. It's going to be in conjunction with a community services concert from our Concert in the Park series. So this location is different than our previous locations, so it will be here. It's local, and obviously we'll have our National Night Out event starting at 5 p.m. with the concert starting at 6 p.m. We will be featuring Redneck Rodeo, a country band, who will be providing the musical entertainment for the evening. During National Night Out, there will be police vehicles, motorcycles, a canine demonstration, along with Westminster's Public Services Department, Community and Recreation Department, just to name a few of the departments that will be participating in this event. Additionally, during the National Night Out event, our Westminster Police Explorers will be providing free child identification kits for parents at their booth. These kits are for families to take home and keep for their records. Some of our other community partners that participate in National Night Out include the Orange County Fire Authority, California Highway Patrol, crime survivors, Bikers Against Child Abuse, Westminster Boys and Girls Club, Home Depot, plus food trucks that'll be offering food for you to purchase from. So be sure to bring your family and friends to enjoy the night with us August 8th from 5 p.m. To about 8 p.m. That includes both National Night Out and the concert. And the weather's been heating up, still heating up, so join us at our Sigler Park splash pad to cool down. The splash pad is free and now open daily from 12 to 5 p.m. So if you're interested in renting out the splash pad for your next private event, please feel free to call Community Services and Recreation. And private rentals are available on days of operation from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. You can give them a call at 714-895-2860. And remember to check out our free drop-in summer recreation programs for youth ages 6 to 14. Enjoy supervised games, arts and crafts, sports, and much more at Bolsa Chica Park, Liberty Park, Sigler, or Civic Center Sunken Gardens. A lot of fun for the kids, Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And no city manager is complete without a senior center event. So Senior Center is going to be hosting a 4th of July barbecue lunch next Wednesday, July 3rd, from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. With festive music courtesy of 5 Star Band. So let's honor our nation's independence and enjoy a fantastic afternoon together. Tickets are on sale for $5 at the Senior Center front desk. And for more information, call Senior Center at 714-895-2878. Staff's also been busy gearing up for our first movie night of the summer, starting on July 11th with Trolls Band Together. Join us Thursday nights in July for movies right here in our Civic Center over the Sunken Gardens. Activities start at about 6:30 p.m. and movies showing at dusk. Then on July 18th, join us for Lilo and Stitch, and on July 25th, it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. Lots of fun. There will be a lot of fun, prizes and surprises, and you don't want to miss out. And again, absolutely free. Bring your lawn chairs and have a great time with your family. Okay. So join us on our annual Safety Day on Wednesday, July 17th at Sigler Park, 7200 Plaza Street from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. This is definitely a fun event where we see a lot of people coming out. Meet your local heroes from the Westminster Police Department and the Orange County Fire Authority, along with other nonprofit and community groups that will be there. We will have a hot dog lunch served to those in attendance. Okay. For those of you watching via the PCTA Channel 3 or Westminster TV, we are conducting a WTV viewership survey. Before the meeting tonight, you may have noticed this graphic with details. You'll also be able to catch it after the meeting. Please take a few minutes to complete for a chance to win a $50 grocery gift card. We definitely want to know what you think about the channel and programming that may or may not interest you. So please provide us some feedback, scan the QR code. And lastly, we'd like to give a warm welcome to our new staff. We have recreation leaders Jessica Nguyen, Zoe Kalaman, Vanessa Lay, Claudia Valdez, and Elena. So those are recreation leaders. And then we have our special services clerk, Elena Robles. And then we'd also like to introduce, after a long recruitment, we'd like to welcome our new IT manager, Charles Puvekin, who's also here with us today, if you want to raise your hand. And so he will be in charge of our IT division. That's our new IT manager. And with that, that completes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the City Council. Welcome aboard our new staff coming in today or coming in this week. So there's a lot to remember. So for all these, are we having it on the city website?
So all this information is available on the city's website and also our city's Instagram and Facebook page.
All right, thank you very much. Next is a special presentation, and today I'm proud to introduce you the presentation, a proclamation for drowning prevention and awareness season. And with that, I'd like to welcome Captain McGoy to provide the brief presentation. So put your hand together to welcome Captain McGoy. Thank you for taking your time to be here.
Good evening. Thank you so much. You hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and city staff, and everybody here joining us tonight. I'm here to share a message about water safety and drowning prevention. We're so grateful for the opportunity to especially have so many people in attendance. I'm just going to run through a couple slides and just share with you some of the things we've learned. One thing I found when researching for this is that our drowning is increasing across the county. Last year, we had 54 fatal drownings in the county, and that is up from 43 in the year 2022, and there was only 33 in 2019. So we're obviously having a huge increase in drownings throughout the county, and I definitely want to share that message as we've reached that time of year where the sun is out and everybody's back in the water. And I just have a quick video to share with you about how quickly some of these situations can develop. Now, obviously, that was a successful situation where the dad was out watching the water. If you noticed the emblem in the bottom of the screen, that was the Hemet Firefighters emblem. And this was one of our own as a firefighter. And I think it really sheds light on, even through all our training and awareness that we have in this subject, how quickly it can happen, even in our backyards where you see the pool fences are up. The child was originally in floaties, but dad was watching the water, so that was definitely a successful save. So what is drowning? I think everybody knows it's immersion in liquid where water enters the lungs. Two outcomes from drowning would be a fatal and non-fatal. A positive statistic that you may have heard is that for every fatal drowning, there's 5 non-fatals. But what is unfortunate about these non-fatal drownings is that the submersion in the water causes irreversible effects, and many of these individuals are gravely disabled. So not only are we looking to avoid drownings, but we need to have people that can jump in quickly like Dad, that can avoid possible long-term effects from near drownings. There are a lot of drowning risk factors. I'd say some of the ones that stick out to me is definitely age. Our younger and older citizens are definitely most susceptible. But the big drowning risk factor that we can overcome, and I'm here to share, is lack of supervision. So we really want to put that out in the community, just having strong water watchers, rotating in the throughs, and not becoming distracted as we easily do. Again, I want to point out the fact that those age factors are really the huge contributors here. As we know, children can drown in a little of 2 inches of water, so even when we're just starting to fill the bathtub, there's not a moment to step away. Back to those statistics, you can see the trend coming back from 2013. Although we've made a little bit of progression, you can see it's just remaining constant despite, public service announcements, us doing activities in the community, and all the light we've shed on this. So we just want to continue to get out in the communities, train up our swimmers. Many people don't know that 50% of children cannot swim. Yet when you survey the parents, 90% of those children will be in water. In addition to the 50% of children who can't swim, also 50%, according to USA Swimming, of American adults cannot swim either. And that was very surprising to me. Our drowning factors, so lapse of supervision is the huge part, and if you see where the majority of our drownings occur, they're in backyard pools and spas and our community pools and spas. The common denominator on those two locations is no lifeguards. So again, it brings attention back to having that water watcher in addition to those barriers and personal flotation devices. So how important is time? I talked before about that 2 to 5 minutes, and you can see at 5 minutes, the brain damage is irreversible. So we can't leave the water even for a moment, even to grab a snack, make a phone call, and we just need to continually be watching that water. We have our ABCs of water to keep it simple. We're looking for active adult supervision. We're looking for barriers around our pool, so our community members that have pools, make sure you have those fences. And then seeking out those classes for learning to swim, water safety, and even in the event there is a drowning, getting out there and pursuing CPR classes and training. Again, this is looking at the water watchers. We got to make sure also that our water watchers are trained in swimming. That dad was able to capture his kid at the pool's edge, but if the adult is unable to swim, obviously they won't be able to enter the water, and then we'll have 2 victims. Here's an example of our barriers. These are available through multiple companies throughout the community. We need to maintain and check those regularly. And then also making sure we have the alarms on our sliding glass doors. We're asking at Orange County Fire, get out there, learn to swim. You can seek it through your community. The City of Westminster has many private organizations that offer swim classes, and many community events, especially our Orange County educators that are out there in the schools teaching water safety. No such thing as a safe pool, and definitely the 80% of child drownings, the child was last seen safe in the home 5 minutes, so in the home. So in the event a child goes missing and you do have a pool, the first place we check is the pool, and then we can start looking throughout the house, even though they were last seen in the home. Drain safety, there's been a lot of advancements from the pools that all of us older folks were swimming in the pools and we were worried about hair, but it's been a lot of advancements, but we still want to recognize that we don't stick our fingers or our hair near those drains. And flotation devices, if you want to have a certified life vest, I know I use those for my kids and they've been a savior many times. We're not just talking about pools here. We want these considerations all to happen in bathtubs, boating out in our local lakes, and in the ocean. And then just one couple of last things to cover here, drowning myths. I know when we see it in the movie, drowning is a very exciting thing where somebody's yelling for help, they're waving their arms. But it has been shown that most people who are drowning, their arms are below the water, trying to hold themselves up, and they're gasping for air. They won't be screaming. So that brings that myth that drowning is loud. It's not really the case, and drowning is silent. So here's our top 10 safety water tips. I won't read them to you all, Really, the one, number 10 is the one that stands out to me that can really help. If we have somebody watching, then we can make the biggest effect for water safety. So drowning is fast, drowning is silent, but drowning is preventable. And thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you giving us the recognition and moment to speak on this, on events. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have this? Do we have this on our website also?
Not yet, but we can get it on the website.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you please send us the presentation?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I forgot to mention that Captain McCoy came from OCFA. All right.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much. All right.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for the presentation. Now comes the fun time. The council and the mayor and the council are pleased to recognize some of their we have several awards to give out today, certificate of recognition. So first, let me read all, and then I will invite all the council to come down to the podium, and at that time, we are going to hand you the certificate of recognition. First is certificate of recognition to the Westminster Police Department Explorer and Advisor Program for outstanding performance in XCON. This year, our Westminster Police Department Explorer post competed in a strenuous and competitive competition, XCON. This competition provides reality-based training for law enforcement explorers and cadets. This year, there were a total of 49 teams and over 279 explorers competed. Westminster Explorer Post 810 trained over the past 6 months with their advisors in preparation for this competition, and due to their training, dedication, and hard work, they took home 2 notable awards. With a perfect score of 100, they received first place in suspicious situation and second place in a vehicle ambush. Congratulations to our Explorer Post 810. So why don't we put our hands together? Congratulations. Thank you. The next one is a presentation, a proclamation for Parks Make Life Better Month. Parks and recreation promote physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activities. Parks and recreation creates memorable experience through youth sports and enrichment activities, teen centers and programs, senior activity centers, adult fitness and enrichment programs, free community events, and beyond. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and council members Fran West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim July 2024 as Parks Makes Life Better Month in the City of Westminster, and recognize the importance of access to local parks, trails, open space, and facility for the health, wellness, development, inspiration, and safety for our residents. The next one is going to be certificate for recognition to the 2024 Westminster Youth Committee. The Youth Committee acts in an advisory capacity to the City Council in all matters of concern to the youth of the city and works closely with the community services and recreation departments. The Youth Committee's advise, recommends, assists, and encourage activities and programs to be undertaken for and with the youth of the city. The Youth Committee truly assists in creating tomorrow's leaders. On behalf of the entire City Council, We recognize the 2024 Youth Committee members for their dedication and commitment in empowering the youth of our community. Again, put your hand together for them. Thank you. Next is certificate of recognition to the Westminster High STEM students. It is great pleasure that we get to recognize some of our very own Westminster High School students this evening. And don't forget that I'm an alumni to the Westminster High School too. These students have won national, state, and regional awards for their innovative thinking and real scientific research. A few of the many categories include the use of STEM knowledge and skills in creating solutions to the world's problems for better tomorrow. Use of real scientific research and innovative forward thinking of new technologies and smart solutions that improve and enhance our lives and communities specifically. Innovative excellence in creating advancement in space exploration technologies, engineering technology to advance the future of flight. We want to recognize and congratulate these students for their awards and achievements. Again, put your hands together to congratulate them. At this time, I would like to invite all the council to join me at the podium to hand out their certificate of recognition. I have already read the proclamation, so basically at this time we just want to present it to you. And so I would like to invite Captain McCoy from OCFA. So here's the proclamation, and on behalf of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the City Council and City staff, we'd like to present this one proclamation for you for the month of May to August 2024. Thank you.
Just again, thank you for the opportunity to shed a light on an important thing in our community. Drowning is one of the toughest things that any of the officers or firefighters go on here, and we'd be happy to never go on one again. So thank you for your participation and help in combating this disturbing trend we have going in the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is a certificate of recognition and present to post 810, is it 810? Police Explorers and Advisors, Westminster Police Department. And may I ask, how many of you here? Why don't you all come up here? We would like to have the picture with you. And congratulations. Yeah. So you can stand in front of us. Yeah. And then move to the front. Okay, who is going to receive this? Who? Okay, all right. So let me go ahead and do this. So on behalf of the City Council and City staff, we would like to present you a certificate of recognition and present it to Post 810 Police Explorers and Advisors, Westminster Police Department for your outstanding performance at XCon 2024 and for receiving first place in suspicious situation and second place in vehicle ambush. So congratulations.
I would like to thank all of Westminster Police Department and all of the advisors for having our backs and trusting in us. And yeah, thank you. Thank you to the City Council.
Congratulations again. Thank you very much. Okay, you can go. Thank you. You can go back. Next, we are very proud to present the proclamation Parks Make Life Better month to recreation and parks and recs. So I would like to invite all of you to come up here. All right. Again, on behalf of the City Council and City staff, I would like to present the proclamation Parks Make Life Better month. And it's signed on this date, on 26th day of June 2024 by the City Council, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor, and Kimberly Ho, Vice Mayor, District 3, Amy Fan West, Council Member, District 1, Carlos Menzo, Council Member, District 2, and Nam Quan Nguyen, Council Member, District 4. Congratulations.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you acknowledging the importance that parks make in our community, and thank you to all the staff for executing the plans to make our community stronger. It does not go unnoticed.
So, time for picture. Can you take all? Okay. We need to squeeze in. We need to squeeze in. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
You want to get down with us?
Congratulations to all of you, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you. For all the work. Thank you so much. So now we are, for the youth committees, how many people do we have here? Okay, well, why don't you come up? All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your serving. Thank you for your dedication. And I believe that we also have the application out and recruit more of, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, sure, okay. I will invite you when we, okay, you can, all right, where's Vice Chair, where? Derek is our Vice Chair. Okay. All right, again, we are very pleased to have you here with us today, and we are proud of you. So why don't we have a few words to the public?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, I'm Derek Ao-Yung, and I had the lucky opportunity to be this year's vice chairperson for the Westminster Youth Committee. And so basically what the Westminster Youth Committee does for a year-long term is basically we represent the youth and we plan events for the youth. And so this year we had a bunch of events for the youth like Santa on the Go, the Easter Bunny photos, and a bunch more. And something that we did this year that we haven't done in previous years is the mental health advocacy campaign. And so basically what we did this year was post a bunch of flyers regarding mental health during Mental Health Awareness Month, which was May. And so I couldn't have done this without the rest of my youth committee members, as well as Ms. Gina Nunes and the mayor and the council members, and as well as the community. And so I wanted to also say that next year we have so much more in store for the youth as well as the community. So thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, these are our future leaders. So thank you very much. Thank you for volunteering yourself with the youth committee. Thanks. Okay.
Okay, so this is Genevieve, Michelle, Vanessa, Claire, Derek, Dylan, Conlon, and Andrew. Definitely, not just our leaders of tomorrow, but really our leaders of today, right?
Thank you very much. Okay, can you, yeah, can you pass them? I have to read the names so they can come up, right? Well, next is STEM students, and we are proud to have you here with us today. So we'll read the name. Can you come up when you hear your name? First of all, Emily Phan, Nicholas Nguyen, Lan Anh Nguyen, Ethan Phan. Ooh. Can you read this name for me?
Kailani Lozada.
Okay. Jacqueline Phan. Kathleen Nguyen. James Nguyen. Hamid Dawn. Andrea Kaduran. Ryan Dam. Louis Jung.
Kalani.
I think it's okay.
Kalani Lozada.
Okay.
She got two.
Okay. Okay, you got another one. You got another one. Tina Doe. Another one for Jacqueline Lafan. Yes. Marianne Nguyen. Okay, Jacqueline. Marianne Nguyen. Minh Trương. Donna Huỳnh, the last one. All right. There, right there. Okay, it's time for the picture. Okay, again, thank you very much. We will continue our meeting. I think that's it for our presentation now. for the City of Westminster. Okay. City Attorney?
Have the city manager handle this one.
Okay, City Manager.
So actually, so there is a request. There's a request tonight for a walk-on item to which Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilman Nam Kwan Win, would like to walk on an item. As you know, it requires a 2/3 vote or 4 members out of the 5 council members to walk on a particular item. So at this time,
Can you state what is the work-on item, please?
it is a resolution to, let me read the title. But I mean, we could actually have Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Wynn.
Do we have the resolution?
That's what I'm trying to look for it.
I'm trying to look for it too.
It's in our folders. No.
You need to have one, so give this one to her. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Without going to the details, can you state the reason why you and what is the items that you want to work on?
Okay, Mr. May, can you hear me okay?
We're okay.
Okay. Thank you. So my resolution, second by Councilman Nam Quang, is basically Westminster Orange County, basically moving forward and reconciliation and upcoming council meeting today. So I want to read this out to you guys. This resolution titled "Moving Forward and Reconciliation" at this council meeting, rescinding resolution title. I'm sorry, I could barely see here. Rescinding the item number 5.2 from the June 12th City Council meeting, which order resolution for censure Councilwoman Amy Fan, which is myself. The new resolution also called upon the council member to unite as one body to effectively serve the community. The moving forward and reconciliation resolution represent a significant step toward healing division within the council and foster the spirit of cooperation. By rescinding the contentious motion on item number 5.2, censuring Councilwoman Amy Fan West, the council seek to the clear path for more constructive and unified decision-making process. The purpose of this resolution is to move past previous disagreements and to establish a collaborative environment where all council members work together for the betterment of our community. It is time for us.
Yeah.
May I finish? I have two more lines.
Okay, 2 more lines.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is time for us to come together and focus on the needs of the people we serve. The key point for moving reconciliation is to rescind and then reinforce the council commitment to effective governance and community service. And the introduction of the resolution mark a pivotal moment for the City of Westminster to seek to overcome past challenges and prioritize the well-being and process of its resident. So that's my end, and I think Councilman Nam Quang has something to say too.
Thank you. First of all, I think this is a very important issue for us to discuss because on the last meeting that we have,
I just want to mention that we are not going to the discussion. We just state that what the item that you want to bring in, and then we will vote on that.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, so I think this is we are at the point that our division is very clear, and I just don't want the city be dragged on into dark age like before. So this is why I second Councilwoman Amy Van West to bring this resolution of reconciliation and moving forward, before you guys to be discussed. I yield back.
All right, thank you, Councilmember West and Councilmember Nguyen. Is there a motion to move?
Yeah, I motion to move this forward with the reconciliation to focus on the resident of the Westminster and doing city business.
I second.
Okay. We have a motion and second. Is there anything before we cast our vote?
And Mayor, if I may clarify,
Yes, please.
since this is to walk an item on,
Right.
the council would be voting we require 4 votes, and it's a finding that the issue is urgent and needs to be addressed tonight. That's part of the motion.
I have a question for City Attorney. What constitutes an urgency?
Ultimately, the council makes that determination. If there's something of sufficient importance that they feel that they need to address tonight, that's what the motion is for. You're making a finding that it is sufficiently urgent.
Okay.
Okay, what I want is if we move to agree to have a walk-on item, I would like to have it at 5.6, which is the end of the item today. Okay? Is that okay?
That's actually where it would be anyway.
Yes, right.
It would be there
So-
anyway.
Perfect.
Okay, we have motion and second on the floor. Please go to the roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to walk on the resolution to be considered as agenda item number 5.6. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
No.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
I think just the reason that I want them to have it so that we can take care of the problem today and then it's over with, instead of having next meeting that they have to bring it back again. So that's the reason why I vote yes for having it.
Thank you. 3-2 motion carried.
The motion fails.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said.
Because it requires 4 votes.
Yes. Oh, sorry. My apologies. 3-2 motion failed.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Can we agendize it for the next meeting
Yeah.
in August?
For August, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so
Since,
the walk-on item is not going to be considered tonight. Next is oral communication on agenda item only. Before City Clerk go over for the record, I'd like to mention a little bit about the policy, the resolution number 4963. I think most of us know about it already, so I'm quickly go over that this is a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster establishing rules of decorum and civility at city council meetings. So with that, I hope that we understand that we treat everyone courteously and listen to and be open-minded and consider all viewpoints and allow all members of the public to speak without intimidation and interruption. Please refrain from using the profanity in language, because you can see that maybe the young people, they may go home and continue to watch our meeting. And I know that when I do the exit interview at the Westminster High, and I talked to a number of them, and they said yes, they did do that for the credit, for extra credit. So I would like to ask you to refrain it from the profanity. With that, I like to open for oral communication, and City Clerk, please read it into record.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip, that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Howie Tu, followed by Susan Miller.
Hi, my name is Howie Tu from City of Westminster. I am Howie Tu from Assembly Office of Assemblyman Twitter. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Thank you for putting item 544 on agenda for Thích Minh Tuệ. As you know, Representative Michelle Steele and Assemblyman Twitter have both called on the federal government to pressure Vietnam to respect religious freedom on Thích Minh Tuệ and his followers. I also want to congratulate to the police explorer and advisor from fantastic Westminster Police Department. And lastly, congratulations to our amazing park staff to celebrate park make life better month. Tôi là Howie Tu từ Văn phòng Dân biểu Trí Tà. Tôi rất cảm kích được có cơ hội ngỏ lời cùng quý vị trong buổi tối hôm nay. Cảm ơn quý vị cho đưa mục 5.4 vào chương trình nghị sự cho thầy Thích Minh Tuệ. Như quý vị đã biết, dân biểu Michelle Steele và dân biểu Trí Tạ đều kêu gọi chính phủ liên bang Hoa Kỳ gây áp lực buộc Việt Nam phải tôn trọng tự do tôn giáo đối với thầy Thích Minh Tuệ và những người theo ông. Tôi cũng chúc mừng các tình nguyện viên và cố vấn từ văn phòng cảnh sát Westminster, và cuối cùng xin chúc mừng các nhân viên công viên đã tổ chức kỷ niệm tháng công viên cho thành phố Westminster, làm cho cuộc sống tốt đẹp hơn. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Miller, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on actually the pickleball issue. I'll just say that which is item 5.1, and I'll address options 1 and 2. First of all, we have some major concerns about the installation of pickleballs at Westminster Village Park. Westminster Village Park is a neighborhood park and it's not a community center. We want to keep it intact as is without pickleball courts. We are concerned about increased traffic during the weekdays and weekends. With more cars in the neighborhood, children walking to the park or riding their bikes around the area will be put at risk. Courts will be utilized at all hours other than those posted, especially during times of heat, because people will want to play earlier. And this is going to cause a noise issue to the residences. And then, of course, a lack of restroom facilities, which may present unforeseen hygiene and sanitation issues and potential for increased litter. And we also would like to know if there's been a sound assessment done, a noise assessment done by the city for the increased traffic and for the pickleball noise itself. But last of all, according to this packet, the placement of the proposed pickleball courts has been changed from the original proposed site that we saw in March. The large green area, and it's been changed to the larger green area in the park as opposed to the backstops. This would further disrupt activities that take place on a regular basis, such as our youth, which we're concerned here tonight about, youth soccer, baseball, and volleyball. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by Michael Varengia.
Good evening. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. I want to speak on 5.3 and 5.5. 5.3, thank you, Charlie. Appreciate you putting this on the agenda because it has become a problem, which I don't think I could give any better evidence than what they just did. It's something that is self-serving for her. It did not need to be an urgent item. It's all about, she's proven she doesn't want to do any of what she just said. So it absolutely needs to be a different process for being able to do that. 5.5, them wanting to change the minutes or when the comments are done. I know a lot of people may want that to be done. I actually prefer having some of the comments at the end because we can call out the bad behavior in the actual meeting instead of waiting 2 weeks and then someone says, I never said that, I never did that, when we can actually call out something she did 30 minutes prior. And when people watch the meetings, they can actually see that called out in real time as they're behaving badly, and then someone calls it out, which we've done before. I think there's an ulterior motive because whenever these two are in cahoots, there's something sneaky going on. We've seen it, they've proven it every time they discuss anything. The videos that they're doing online after she got censured, still going out and talking crap about people, and yet you want to move forward. We'll see. If you're really concerned about hearing residents, maybe you should make it so that if residents have to leave, if it's getting too late, they can hand their comments to someone else, just like we do with people who doing a translation, and someone else can read them. I'd be happy to read other people's comments if they have to leave, if you're really concerned about hearing them. Why don't you suggest that? And maybe something you can do to make the meetings not go so long is to stop talking so much, repeating yourself consistently. That would help the meeting move along. You make your point, and then you're done. And we don't have to get 1, 2 o'clock in the morning meetings. And one thing I think people have commented on before is if 3 minutes is enough time to get our point across, which we've been doing for a year and a half, maybe certain times council members should have a 3-minute limit. That would limit the length of meetings because some people tend to ramble on for 30 minutes, repeating themselves 15 times, asking the same questions, getting the same answers. So if you really are concerned about hearing residents' complaints and issues and anything else, think about that instead of just continuing to put all of these things on the agenda that are simply self-serving to you, which is clearly what you just did. And I could not have given better evidence of that than what you just did.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Lori.
Thank you. My 2 items here, first of all, is implement a policy for placement of urgency items. This walk-on item I just heard, I want somebody to explain to me why that's urgent. Urgency is if we're going to lose money. Urgency if there's going to be damage to the city. Urgency is something that may have a legal back. But this, it's not urgent. Wait till another meeting. That and the fact that, now I won't go into that right now. Anyway, also 5.5, this thing about changing the oral communications, trying to move it back up. Just like last meeting, these two wanted to go back to 5 minutes. You didn't do that for the residents of Westminster. You did that for yourself, and I see you're back to your old tricks, not bothering to look at anybody who's up here, but that's okay. I'm used to that now after 1.5 years of that stuff. You two are doing this for your own reasons. It's not because you're concerned with the residents. You're doing it, you're doing it for something else. So when I see something like that happen after you both voted to put it to the end of the meeting, no, I smell a rat. And I'm not going to go for that. I don't believe it. You, Mayor, don't let them get away with this. This is a play for them. This whole thing is a play, just like walking on urgent items. Every meeting, how many meetings now have we seen urgent items come before the council at the last minute? Because either they couldn't get their act going or they figured they'd kind of sneak it in. I remembered a bunch of publicity going out. Oh yeah, show up for the meeting. I'm going to run this thing. We're going to walk it on the meeting. There was no urgency to that stuff. So don't let them get away with it, please. These two have got to be two of the biggest self-centered individuals I've ever seen on a city council, a school board, anywhere. I don't know whether they're practicing because this is what they do up at the state and federal level, or they become self-centered. Maybe this is just practice. But these two are not interested in the residents of Westminster. And you can see her sitting there like she's always done the last year and a half, down on her phone or writing whatever it is you're doing over there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you while you're on your phone. Anyway, please, don't go along with this. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, may I have a brief comment to that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just want to let you guys know, our deadline is always Thursday. And last Thursday, we have the 4 o'clock in the morning meeting. So I wake up at 3 and couldn't put it in. I thought was Thursday was Friday. So I put in Friday, and it was a day late. So that's why I missed the deadline. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori, followed by Kelly Roosh.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Lauren, Westminster, California, and I'm calling in, would like to speak to you. First of all, I want to thank you guys for doing what you do. I know that is not an easy position to be in, what you guys do, making decisions, and I don't envy you, but I just wanted to say thank you for the service that you do. And I am coming here to speak to you about the Westminster Village Pickleball Court issue. In opposition to it, and the reason is, and I know you've had a majority of people saying in that neighborhood they do not want it there in Westminster Village Park, and for good reason. And we all showed you, we all came to the meeting, and we petitioned, several petitions, and I think there was only 2 people that wanted it, and the reason probably is they live away from the pickleball court, where we are in the vicinity, close vicinity of it. We have seniors there, we have professionals that work from home, we have disabled children there. This would cause a lot of noise, and it would be very hard to come home and have home be home. And so we all, the majority, want to ask that you please vote no pickleball courts in the Westminster Village area. And also, as the other neighbor reiterated, is that that's a free space. It's a small park, and pickleball courts, they have a lot of noise, we have a lot of echo, and they're taking up a lot of the free space. We don't have much green free space there, but believe me, the kids use it, people use it, they're running around everywhere, and if you put that pickleball court in, that's taking about literally 1/4 to 1/2 of our free space. And again, for the traffic and everything like that, we are not opposed to updating the children's playground. I mean, you know, we would love an update on that. We have a lot of kids in our neighborhood, so that's not a problem. But a pickleball court is a problem in our eyes. And like I said, you know, you can go home to your house. We live in that area. We will be stuck with the noise and the traffic and more limited free space. So thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Kelly Roosh, followed by Autumn McKinney.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. I am also a resident in the neighborhood of Westminster Village Park. So speaking to item 5.1, I had not planned to speak tonight, but kind of sitting there as a mom in the neighborhood who brought her children from an area that didn't have a place for my young children to play. When I saw the park in our neighborhood, it was the 100% moving factor for me. I brought my children at 2 and 5 years old to come to that park because of the close community availability of that park. I live 4 houses over from the park. I have gotten to see my children grow up in an area that I consider completely safe, mostly because it is protected in the back corner of the neighborhood from traffic, from constant movement, and my children are safe. They were able to walk to and from the park very safely, as the current children in the neighborhood are. We have made that community park just so. We've made it a community with our Easter egg hunts and our pumpkin carving and tie-dyeing t-shirts for the 4th of July. And I feel like the addition of the pickleball courts would take that community feel away from us. Additionally, my children now are both new drivers, and they are driving in and out of a neighborhood that I feel is safe for them to be in as new drivers. With the addition of traffic, I feel that that would become unsafe for them, as well as the many children that we have that will become new drivers sooner rather than later. Finally, I want to address the relocation of where we were first shown the pickleball courts to be. They were positioned in where we currently have racquetball courts that still get used very often next to our basketball court. However, the most used space in our park is the green space. There are constant activities happening there, whether they are neighborhood activities, our neighborhood dads who are coaches for their children's soccer teams or baseball teams or flag football. The practices happening there are within the community, and we feel a sense of community with that there. But taking that space away would take that community feel away from our neighborhood and our children. And so I am opposed. I know that majority of our neighbors are opposed, and I'm sure you're going to hear more of that this evening, but that is definitely where we stand.
May I ask, you're talking about the Westminster Park?
Westminster Village Park, yes, yes. We're a very, very community neighborhood, so yes, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Autumn McKinney, followed by Mark Richardson.
Hello, my name is Autumn McKinney. And I'm a resident of Westminster. And I'm here today in regards to item 5.1 to voice my opposition to the pickleball courts. I am recovering from a cold, so it was an effort to come here, so I'm going to keep this short. But I think I have not met one person so far in our neighborhood that supports this. And it's very important to us that we keep the park and the green space that we have today. And so I just really request you to, before you vote for a yes, to consider doing a sound study and really understand the impact of what it would be to our small neighborhood. And I'll leave it at that. So thank you very much.
Again, are you talking about Westminster Village Park, or are you talking about?
Yes, of course, Westminster
Okay,
Village
all right,
Park. Thank you.
There are two parks that we're talking today.
Yes, thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Richardson, followed by Terry Raines.
Hi there, Mark Richardson, Westminster resident, a Westminster Village Park resident. You may remember me, I was the guy at 1 a.m. in his first meeting talking about anti-pickleball plans. So I just wanted to come back and first of all say again, you might have noticed that I've started off with the pickleball agenda, but I've actually become just a little bit interested in all the great work that you all do, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. And it's been kind of really interesting to kind of get into understanding how decisions get made in the city, and I really appreciate all the work that you all do. And I think despite some of the challenges that might have existed over the last couple of months, it's clear to me that everybody who's sitting up there and all the staff all have some great skill sets in your own individual ways, and it would be fantastic if everybody could just kind of come together and work on behalf of the city on a number of issues. So I didn't see last night's meeting, so I do need to catch up on that one. So I am here to talk about item 5.12, 5.1 as well. Obviously there's three options being presented there. Would like to ensure that option 1 is not considered. That would rule out the pickleball courts in Westminster Village Park. Last time when I came here, an unnamed person told me, Mark, you get up on stage and you weren't mad enough. And I said, I'm not going to get up on stage and be mad. I'm going to get up and say thank you, and I appreciate the process that Vanessa and the entire team went through to kind of get the feedback from everybody in that area. And I did want to call out Amy particularly as our councilwoman and say thank you for the communication on this issue. And just helping me understand kind of how the process works here as well. So thank you for that. You've been excellent to work with in that regard. So strongly oppose option 1. I just want to comment on the petition. We gathered 162 names. We actually gathered those in 2 days. And then we shut the petition down because we got some relatively good assurance from the city that this would come back and you would all talk about it. So I'm pretty sure if we left that petition open longer than 2 days, we might have got even more names than 162. And I saw in the staff report there was 2 folks who were pro pickleball
And I will tell you that at least one of them has actually wrote an email to the city saying that they are now anti-pickleball after thinking about it more and understanding. So I think that leaves maybe one person, don't know who they are. And I have no disrespect to pickleball. I'm sure it's a fantastic game. I'd love to play it. I just wouldn't love to play it right on my doorstep. That would be great. And that's about it for now. I also noticed from a budget standpoint, I think this would solve a problem for you and be able to just allocate the funds that were there from ARPA as opposed to dipping into the park dedication fund. So hopefully that helps settle the issue. Parks make life better. Hopefully you don't make my life worse.
That's awesome.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
Hold up, I haven't even started talking yet. Item 1, congratulations, explorers, advisors, youth committee members, and STEM students. The youth are our future, and it's great our city is fostering them into public service. Item 3.4, sadly, I had to email staff to get the full backup for this item, the pavement condition index, forecast maintenance rehab report, the current condition map, and various charts and graphs illustrating the condition of our streets, all omitted. Now is not the time to become lazy with transparency in light of the voters recently passing 2 sales tax measures. Item 3.5, sadly, the original deed is not in the staff report, so you can't compare the legal descriptions to determine exactly what caused the cloud on the title and who blundered the recording 30 years ago. Item 5.1, staff should have included one other option, approve the playground designs most supported by residents and reallocate the funds designated for pickleball courts in Westminster Village and Bowling Green parks to other city parks, contingent on community feedback. Is it too late to redesignate the ARPA funds? Item 5.2, you can thank me for the late communications on this one. Please evaluate each requested position independently, not an all or nothing proposal. One position is already singled out. By not incorporating a vacancy factor, our city budget is inherently padded significantly. Prioritize the budget, not the BS. Item 5.3, the staff report language is a bit ambiguous, but my guess is Mayor Nguyen wants at least 3 council members to agree to request a walk-on urgency item be considered because the actual vote to add it or not is already prescribed by state law. I 100% support this because of Amy and Nam Kwan's BS urgency items. Item 5.4, how is the city business? Who are you going to send the resolution to? Were any of you there when he supposedly disappeared? No. You should prioritize protecting our freedom of speech and press over here versus in other countries. Item 5.5, another blatant political campaign orchestrated by 2 losers who cut our speaking time and eagerly voted with Mayor Nguyen to move non-agenda comments to the end a year ago. They seem hell-bent on doing everything that they did, undoing everything they did with Mayor Nguyen since day one. The staff report states, based on feedback provided by members of the community, especially those actively participating in council meetings. Huh? You received and ignored that same feedback at the very meeting you voted to move to the end. And Councilmember Nguyen and Councilwoman Amy Fan West have expressed the importance of active participation in allowing all members of the community an opportunity to address the city council. Really? Because since when? You both leave the dais during public comments, play on your phones, and argue with and or ignore speakers. So why this? Why now? What changed? It's still going to delay the city business, which you both stated was the reason for moving them in the first place. Hey, I don't mind speaking twice at the beginning of the meeting, but I personally will miss having the opportunity to react and comment at the very end in real time what transpired during the meeting if this passes. But you must do what's best for the majority of our residents. And I do agree that that is, it has to be suspect when these 2 are trying to undo everything that they passed with you earlier, or last year. Thank you very much.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. So the next item is consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. With that, I would like to pull item 3.5. Is there any others?
I second it.
You don't have to second it. It's just pull. Is there anyone want to pull item?
No, I motion to approve the remainder.
Okay, I second it. So the motion to approve the rest of the item except for 3.5.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the consent calendar with agenda item 3.5 pulled for separate discussion. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
The reason I read this staff report, but I just want to, have a clear understanding that these items before we approve it. So I'd like to have the staff report on this, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adolfo Zaida, Assistant City Manager. I'd be happy to present, just really share an exhibit on item 3.5. The action before you tonight is a request from the Westminster School District to approve the execution of a quitclaim deed confirming that the Westminster School District owns said property at Warner Middle School. For everybody's, we're not going to talk about this complicated exhibit, but this complicated exhibit is a legal document that identifies ownerships, generally prepared by a civil engineer or licensed land surveyor. Area 1 was a part of a purchase by the city from the school district in 1993, and Area 2 is what we have today as part of the school. This is an aerial that presents the same Area 1 and the same area and the Area 2, just overlaid on an aerial photo. So again, this was a part of the purchase. The Area 1 is where we have our park, the theater, catering facility, and the college. As part of this sale, there was a legal description that was prepared. We checked with our staff in the engineering department, and we did confirm that the legal description at the time was not prepared by a member of the City of Westminster. This is before all of our time. Everybody that's here tonight is from the staff side. It was before we were in any capacity here at the city. What we did confirm, though, is that the legal description was incorrect from the very beginning. So as the school district has moved ahead with financing for their properties, their attorney that oversees the financing identified this discrepancy. So they reached out to our staff and essentially said, well, we need to clean this up for their purposes of financing. Tonight's action doesn't affect any land. It just clearly makes a declaration that Area 2 is in fact Westminster School District property and that Area 1 is City of Westminster property. At this point, I'd like to see if the city attorney has anything to add to that, since the conversation did begin with you, Christian.
Yeah, this is really a request from the school district. I think that's the only thing I would add. It came up in their title search, which is part of, they're trying to do a financing in order to make certain improvements. So this is really just confirming their ownership.
Yeah, and sorry, sir, one more detail. Their attorney was willing to be here. He's out of San Francisco, and we just didn't feel it was necessary for him to be here tonight. So we ensured them that we would be making this presentation on their behalf.
Okay, thank you for that information. If there is no additional questions, I move to approve.
A second.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilmember Wanzo. This is to adopt a quitclaim deed confirming the Westminster School District's ownership of the Warner Middle School property. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Next is item 5. Regular business, and item 5.1, consideration of park improvement projects funded by the American Recovery Plan Act, ARPA. I guess we need to have the staff report on this, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. members of the City Council. I am Vanessa Johnson, the Community Services Director, along with Public Works Director Jake No, and we will be going over this item. It's consideration of the park improvement projects funded by the American Recovery Plan Act, the ARPA funding projects. So a little bit of background. Back in March of 21, President Joe Biden signed the American Rescue Plan Act into law. The legislation allocated $130+ billion to be evenly divided among the counties based on populations and cities using the modified CDBG grant formula. The allocation for the city of Westminster was $23.7 million. Through several study sessions conducted in 2022, the following park improvement projects were approved by the mayor and city council on October 26, 2022. These projects included playground improvements at 5 parks, which are Bolsa Chica, Westminster Village, Russell C. Paris, College, and Bowling Green Parks. Proposed pickleball courts at 2 locations, Westminster Village and Bowling Green. Baseball diamond improvements at Westminster and Buckingham Parks, community garden on Cherry Street, which is just north of Westminster Boulevard, and new soccer fields at Sigler Park, which was approved just this year back in March. We conducted community outreach meetings. We held a total of 14 meetings in March and in May, with significant efforts made to promote these meetings. They were featured in the Community Services and Recreation Department's weekly e-blast, which goes out to over 3,400 residents. We had printed signs at parks in the weeks leading up to the sessions. Numerous social media posts on both the city's and our youth committee's Facebook and Instagram sites. They were featured on our city's website and shared with the Parks and Recreation Commission, and they were also highlighted in the city manager's report at several city council meetings and weekly updates to the city council. We're going to start with the Bolsa Chica Park Playground. That outreach meeting was held in person on March 25th. At the park site at 2:30. There were about 15 attendees present. 2 conceptual playground designs were presented, and with that, 11 preferred the first option. The virtual meeting that we held the next day, there were only about 5 attendees present, and that feedback was consistent with the in-person meeting. Here you see the revised proposed playground at Bolsa Chica Park. One of the concepts that we pushed through our master plan was we wanted each park site to have a unique identity. And older park sites that you've been to throughout the city, they all kind of look the same yellow slide, the same climbing features. Now we're pushing, and you've seen by our ribbon cutting events, different identities for each park. So here at Bolsa Chica Park, it's Sea Loving Dreams. There was a proposed FitCore fitness option. This was not well received by those in attendance. It would have removed the tot lot that is highly used there. So the input that we got, we were able to incorporate some of those more active FitCore elements into the site here, along with keeping the tot lot. So there's both the tot lot for the 2 to 5-year-olds plus the older age group with some of those active FitCore course elements. Here's just all of the sites will have complete rubberized surfacing using the footprint of the current playground areas. And one way to really emphasize the theme and generate some more visibility and identity is using that rubberized surface as art. So here, this rubberized theme with the Sea Loving Dreams really brings to life that site. Next was Westminster Village with the playground and pickleball courts. That meeting was held also on March 25th. We had about 25 attendees present. You heard from several of them this evening. 2 conceptual playground design options and a pickleball court were presented. There were 2 sites proposed for pickleball, which was in the open space and the handball courts. The consensus favored the second playground option, and the majority opposed the addition of pickleball courts at this site. A virtual meeting was held the next day, also on March 26th, and we had about 13 member attendees present, and that feedback was consistent with the in-person meeting, favoring the second playground design and opposing the pickleball courts. The theme for Westminster Village with warm nautical vibes. Again, a different look for this site, and this incorporates the feedback that we received at those meetings. And here's just an overview of what that rubberized surfacing will look like at this site that goes along with the theme. This is the proposed pickleball site. This is in the open space. The other location did convert the underutilized handball court to the pickleball court, but with the input that staff received and the location, we decided that if a pickleball court was to be considered here, this would be the best option as it's further away from any homes. Following these outreach meetings, staff did receive numerous emails and residents expressing their opposition to the proposed pickleball courts. And staff was also made aware of a change.org petition that had 162 signatures also opposing the pickleball courts. At Russell C. Paris Park, our community outreach meeting was held on May 1st. We had about 15 people present. Again, we present 2 conceptual designs, and the majority favored the first option. We held the virtual meeting for those who couldn't attend the in-person meeting the following day, and we had about 4 people there, and that feedback was consistent with the in-person meeting. With this site, too, we got our youth committee involved, and they did an Instagram poll, which was consistent with both the in-person and a virtual meeting, favoring the first option for the playground. So here you'll see the up in the sky themed playground. It's really exciting. This one was actually my favorite. So the input that we took, this is the revised concept, up in the sky. It incorporates features from both of the options because it was so desirable. And here's some of the playground. This will be the rubber surfacing for both the tot lot and the all-age playgrounds at this site. College Park Playground, we held that one also on May 1st. We had 20 people present. Again, 2 conceptual designs were presented. Majority there favored the second playground option, and at the virtual meeting, that also was consistent with the in-person meeting favoring the second playground design. Here you can see what was, after incorporating the input from the meetings, what the staff and consultants revised conceptual plan. This is our Woodland Escape themed playground. That's a park with a lot of trees. This will look really nice incorporated into that site. And the rubberized surfacing also takes into that theme into account. Finally, Bowling Green Park and Pickleball Courts outreach meetings. We held that one on May 1st at Bowling Green. We had about 13 people present. 2 playground concepts were presented and 1 pickleball court design. The consensus favored the first playground presented, and again, at this site as well, the majority opposed an addition of a pickleball court. At the virtual meeting held the next day, we had about 13 people present there as well. And at that meeting, there was some, they favored the second playground with the zip line, which is very popular. We have one of those at Westminster Park that's desirable. So, and there were more people in favor of the pickleball court at that site at that time. With the input that we received at those meetings, staff and the consultant came up with a revised concept, and this is the Zipping Active Adventures, and it incorporates features from both playgrounds and the zip line feature. And here's just an overview of the proposed rubberized surfacing that will go along with that theme. Here's a oversight view of the proposed pickleball court that would be proposed there in green space. And though we had some people in favor of that after our meeting, both in person and virtually, we did receive a petition with over 40 signatures opposing pickleball courts at Bowling Green as well. Soccer fields at Sigler Park. This outreach meeting was held on May 23rd in person. We had a great turnout of about 25 attendees. The conceptual plan for the soccer field was presented, and the consensus was met with very positive feedback. No opposition was expressed for this proposed project. At the virtual meeting, we only had 2 attendees, but again, there's no opposition expressed for this concept. And here you'll see an overview of what that will look like at Sigler Park. Repurposing that underused baseball field into 2 soccer fields. For the Cherry Street Community Garden, we held that also on May 23rd at the site. About 4 people attended, and we presented the conceptual plan. All participants expressed enthusiasm for the establishment of a community garden here in Westminster. At the virtual meeting, 3 people were present and equally as positive for this project. And here you'll see the proposed project. We did receive some input, and with the consultant, we revised the concept a bit, added some larger lots instead of the smaller plots. It will have steel fencing with a gate, decomposed granite, a concrete walkway, landscaping, trees, and benches. And the concept includes 17 large planters, which are 8 by 5 feet, and then 6 smaller planters, which will be 4 by 4. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Public Works Director.
Thank you, Vanessa. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. After the community outreach that we had in multiple places, that staff and the consultant team worked very closely together and come up with an updated cost estimate for all projects, all 10 projects. So if you look at the columns, the second columns, actually the third column say approved ARPA fund, the total budget that got approved by the council was $6.6 million. When we updated the latest project cost estimate based on the community inputs, the project came up to $7.4 million. The last column is the playground equipment cost. The reason I'm pointing this out is because if we move forward with this project, we need to order the equipment immediately in order to meet the deadline set by the ARPA funds. So the total of the playground equipment for 5 parks is $1.3 million, and that's already included in the $7.4 million estimate. And so the total shortfall for the previous approved ARPA fund budget and the latest estimate is around a little more than $800,000. So as you know, the playground equipments always have a long lead time for the orders. They typically take about 6 months when we put in an order. And the purchase always, we put it through a Sourcewell, which is a competitive procurement contracts that the city can piggyback on. And that also not only give us a cost saving on the materials or the equipment, but also save some time. So this will allow us to meet the deadline set by the ARPA fund, which is by the end of this year. So staff presented several options for the council to consider. So option number one, that we will proceed with as original approved by the city council. That means we have pickleball installation at Westminster Village Park and Bowling Green Park. And with that, we would like to have the allocation of $802,959 from park dedication funds to address the shortfall of those 10 projects. Option two, after the strong opposition that we received from the community, eliminating the pickleball installation at those two parks will actually bring the budget that we don't need any additional allocations. That means the original ARPA fund budget and the revised budget are pretty much the same. There's some discrepancy about $4,000, but that's negligible because we do have a 10% contingency built into these projects. So we don't need to have any additional allocation. Option three is to proceed with installing pickleball courts at Bowling Green Park. And with this option, we will need $402,818 from park dedication funds to address the shortfall. So for tonight, if the mayor and city council select to either option one or option three, so there's an appropriate of $802,000 for option one and about $402,000 for option three. These funds will come from park dedication funds. And with the approval tonight, staff will start ordering the equipment, and we will plan to bring back the installation contracts in the later of the year before the end of the year. And we also bring the plan and specs and authorization for soliciting bids to the council before the end of the year. So tonight, we start looking for is approval of the purchasing of the playground equipment for 5 parks, as well as consider one of the options that presented tonight and provide staff with directions. So that concludes our presentations. Vanessa and I here available to answer any question you might have. We also have Chuck Foley, our landscape architect, who designed a lot of playgrounds here to answer any question as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, for the presentations. Before I open up for council comments, questions, I have a few questions to ask you. It seemed like overwhelming that the residents at both parks, they don't want to have the pickleball park. It's very clearly for us, it's very important for us to hear the people who live around the area and they voice their opinions. I understand that. It's just that for them, if the money is already allocated to that, if you don't want it now, you may not have it later on if you change your mind. So the next question I have for you is you mentioned about allocating the budget shortfall. Can we allocate this funding to the general fund? Because I know that we have a shortfall.
No, what we propose from the park dedication fund,
this
not
is
the
just
general
for the park. Okay. Then the next question that I know that you already present that we will have 2 soccer fields at the Fiscal Park. I know that demands, over the years, I know that there are a lot of people asking for that. And number one, let me ask you that how are we going to how do the people sign up for that? Is first come, first serve, or how are we going to depend on that?
So use of those soccer fields will be consistent with use of using other fields. So we will issue permits for use of those Westminster-based groups that fit that criteria do receive priority and some factors. They're allowed greater use than outside groups. So it'll be consistent with how we allocate fields currently.
That's one of the things that I want to bring up. I believe that last time when we talked about soccer fields, and for some reason we decided for youth. youth soccer field. But I believe that, adult, they also play soccer, and a lot of groups, they're playing soccer. So did we make decision on that?
Sure.
Or?
Yes. So the size of these fields are, I believe, 15. So adult soccer takes up a very large footprint.
Okay.
So these are 2 fields that can expand to up to 15U, I believe.
Yes, the U13 and U15.
And so for adults to use, they would have to modify their game.
Okay.
So it's something we can consider as long as they're willing to modify the number of players, what size they're using, those considerations.
Okay. I'd like for you staff to look into that if we can. And at the same time, because, I don't want to be discriminate the adult from the youth and young.
And we understand that, and we've looked at a number of sites, and there is no site we currently have that can have a regulation adult-side soccer field.
Well,
Our parks
before-
cannot handle that size of a field.
Before the meeting today, I was talking to one of the group who requests for their soccer fields, for a year now. So they said that there is one soccer field that they think that the use is on and off, and there was no problem with the residents around there, which is the John Land Park. Have you ever take a look at that? John Land Park is right on
Land Park?
What is it?
It's
Land.
Land
Right-
Park.
Yeah, Land Park. It's
So
right
that's-
next to the school.
That's a school.
It's adjacent, and part of that property is school district property.
Okay, so we can't do that.
Right, so we wouldn't be able to permit unless we did something with the school district where they'd have to get permits through both, and there'd be some type of joint use agreement.
Okay, then there is only, and you said that you look around and there is no option for,
For a full-size adult soccer field, there's currently no options on a site that we
but
have.
there's a possibility that you may look into the modifying the soccer field at the Circular Park, right?
It actually, the dimension is 280 feet long and 160 feet wide. So it's very good, is a good size of a soccer field.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do play, like I said, I do play soccer many years ago. But this is not a professional, soccer field as big as the international one.
All right.
But it's a good size.
They have to live with what we have. Then the next question that I have is, we are not limited to the youth teams, right? We are open up for both adult and youth.
So youth would have a priority like they do on other fields. Like, that's the policy that we have. Adults, they would also be allowed use. They'd go through a different process. So for our youth sports organizations, they are majority of Westminster residents. They're typically under an organization like Little League, a governing body that backgrounds coaches, that has policies and procedures in place for playtime and to make things fair and accessible. And so we could work on the adult use too, and the adults wouldn't have priorities over youth, and that's a typical process of all fields in most cities.
I have one more question, and then I will yield it back to the council member. The last question is that how do they sign up for that? First come, first serve, or what?
So it's for organized youth groups. They go by seasons. Adult, yeah, it would be first come, first serve.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Open up for council input and comments and questions. Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for our architect. Forget your name, but thank you. Thank you very much for your hard work and working with our staff to putting these designs together. One of the things that I'm worried about, are we going to be able to meet the deadline as far as expending the funds before?
Excuse me, Councilmember Menzo, can I stop you for a minute?
Sure.
I don't know how many council members have question on this. If it takes longer, because we have to start the special meeting, which we adjourned yesterday at 8 o'clock. So we have about 5 minutes. I would like to, if there is,
I have a question.
if you have a question?
I'm not done with my.
Yeah, I understand.
All right.
But what I'm saying is we start with the other one and we will continue.
We can pause it now.
Continue this.
Let's pause it now.
Huh?
We can pause it now.
Right. That's what I'm trying
yeah.
to access.
We can, you know, if you still need another 10, 15 minutes, it's okay. We can start the meeting. People are aware that it's supposed to start at 8, and if there's a short delay here, that's fine. If it takes you another 10 minutes or.
Okay.
But you could do exactly what.
Yeah,
Monzo-
I guess that we can go ahead and recess because I don't know how long. It may take more than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And we still have more items to go through for the meeting today.
Okay.
But I would just want to mention it to the audience here that yesterday when I adjourned the meeting, I said that for those who have already spoke up the items, which is 5.2. The 5.2 is the item for the closed session. If you already spoke on that item, you can't speak it again.
It's
But
open
after-
session, Mr. Mayor. It's open session yesterday.
It's closed session. It's open session for yesterday, but it's a special meeting.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think we should wait until we hit 8, first of all, because it's not the time yet to start.
No. I'm not asking for that, but that I am announcing for them to be considered. So it's not a violation of. I just want to mention it to you that I consulted with the attorney, and we will be voting. It's the discretion of the council. So we are going to take a vote on that. If the council said no, then if you already spoke, then you can't. But if the council allow it, then you can do it again. Is that okay? Right.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So at this time we have only 3 minutes. I'd like to recess tonight agenda, and we'll continue after the open session for special meeting. I'd like to take the recess right now, so we have 3 minutes to go to the Jones room, and then we'll come back here for 8 o'clock meeting. Yes, I will wait a couple more minutes to see if the other two council still around here. Yes, there's no quorum right now. Yeah. Sorry about that. We had the quorum just a minute ago, but now there's no quorum, so we have to wait. There we are. All right, we have Councilmember from West. I believe that Councilmember Mem Kwan is going to be here soon.
I need to get my charger, Mr. Mayor.
The time now is 8:12, and I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. It's going to be open session for the special meeting, and this is a continue from the June 25th, 2024 special meeting. Revisit agenda item number 5.2 from the June 12, 2024 regular City Council meeting. Request for a resolution of censure based on action of Councilwoman Amy Fan West. So a meeting called to order. Please take a roll call.
Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West? Councilmember Monzo?
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen?
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West absent.
Okay, now is the time that I can talk about it. I know that the city attorney was thought that I'm going to say what he think that is going to be a violation, but yesterday when I adjourned the meeting and I was notified that people who speak on the item, special item, which is 5.2, the continue item from the June 12 meeting, then you can't speak it again because it's going to be continued today. But after the meeting, I was talking to the city attorney, and he said that it's a discretion of the council. And so at this time, I would like to open up for the council to vote on this item, whether you want to allow the people who spoke up item 5.2 yesterday, can they talk about that item today? So if there is anything, I entertain a motion to either way.
I move to allow.
Yeah.
I move to allow them to speak again.
I second it. Okay, so we have motion and second, the motion by Vice Mayor Ho and seconded by Mayor Nguyen to allow those who spoke yesterday, you can continue to speak today.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho and a second made by Mayor Nguyen. This is to allow members of the public who spoke yesterday to speak today during the item. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
You know, before I vote, a couple of people that say they spoke yesterday, they say that the mayor informed them that they cannot speak again, so they didn't come today. So with that, I vote no, because it's unfair for those people.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
It's going to be a waste of time again. I vote no.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
3-2 motion carried.
All right. At this time, I would like to open for oral communication for closed session. I'd like to have our city clerk to read the instruction into the record. And remember, you can only talk or speak about the item 5.2, which is the request for a resolution of censure based on action of Councilwoman Amy Fan West District. nothing else. If you have anything else beside that, then you can wait until the non-agenda item. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor. And just to clarify that this is for the agenda item only, not closed session yet. So this is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time, state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is going to be Hui Donetto, followed by Gigi Vo.
Okay, yes. Just one, let me speak in Vietnamese. Cái này chỉ có nói trong cái item 5.2 là về cái vấn đề censure mà thôi. Ngoài những cái việc mà censuring là mình không có nói về những cái đề tài khác. Còn nếu mà những cái đề tài khác á, thì đợi cho tới cái non-agenda item. Okay. Thank you.
Chào thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và các nghị viên. Tôi tên là Huệ. Tôi là một cư dân trong thành phố và một thành viên trong cộng đồng Việt Nam. Đồng thời tôi cũng là một người từng ủng hộ bà nghị viên Amy West và ông nghị viên Nam Quang. Hôm nay tôi nói lên tiếng nói phẫn nộ về sự bất xứng của hai nghị viên này. Nói về bà Amy, không thể chấp nhận được một người nghị viên làm luật cho cả một thành phố mà lại làm sai trên pháp luật. Bà phải trả lời cho cư dân, cử tri biết về việc đậu xe OV sai phạm quy định và lạm quyền để tránh nộp phạt. Có một nghị viên nào sau khi họp hội đồng thành phố là hôm sau ra ngoài lên các kênh YouTube thân cộng để bịa đặt nói xấu chụp mũ động viện của mình để giành hết credit về cho mình. Thành phố này có nhiều sắc dân, không phải chỉ có riêng cộng đồng Việt Nam. Bà phải nhớ là như vậy. Và chúng ta phải sống chan hòa, phát triển cả thành phố. Bà Amy chỉ bám vào cờ vàng những kẻ thân cộng để lấy credit từ cộng đồng và gây sự trong hội đồng thành phố. Bà còn thời gian đâu mà để hoạt động bàn thảo việc phát triển văn hóa, xã hội, kinh tế. Nghị viên Nam Quang đã cấu kết với bà Amy, phe đảng bên vực mù quáng. Hai người dùng kênh YouTube của Nam Quang bôi nhọ bóp méo sự thật, chụp mũ ba động viện của mình còn lại là tam nhân bang. Cả hai người lũng đoạn thành phố. Tôi đề nghị Censure càng sớm càng tốt bà nghị viên Amy và cần phải xét lại những hành vi của nghị viên Nam Quang. Cảm ơn.
My name is Wei. As a Westminster resident, I used to support Councilman Nam Kwan and Councilwoman Amy West. Today, I want to raise my voice about these two council members' behavior. Councilmember Amy puts herself above the law by illegally parking her RV and then using her position to avoid paying the fines. This is one small example of the unethical choices she makes in using her position to make herself above everybody else. She is not for the community, but only for what benefits her. Following council meetings, she will often post videos on YouTube that contain false information and portray other members negatively. The city of Westminster is a very diverse community with many different ethnicities, which Amy continues to fail to remember. As a councilwoman, she should be representing the entire district and not only the Vietnamese communities. Amy lacks skills of a councilwoman that includes time management. Because of her failed attempts at planning ahead, she has caused problems for the council that includes no longer leaving time to discuss important developments for the city, the economy, and the social culture of Westminster. Again, she only uses her time and resources for things that will directly benefit her and her image. Councilman Nam Kwan has joined hand in hand with Councilwoman Amy by using Nam Kwan's YouTube channel to distort the truth and uses it to falsely accuse the other 3 council members. I suggest the censor quickly punish Amy for her negative actions and behaviors against our community of Westminster, and in addition, look into Councilman Nam Kwan's behavior as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Where's Mr. Mayor?
I'm in charge. How can I help
Ms.
you?
Vice Mayor, may I have a brief statement?
No, you may not.
Just go ahead, speak.
Okay, thank you.
Please, may I have the next speaker, please?
Basically, to the
I'm
RV,
sorry,
regarding the RV, I
I'm
want to
sorry,
answer your question.
No, you're
I
not.
don't take advantage of my position at all. We don't have RVs. The chief of police know that. I don't have those RVs in the city. Không có RV in the city. That's the fact. Okay? And then regarding the false information that I went to on Nam Quang station or the other Vietnamese media, I only present facts, and you guys have the right to not agree and have that feeling. It's fine. I just present facts, and that's all I'm doing, and that's okay. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo, followed by Nat Lin.
Nhật Linh. Oh, Gigi Vo and then followed by, sorry. Gigi Vo, that's right. That's you.
Xin kính chào quý vị trong Hội đồng thành phố. Tôi tên là GV. Tôi là một cư dân thủ phủ Lý Đô, Sài Gòn. Tôi muốn lên tiếng nói của một cử tri đối với nghị viên Amy Phan West. Cho tôi hỏi, có bao giờ bà tự thấy chính bà là người làm rối loạn trong các cuộc họp Hội đồng thành phố không? Bà là người nói dài nhất, giành nói nhiều nhất, nói cướp lời các nghị viên khác. Cũng nhiều nhất luôn, giành chỗ ngồi của thị trưởng khi đi dự event, giành chỗ đậu xe của phó thị trưởng. Bà là một chuyên gia, chuyên claim credit. Tôi ví dụ đây, chuyện 2.000 đồng ăn hot dog, bà đề nghị đó chỉ là một cái việc làm riêng. Tại sao bà không nên mà bàn với city manager hoặc với nhân viên? Bà đâu cần phải đưa lên agenda bàn thảo để mất thời gian, tốn tiền của thành phố vậy. Mà bà Amy cũng đưa vào như là để nhắc nhở cho cư dân khi mà cầm cái hot dog ăn á, là phải nhớ đến công lao của bà, đề nghị. Rồi bà lại còn lên kênh YouTube với nghị viên Nam Quang, 2 người gọi ông thị trưởng Charlie Chí Nguyễn, bà phó thị trưởng Kimberly Hồ, ông nghị viên Menjo là Gen Uptree. Nói 3 vị này đi Las Vegas để tốn tiền thành phố mà có 2.000 đồng cho cư dân ăn hot dog lại say no. Cả 2 người đều rất quá đáng. Bịa đặt, so sánh, khập khểnh. 1 năm rưỡi ngồi ở trong nghị viên thành phố này, tôi thấy bà chẳng làm được cái gì cho cộng đồng, cho cư dân, mà chỉ toàn là tìm đủ mọi cách xây dựng đánh bóng tên tuổi của mình để trèo cao, để tiến thân cho nhanh lên trên con đường chính trị. Đừng nằm mơ bà ơi. Bà Amy chỉ là một kẻ bẩn thỉu, cần phải censure nhanh, không chờ nữa. Tôi xin Hội đồng thành phố mau censure bà này, vì để bà này càng lâu không có lợi gì cho thành phố mà chỉ có hại cho thành phố mà thôi. Xin cảm ơn quý vị đã lắng tai nghe chúng tôi.
My name is Gigi Vo, a resident of Westminster. I wish to speak about Councilwoman Amy Phan West. Councilwoman West regularly speaks for the longest time and speaks over the mayor and fellow council members. When attending a recent public event, she exchanged the seat reserved for the mayor with her own in order to give herself a place of more prominence. She parked in the place reserved for the vice mayor. She arrived late to the event, but then jumped to the head of the food line. She projects herself as royalty rather than as a servant of the people. You regularly put yourself in the spotlight. Let me give you an example. A request for $2,000 for free hot dogs at the event. That request only needs to be worked out with the staff, without having to be brought in the agenda to discuss, wasting time and costing the city money? Was that your intention, to remind residents that when they eat a hot dog, they must remember you for your efforts? You and Nam Kwan on his YouTube channel called Mayor Charlie Wynn, Vice Mayor Ho, and Councilman Manzo the Gang of Three, condemned them to waste city money for Vegas business trip, fabricating allegations and saying bad mouth about them. Councilwoman West, after a year and a half in your term, you have not done anything for the community and its residents. You only try to build your name so to advance yourself to a higher office. Your job now is a council member to represent people here in Westminster. You are just a troublemaker to the council. You need to be censured now.
Mr. Mayor, may I say briefly?
Can you wait until the end and then you can
Absolutely.
respond? Yeah,
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nat Lynn, followed by Michael Varengia.
Who is that? Nat Lynn?
Kính thưa Hội đồng thành phố, tôi tên là Nhật Linh, là cư dân của thành phố Westminster. Trước khi phát biểu thì tôi xin phép Hội đồng thành phố và quý vị cho tôi được phát 17 giây tiếng nói của ông nghị viên Nam Quang ở trên chính kênh YouTube của ông. Tôi xin được phát cái này bởi vì ông Nam Quang đã binh bà Ami và nói xúc phạm đến những người phát biểu trong hội đồng. Cho nên xin được phát. Tức là ông Nam Quang nói rằng là mỗi một kỳ họp như vậy là những người cư dân phát biểu ở đây là đến sâu xé bà Ami, và họ không phải là thần thánh, mà cho dù có thần thánh thì cũng phải chạy xuống cho ăn vài cái tát. Thì cái này không có trong bài dịch thì tôi có nhờ Google dịch, tôi xin đọc. Ông Nam Quang nói là everything meeting resident come the meeting to tear the army apart. We are not gods. But even gods would have to calm down and slap them in the face a few times and strangle them. Một người nghị viên mà đòi tát mặt chúng tôi và đòi bóp cổ chúng tôi vậy nè. Cho nên tôi báo lại với Hội đồng thành phố như vậy. Và tôi xin nói tiếp. Thưa Hội đồng thành phố, lẽ nào quý vị có thể nghĩ rằng những lời phát biểu của cư dân tại cuộc họp tại nơi đây là sâu xé quý vị? Đôi khi chúng tôi dùng nặng lời vì nghị viên có thái độ quá đáng, lạm quyền, vi phạm luật thành phố, đưa ra những nghị trình vớ vẩn, cá nhân trả thù nhau. Tôi không phủ nhận có lúc có ai đó, một vài cư nhân phát biểu xúc phạm, hỗn láo, vô văn hóa, nhưng một người nghị viên đòi xuống chỗ cư dân, cho cư dân ăn tát, đòi bóp cổ cư dân thì nghị viên đó nên từ chức. Đối với nghị viên Ami, tôi thiết nghĩ vì sự hoang tưởng mình là người giỏi nhất ở trong hội đồng thành phố, là tài nhất, nên bà nghị viên đã không nhìn lại mình, không thấy ba vị thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và nghị viên Menzo đã mở một cơ hội cho cô Ami sửa sai, mà cô ta tiếp tục cấu kết với kẻ phá hoại cộng đồng. Và nghị viên Nam Quang lên YouTube của nghị viên Nam Quang đội mũ Game of Three cho ba vị mà say yes, cái censure, và cô ta chối tất cả các sai phạm. Ami ở trong hội đồng thành phố chỉ mang lại bất hạnh cho cư dân, vì bản chất muốn làm ngôi sao, không làm việc teamwork. Tôi đề nghị censure sớm cô này, càng sớm càng tốt, không có cần chờ đợi, như một bài học để cảnh tỉnh cho Ami.
My name is Nhật Linh, Westminster resident. Before I speak on my opinion, I would like everyone to listen to Councilman Nam Kwan spoke on his YouTube channel using the word slapping and choking, as Ms. Nhật Linh has mentioned in her thing. If to use this to express his desire to do to residents who spoke against him and Councilwoman Amy. I can imagine this council body condone this kind of behavior from any of the council members. I have to admit, sometime there was a few people who spoke offensively on culture. Could you possibly think that the resident opinion at the meeting are so offensive and cruel enough for any council member to slap and choke those who have an opinion against you? I think that councilman and councilwoman and councilman should be resigned, especially Councilwoman Amy should be resigned if he cannot stand the heat. Also about Council Member Amy Censure, I fully support the council body to move forward. After she was given a second chance of 3 months to change, she did not wait until to retaliate against the mayor, the vice mayor, and Councilman Menzo. She does not know how to humble and sincerely sorry to change. I support the council body to move ahead with the censure and sanction Councilwoman Amy. She is a nightmare to our city.
Xin cảm ơn Hội đồng Nhân dân.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Lisa Phelps.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity and council members to speak again. I had to smile when I heard Ms. West over here again deny that you don't rent RVs out. It's all over Facebook. You should probably look around because those things are out there and there's ways of finding out who they belong to without really going through a lot of effort. The other thing is, I was actually hoping that you would figuratively get your head out of your backside and learn to be a proper council member. But apparently, after the last regular meeting, you decided to go on this guy's YouTube channel and character assassinate your other 3 council members by spreading the same BS that you've spread the last how many meetings. When you don't get your way, this is your fallback. You go on Vietnamese language YouTube media so you can spread lies to Vietnamese residents who may not speak English very well. And you can tell them whatever you want, but you're too stupid to understand that stuff gets back not only to the other council members, but to the residents of the city. You really do need to grow up, become an adult, because sooner or later, you're going to wind up getting censured. How about if you try to save yourself instead of saying, well, if I apologize, we'll make the censure go away? Doesn't work like that. When you're a kid, your parents tell you, don't touch that, or don't go there, or you get in trouble. That's how you set limits. Because you're acting like an immature individual, these council members now have to set limits on you as if you're a 6-year-old. You know, in my house, we were Italian. My dad was the boss. His name was Guido. And you didn't violate any of Guido's instructions because punishment was swift and sure. Depending on how old you were either sent to your room, you didn't get dinner, or you lost the rights to the car, or you got no date money, or you couldn't do anything at all. And this is how you're having to be treated. This is ridiculous that we're even doing this. How about growing up for a change? I realize, speaking of change, sorry, this is chump change for you, I realize that.
Our next speaker is Lisa Phelps, followed by Claudia Lantry.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Council members. Some of you might know me, some might not. I am no longer a resident of Westminster. I moved to Whittier. Best decision of my life, especially when I watch these meetings that I watch. They're unbelievable, unbelievable. I was a resident of Westminster for over 35 years. My son went to elementary school, middle school, high school. I was very involved in Little League, the high school. And I like that you're looking at me, Amy, because you didn't look at one other person that spoke. Is it the fact that I don't live in this city? Because when all your friends came last week, I sat in Cabo San Lucas on my vacation and watched that video Thursday morning after that 4 in the morning stupid meeting. You need to be censured. You don't even understand the difference between censor and censure. It's ridiculous. I watch our city council meetings in Whittier, and I love it. We have the same law firm. The first time I moved there, I listened to Dick Jones. I didn't even see his face, and I knew it was Dick Jones. You are an embarrassment to this city. I'm embarrassed for my family that still live here. You would have been my district. I lived in your district, Amy. I never voted for you the 2 other times you ran, and I wouldn't vote for you now. You need to take what the people are saying that are not Vietnamese people, that don't understand. I watched those meetings on those YouTube videos. You are an embarrassment, and like Kimberly Ho said, you're a liability for this city. I feel really sorry for the lawsuits that could come about with what you do. Thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Claudia Lantry, followed by Monique Nguyen.
Amy, disappointed in you, in a word. 2 weeks ago, after 10 hours, I felt you had been treated fairly. You agreed that you would take the help offered and the council would revisit your censure in 3 months. Less than 48 hours later, you go on Vietnamese TV, bad-mouthing our mayor and council members. You totally lied to the mayor and council members. You had no intention of living up to your words. You lied, and I'm disappointed in you. Very disappointed. You represent my city. I expected better. I really expected better with your children in the audience. Chump change? You don't respect your own office. Basically, another lie. Amy, we don't need you. Please go quietly into the night. And yes, I wrote every word.
Our next speaker is Monique Nguyen, followed by Terry Rains.
I have to make it short because I have, okay, thank you. I have to make it short because I had made for translation for the people. So in a fire, people always say, where the fire is, have to have smoke. There can be smoke or fire with, can be one without others. So it's hard to believe if Amy doesn't do anything and there is a censure. It doesn't make sense to me. It's so easy to understand. I have a chance to observe the YouTube, you and Nam Kwan on. She said that Nam Kwan or you said, if what you did, the other did too, which is why it's only you are censured. You know, you have to pay attention on what you said. You know, it just doesn't make sense. And also, in the Chinese proverb, they would say, it's hard, you can easily to remove dynasty, but it's very hard to remove people, character, and manner. So in that case, it kind of makes sense. It's hard to change you. So I think we could just have a mayor just have to remove her as soon as possible. Thank you. Good night.
Next speaker is Terry Raines, followed by Gil Watts.
Thank you for voting to allow us to speak on this today, even though we spoke on it yesterday. Your city attorney failed to advise you of this option until I brought it up. It's only fair because the subject matter, Amy Fan West, ditched yesterday's meeting entirely. As the mayor and staff explained, yesterday's special meeting was scheduled in early June for the 2 closed session items. 4 of 5 members affirmed they would attend, including you, Amy. So why did you cancel at the last minute Monday night without providing a reason? But yet, you had time to issue a press release entitled, "Councilwoman Criticizes Mayor's Call for Urgent Meeting," right before the meeting started, chock full of false and defamatory statements calling the mayor's actions reckless and abuse of power. Mayor Nguyen did a great job explaining why he added this item to yesterday's agenda. You really are an obtuse piece of work, Amy. Instead of repenting like a true Christian, you jumped right back onto Vietnamese media after the June 12th meeting, slamming and slandering Mayor Nguyen, council members, city staff, and residents. But you weren't alone. On June 18th, Nam Quan live streamed 2-hour, 20-minute video with you on his YouTube channel, during which you spewed countless lies and attacked every member of this council. That content was official city business, not found anywhere else, and as such, case law dictates Nam Quan cannot censor or hide critical comments, but he did. They again focused mostly on the original June 12th report, not the late communications or additional items. Why? Mayor Nguyen, Charlie, wherever you are, I can only imagine how this makes you feel, like you've been punched in the gut by 2 new council members that you mentored and helped get elected. Amy's scripted supporters who spoke or sent emails don't even live in Westminster, have never set foot inside these chambers. Those present June 12th caught a glimpse of Amy's abhorrent behavior when she questioned a nervous first-time speaker, one of our beloved seniors, from the dais, demanding to know if she wrote her own comments because, quote, they sounded like Terry Rain. And that's Amy on her best behavior. The 17-page RV abuse of power complaint filed by 75 residents against Amy cannot be ignored. It's getting traction on Vietnamese media. Amy, stop lying. You think you're above the law. I cited 11 laws that you have purportedly violated yesterday, and other speakers cited your countless ethical violations as well. Mayor Nguyen, please stay. We know you were trying to be fair by delaying the resolution, but as you learned, giving a narcissist an inch, they'll take 10,000 miles. Her behavior since June 12th proves she's not sorry for anything and will just continue her abhorrent behavior. I implore you to bring back and approve the resolution of censure on August 14th or sooner, and to add sanctions to remove her from all intergovernment boards and internal ad hoc committees for the remainder of her term. I wish you could also suspend her chump change council pay and Vice Mayor Ho's idea to hold Amy financially responsible for any lawsuits that arise to her egregious behavior.
She's going to run for another office higher up. She ran for Congress twice. She almost won. She's got a lot of supporters. She feels like this is just chump change. Like she's not. She's way overworked and underpaid.
Ha!
Our next speaker is Gil Watts, followed by Tammy Hamill.
My name is Gil Watts. I'm a resident of various cities in Orange County.
Gil, can you put your mic up to the...
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak, and the council members. I'm a U.S. veteran. I fought in the Vietnam War in the 25th Infantry Division. We have noticed, and Amy Von West has been supporting veterans issues, and we appreciate that very much. We honor her, and we appreciate all the efforts that she has put out to support veterans issues in the area. I shop in Westminster. I attend the activities in Westminster. I go to the night market in Westminster. I appreciate Vietnamese food in Westminster, and I eat in Westminster every week. I and the other veterans have been appreciative of Amy's efforts to support our group of veterans. I belong to the American Legion, and I belong to the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Amy has the First Amendment right to speak and to push back on issues that she believes in. And we need people like that who can push back against other people, other council members, or other issues of Westminster. And I feel that she's doing this in honor of her heart. She's speaking from her heart, and this we appreciate. No one should say to someone else that she should humble herself. That's wrong. She should embrace herself to follow her heart and her integrity to speak.
The time is up, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I just have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Did you say that you are a Vietnam veteran?
Yes.
Okay, I will address to you later on. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
And thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you. And of course, I'm opposing.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by our final speaker, Devora Mariscal.
Good evening. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. All I can say to you is keep digging your hole. You literally just proved why this is necessary. You asked the vice mayor if you could speak to the resident. She said no and asked for another speaker, and you overrode that and you just started talking. You disrespected her, and you basically called a resident a liar. That's wrong, that's wrong. Everything anyone says about you is wrong. Just keep digging. This is you. This is who you are. You have no desire to change. Or like another resident said, maybe you just don't have the ability. Either way, you don't need to be in that seat. This hopefully is just the first step of getting you out of that seat. I noticed Nam Kwan hasn't been here this entire time. You guys really want to hear what residents are saying? Where is he? You don't care. You literally do not care what we have to say. You voted to not allow, both of you voted to not allow us to speak again. Neither one of you were here last night. So wouldn't you want us to be able to speak again so you could hear what we had to say? And you both voted against it. He said it was a waste of time because that's exactly what you both think. And I know other people have commented on this as well. While the censure meeting was going on, your husband was out in the lobby saying that you consider this council seat chump change. If that's correct, get out. We know you know how to leave. There's the door. I'm sure we can get some staff, or we'll gather your stuff for you just like last time. And you can get the hell out of here. You are a detriment to the city. You do not give a shit about it. You need to go. I see you taking your little notes. Are you going to turn those over when Terry Raines asks for the public request? You're going to turn those notes over so we can see we're actually writing? I don't even know where else to go. I do want to say, Kimberly, I thank you for what you said about the personal lawsuits, because I do also think that, I think I said this last year, she did not want the code of ethics. She wanted to get rid of the staff interaction policy because she wanted to behave badly, treat people badly on the city's dime. And if that is possible, she needs to be held accountable for every single one of those actions that she's being censured for. And not if, but when she does them, she needs to be held personally accountable and financially accountable so it does not affect the city of Westminster. And when she continues the sanctions, whatever needs to be done to get her out of that seat. She's useless and dangerous to this city, especially continuing to badmouth you guys. Somebody is going to get hurt because of her. And that's when something is really going to have to be done about her. Hopefully it'll be jail time.
And our final speaker is Devorah Mariscal.
Can I use this one?
You can get that.
No.
Devorah Mariscal,
Please.
Westminster.
Ma'am.
I may ask,
I
may I
apologize.
ask you to go back to the podium right there? Yes. Thank you.
So I had a business meeting that I had to go to tonight, so I wasn't able to get here early. Ms. West, would you be willing to look at me, please,
Absolutely.
and keep my attention? I would appreciate that. As one believer to another, if you could please look at me and put your notes down, and I would appreciate your respect because I'm trying to give that to you. Obviously, that's not happening right now, so that's fine. As one believer to another, I'm going to try to explain this to you in a way that you might be able to understand. James talks about beliefs and actions need to come together. Faith without works is dead. You're dead, Amy. You're absolutely dead because your actions do not line up with the faith that you proclaim. And you can't even look me in the eye, which is totally fine. You can look before God, that's fine. When the woman who committed adultery, and Jesus stood before her and said, "Woman, where are your accusers?" Which you won't look at me or anybody else. Your accusers, Amy. Don't look at me, that's fine. You have to stand before God. What did he say? Woman, go and sin no more. Please make this happen. Don't wait until September.
Mayor, we have no further speaker cards.
Okay. Thank you very much. I wanna
Mr.
thank
Mayor,
you.
may I
Yes.
make a brief statement
Yes,
as
please.
you promised?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to address their concerns. It's important that I address it. So, I'm sorry, right here, Gigi Vo, you talk about the hot dog thing. I did nói chuyện với staff and city manager set that appointment with Vanessa to talk about how to create this that will benefit the city and bring the community together. So I did, Gigi. And then Nhật Linh, you say Nam Quang Rip, quoted that Nam Quang Rip Amy found that the people come and rip Amy apart every week. I don't know if Nam Quang, I can't speak for Nam Quang, he's not here, but I don't know if he say choking or choking on someone's throat, holding someone's throat. I would not say that. I don't know what Nam Quang says, so I can't speak for him. And then for Michelle, you say RV parking all over the place. I guess I want to ask the police chief, I don't have any more RVs in the city, is that correct?
I'm sorry, to answer that question with certainty, I would actually have to access the DMV database and run cars associated with you. I can tell you for DMV rules, I cannot do that under these circumstances. So I would not be able to answer that question with 100% accuracy.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't want to put you on the spot, but with our conversation, so I mentioned to you, did I mention to you that I don't have any more RVs in the city? Is that correct?
West, can I stop you for a minute? You can have the brief
Yes.
respond, but not asking question at this time, please.
Yes, I just want, did I state that I don't have any more RVs? Is that
No,
correct?
that's the question. That's the
May
question.
you just
Please don't
respond to
answer,
that?
Please. She allowed to have a brief comment. So that's what she asked for,
that is
and
correct.
I allow her to.
Can you speak
Go ahead,
in
make
it?
a brief comment.
That is correct. You had told me you do not have any more RVs.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let me go back to one of the lady who moved to the other city. I appreciate that because I agree with you completely. Other city council have decorum, have respect. The mayor defend the council, and everything goes smoothly. I appreciate that. And I talked to City of Garden Grove, the mayor over there, City of Irvine, Fountain Valley. I talked to all their council. They have a decorum. Everything is orderly, and I love that. And that's what I love. And I wish we have it here in Westminster. So I agree with you. I agree with you with that. Okay, so
Please,
Claudia.
Please, no.
I appreciate you coming up. May I speak?
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, thank you. That I went and talked bad about the mayor. I went on Nam Quang Station to recap the 8 hours that they dished out at me into an hour and a half of what happened. And I haven't even finished the 20 points. So that's what we did. I just recap everything so people don't have to watch the 8 hours. Okay, so Monique Nguyen, when you said that, that, I'm so sorry, let me try to take notes so fast when you're saying, so that I call, Monique, that I call the Gang of Three on Nam Quang Dai. Because the thing is that you guys can see the vote. I don't want to make that statement. If you see they vote together, then that's a new Gang of Three. We want transparency. We want independent mind to represent District 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you guys, up to you guys to decide who's the new Gang of Three. Now, Terry Raines, I really appreciate you coming and share your concerns. I know you share with so many things in 3 minutes, but when you talk about why I didn't show up to the closed session yesterday, it's because they talk about the state law, reiterating state law that I already know, but those who forgot or don't remember, they can go to that closed session to study on that. Now, for the special meeting that the mayor called to revisit 5.2 to censure Councilwoman Amy Fan West, that was in 24 hours, so it was uploaded in 24. I don't have time to change my schedule, nor do I have time to prepare to defend myself. I don't think I have enough time. So today it gives me another hour, another day to prepare. Okay, so the other one, Gail, thank you so much for coming to support. And I always will support our veteran and our Vietnamese community because of the partnership that we have in the Vietnam War. And I will always defend our veteran till the end and the land of the free because of the brave. And I am a constitutionalist, and I will continue to do that. And then Tammy, say resident is a liar. Nam Quang is not here. So Nam Quang is not here. I can't speak on his behalf of what he said on the live because I can't speak for him. You have to ask him. Now, when you say I say resident or liar, please verify that. I don't call resident liar. I just address everything to clarify. And then you said that I and Nam Quang brought it up, the Gang of Three. And now it's up to you guys to see who's voting. The 3 vote move everything. So who has the 3 vote? It's up to the public to decide who's the new Gang of Three. We want transparency. We want democracy. Okay, so may I finish the last one?
Order.
Please. Yes, let her finish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So regarding DeVore, I know that you want me to look in your face. I did look in your face, but I'm taking notes as well because it is important for me to know what you're saying. So that's why now I can respond back to you. I can't remember all of your guys' comments, so that's why I'm taking notes. Now, when you're talking about religion, and you quote that about the adulteress who basically, Jesus said, who's your accuser? Go and sin no more. I love that verse because it's true. God is gracious. And not only that, God say, who's your accuser? He does it. When whoever throw the first
I
stone,
don't want to go into the
you throw the
Bible
first
here.
stone. I think that's for each of us to take inventory of our own lives. That's why I don't throw the first stone. I check an inventory of myself. And if you don't think that you are subject to your emotion
Please.
and your thoughts, and it's okay. And this is what I know for me, Amy Fan West. And I take inventory of my action, my thought, and I will continue to be true to my values and my integrity and my character. If you don't like my character,
Okay,
then
next.
that's your opinion and it's okay.
If there's,
Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
thank
Mayor.
you. Well, I'll be brief. I will brief because some of the things that you said just now is not reflect of what they were saying. So I have to speak for them. Number one, you said that you don't hear Nam Kwan talking about slap or slap on the face and also choking. The video, I mean, she played the script for you.
Yes,
Don't
but
you
I can't
understand? Don't
speak
you
for
understand
him.
Vietnamese?
I
It's
can't
right
speak for
there.
him.
If you want to, I can ask her to play it again. Okay?
I can't speak. I said I cannot
Okay,
speak
but-
on Nam
okay,
Quang's behalf.
okay,
I don't
but-
know why he say
but
that.
You said that.
I say I don't know why he said that, but I would never say that.
That's the.
Yes.
Okay. The second one is you said, let's say that you said you are not offended us. You know, right the next day on your Facebook, you came out with the letter. You call all three of us power hunger. You go back your Facebook and read that letter. It's your letter, not anybody else. Okay? All right?
You don't think it's power hunger? Why would you call for this meeting when we have a walk-in
Now,
item of reconciliation?
I am going to brief. I let you talk about it. Now it's my turn. You said that the gang of three, that you don't know that. You were on the YouTube with Nam Kwan, and you see, if I'm sure that you will take a look at that after that. If you don't know at that time, after that, you would reveal that the three pictures of all the three of us say the gang of three. Have you asked Nam Kwan?
Because that was true at the beginning,
Okay, right. Okay.
and not anymore.
Now, the open section, 24 hours. Don't even blame on that because stop. The 24 is all, the 24 hours that I call for the special meeting is for open section. The closed section have already coordinated with you 21 days ahead of time.
Yes,
Okay?
it's called
Then
for
don't-
reiterate the
then-
law
then-
of the
and
state
you
of
were-
California.
You were not at the closed section.
Yes,
So don't blame on that, okay? You may.
City Attorney and Christine have addressed us the day before what the closed session would be like, that discussed. So we told him that we cannot make it the day before because we have a meeting together regarding planning, processing, application for planning, that sometimes it dropped the ball and other people cannot apply and get their project
Mayor,
done.
let me just jump in real quickly just to clarify something, because we were doing brief response to
right.
public comment, right? So I would just say that, can you end that? And then, because now we're really onto the agenda item, which is basically what you're doing. You're
Done.
discussing.
Now, I just want to respond to you. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Gail.
And I appreciate that, for the time that, and the effort that you've been fighting for the freedom of Vietnam. And I value that a lot. Just brief for you, because you didn't know what happened. I hope that you were at the 50th anniversary, the celebration of 50th anniversary in Anaheim. We all, the council, invited to that, okay? But then they allow only one person to speak. And I already prepared to go there. She asked me what? I already prepared my speech. Can I talk? Can I speak on your behalf? And I said that, well, I am the mayor, and I'm going there. If I go there and I let you, as a youngest or a freshman, to represent the city on my behalf, then I'd rather not go. I thought that she understand it. You know what? She asked me, can you stay home? Do you believe that what she did? And she did that. And then also I prepare a certificate
That's
of
not
recognition.
true.
I asked her to give it to the other two councils, because she already speak on behalf of the city, give their certificate of recognition to the other two councils so they can share the roles, when I'm not there. She did it all by herself. So this is something that I want to tell you that how it's happened to me. So anyway, I don't want to go on because that's good enough.
Rebuttal what
no.
you said?
No,
Okay,
at
Gail,
this
I
time-
will talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, you can talk to me later. Okay. With that, where are we at this point?
Oh, it's so petty.
Okay, we are going to move. We are going to move on with this item. So at this time, I would like to open up for the council question and comments, and then we'll take the action.
I'm sorry?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Ho and Councilmember Menzo, you are the one who opposed, and then we recommend to bring this item back to. So,
Okay. Mayor, I'm sorry. Okay. So basically,
Vice Mayor Ho, are you going to talk about this all over again?
why don't you listen? You might want to listen.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I just asked a question.
Councilmember Nguyen, yes, because
We are talking about the same topic, and I will say what I want to say.
No, it's
Okay,
gonna be a waste
I think
of time. I
it's best
protest.
for you to
Another 8
listen,
hours.
please. All right, so Amy Fan West has no desire to change. Okay, from the 20 points listed on the censure, I hope you study them and change as recommended by the majority council of this council. But you didn't. We gave you, and as a matter of fact, it was the mayor's generous effort to save you, to give you a chance. You, rather than taking that opportunity to change, to accept your mistakes and begin to change, no, you did not do that. You went out, you went on air, and you blasted us, and also you post on your Facebook. And the mayor already mentioned that. So, misfeasance is the willful, inappropriate action or intentional, incorrect action or advice. Malfeasance is the willful and intentional action that injures a party. Malfeasance is an act of outright sabotage in which one party to a contract commits an act that causes intentional damage. Excessive malfeasance, the fact of someone in a position of authority intentionally doing something dishonest or illegal. These laws were put in place to discourage malfeasance by public officials. I recommend that if any lawsuits arise from those points listed, the 20 points that we spent, yes, we did, we spent 5 hours. As if the day after, 2 days later, not even 2 days, I'd say a day and a half later, the same thing. The ranting, the going on air, bad-mouthing, and the lying and all that started all over again as if we didn't have the 5-hour session. If any lawsuits arise from those points listed in the censure that leads to litigation, if they sue the city, If they name you, Amy Fan West, individually in the lawsuit, you are responsible for attorney's fees for your own defense. If the 20 points are violated, again, it would prove that Ms. Fan West acts with the intent to commit the unlawful act, committing malfeasance, intentionally committing what she knows as wrongful or unlawful, especially by an elected official. If you are sued relating to any of these 20 points, it is the city's intent not to defend you in the lawsuit. Today, I would like to make this as the official statement of the council's intent. The reason we must make it clear to protect our city, again, to protect our city, it is we are to distance the city, this city council, from Amy Fan West's doing. We are calling you out and to let everyone know this is your own doing and not the city's doing. I don't care if you don't want to listen, but we need to take that proper step and move on with the censure. I would also ask the city council to sanction Ms. Fan West by removing her off of all her boards that she is serving on from now until the end of her term. We, again, need to protect our city from lawsuits and contain the liability, and that is Ms. Amy Fan West. Make Amy Fan West, hold her accountable and liable for her actions, period. I thank you.
Councilmember Menzer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to try to keep this short. The Vice Mayor already said enough, and the Mayor already made some points. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the community has already seen for a year and a half how my colleague conducts herself. She, claims that a victim, earlier she claimed that other cities conduct themselves, in a more professional manner, but the fact of the matter is that what she claims is the violation she commits. It's not normal to, let me backtrack. It's okay for council members to have a disagreement up here in the dais, and I know I voted with her multiple times on different issues that she's brought to the table, which is fine. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't. The meeting is over, you move on. It's not normal for after the meeting to go on social media, to go on YouTubes and start bashing her colleagues for not voting in her way. That's the chaos that's created here in this city. And I agree, we need to move forward, we need to get past this, we need to get back to working together, finding a way just to be professional up here, have our conversations, our dialogue. You vote and you move on to the next one. That's what we have to do for the sake of the community. The mayor, his motion to give the council member an opportunity to reconcile and move in a positive direction was, originally I was like, oh, I wasn't too sure then, but let's give her the benefit of the doubt. And my colleague, she had all the control was on her. She had all the power to conduct herself in a manner where come September 11th, the censure wouldn't go through. And it's always on her behavior, her actions going forward. And I was hoping that was the case so we can just get past this and get back to the business of the community. But unfortunately, that did not happen. And I'm tired of this chaos myself. I have a day job that's pretty stressful, and I have a family, and we need to, it's not good for the community. The community, we need to get, but there's a lot of, let me make this point. We have a lot of residents in District 1 who are very concerned about a potential, potential issue that can pretty negatively impact, in their view, their way of life in their community. But here we are dealing with these kind of things where we should be listening to them and acting in their behalf and listening to what they have to say. But here we are again with this topic. But I'll let my colleagues continue with their dialogue, and let's just get past this. We have to do, if we don't act, then we're not listening to the community. If we don't act, then we're doing a disservice to the community by saying that it's okay for us to behave unprofessionally up here, and it's not okay. And if any of us up here acted that way, then I would hope that my colleagues and would also call out that other council member if we were misbehaving that way. So let's just move on and do what we have to do. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember West. Let me make this statement, and then I will come back to you, because I will give you a chance.
Thank you.
Fair that way. I'm sorry to see that, and I didn't have a chance to respond to Councilmember Nam Kwan. As he said that this is a waste of time, he's get up and go. If you were at the meeting yesterday, because of the new thing that added to the list, and I make it very clear to everyone, I want to be fair with the Councilmember West, so that we have to continue this item. Otherwise, we can go ahead and close out yesterday already. But I want to make sure that Councilmember West today to either, I use this exact word, is rebut or defend herself. That's what I used yesterday. So that's the reason why we today, Vice Mayor Ho, want to go over so that Councilmember West, knowing what is going to be, if there is a decision to move forward, what is going to be in the resolution. And that's the reason why I open up for Vice Mayor Ho to speak about the action that she wants to add to the list. Now, with that, I'd like to open up for you to go ahead and respond to this.
Okay. Do you want Ms. Vice Mayor to tell what she added to the list, or?
Well, she said earlier, if you haven't heard about it, then why don't I ask Vice Mayor Ho, please briefly go over that
if she wants to say it again.
Please.
You already said.
Yeah, so I know.
Yes.
So basically, she wants to remove me and sanction, and then also all the city attorney privilege to be gone. I got it.
Okay.
So let me, now my turn to rebuttal.
City attorney privilege, what does that mean?
I'll explain. Thank you. I'll explain. May I explain?
No,
It's my turn. May I rebuttal?
No, I just want to make sure you heard it right.
I will, yeah. Okay, so let me address Ms. Vice Mayor Ho. Okay, so no desire to change the 20 points. That's your accusation of me, to change and basically accept my wrongdoing. The thing is that it comes across as silencing my free speech. I mean, the change, it seems like if the lawsuit, the censuring, if I look at it, I'm going to briefly make the statement, okay? It says, Amy leaving the dais, texting, speaking, allocating with speakers, disruptive, leaving the council meeting. Maybe I need to use the bathroom. And as a woman, I know I'll use the bathroom longer than most of you guys. And as a woman, I'm not in menopause. Of course, once a month we have our issue. I might go longer than most guys, and it's okay. That's normal. And texting is fine. So if you say I violate any of those 20 points, I guess my question is how the city attorney and staff manage of that liability. I mean, all of you guys take a bathroom break, leave the dais, text message. So does it mean that go across the board of all of us? Or just silencing me, targeting only me, the voice of District 1? That's unacceptable. I mean, all of us, when we're elected on the council, all of us get the city attorney privilege to protect across the board each of the council because we are elected in different districts. And we have that city attorney privilege to protect us and protect us help us against lawsuit to the city. So therefore, when you take that away, how are you going to manage? I guess that's more of the city attorney answer. A question for you, if you can give me an answer later, Mr. City Attorney, my question is how do we go about, how would it look? How would it look realistically? How would you manage that? Okay, how would you manage that if I violate, text messaging, if I violate leaving the dais to use a bathroom? How do you guys monitor that if there's a lawsuit, someone sue me, I left to the bathroom break? How does that look practically? Because that's one of the 20 points accusation.
Can I
Yes.
briefly respond? Let me just,
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, what I heard was that you were expressing an intent that if a lawsuit arose in the future, now you can't make that decision now.
On this 20 points, yeah.
You would, ultimately, the decision itself to not defend you would have to be made at the time a lawsuit was actually filed. So there's no lawsuit right now. But what I heard was that if a lawsuit arose, the council would be expressing an intent not to defend you if you were individually named, not the city. Of course, the city would have to be defended. But oftentimes lawsuits are filed where the city's named as a defendant and sometimes a council member is named because of actions that they did. So what I heard was that expressing an intent that if something arose that was a lawsuit related to the 20 points in the censure, that the council at this time is expressing an intent, assuming this was adopted, that they would not defend you individually in that lawsuit, because they're essentially saying, well, we warned you, don't do this kind of activity, and if a lawsuit results, we're not going to defend you in it. That's essentially what she's saying. I don't think she's not saying we would not be able to communicate, because that's really important that we continue to do that so that I can advise what not to do or things of that nature, conflicts. This has to do with if a lawsuit is filed in the future. At least that's what I was hearing.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that how would you monitor that? So what I'm understanding is any lawsuit that address Councilwoman Amy Fan West from violating, she leaves the bathroom too much, or she doesn't look at the resident's face, then basically if someone complain and file that lawsuit.
It doesn't apply to that.
No, it doesn't.
Because
it doesn't apply to that at all.
It says that I broke the code of ethics of not looking at the speakers.
So what's being discussed right now, if it's okay, is a resolution of censure, which has been stated, is really a resolution expressing dissatisfaction with your actions and such. And,
I understand
that's really
that.
all
I'm talking
it is.
about the last added yesterday, which is her addition of not letting me have city attorney protection because of all of this 20 accusation. Okay, so how would you monitor that? Because I want to know.
It would only arise.
How would that look?
If it's okay, it would only arise if a lawsuit was filed, and at that point, the council would talk about it and say that you were named individually in this lawsuit, and we don't feel that the city is responsible for this, and we're not going to defend you. That's what they're saying. It would only arise in that.
May I give you an example? May I just give you an example to kind of give you an idea? Let me just give an example.
No, because I'm asking the city attorney. I want to make sure, because he's attorney, I want to make sure we're in line with, liability and law. So what you're saying is that, say, any of this point, 20 points, someone file a complaint, like a lawsuit, naming me, Amy specifically, just choose one, okay? Go on social media or go on television accusing staff, okay, or accusing the council defamation, whatever they want to say. So then, therefore, you guys, so if it's on this 20 list, you're saying that you guys cannot defend me?
Right.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then basically, okay, so then you see how ridiculous, follow the
it is
logic.
not
No, I'm talking to city
ridiculous.
attorney because I want to follow law. So city attorney, we hire you for law. So for example, violation A, code of ethics, leaving the dais, say someone file in my name saying she left the dais too often.
No.
That's in the dais.
Wes, can I jump in?
And
for-
so therefore,
Mockery of everything.
you guys are not going to defend me. Let me defend myself, put my money out to defend this lawsuit that I left the
Councilmember
dais
West,
too often.
let
Is that
me- let me
correct, city
jump in
attorney? No, I just want to
To
know law.
respond to what you just said, okay?
I'm asking for law. I want legal advice law, so that
No,
way
but-
I don't violate, okay? I want to make sure, that's why we hired the city attorneys for that. City attorney, please answer me. If, say, there was a lawsuit coming toward me, naming me, violation of code ethics, section 2A, 2C, 2E, leaving the dais, texting, arguing, and verbally allocation with speakers. Say that, okay? Now what's going to happen?
First of all, most of those things would not be actionable. Someone couldn't file
Yes.
a lawsuit
He's
on
making a
most of those
mockery
types of
of
things.
everything,
But if it was, say, a defamation type
So that's why then you can't say the 20 points. That's stupid. Why don't you guys say those points of what?
Let me respond to you. The example,
I mean, this is
the
ridiculous.
example that you gave earlier. You said that if you accuse or you talk makes accusation about to staff, and staff, if you make accusation is not true, they can sue you back.
Oh, I know that.
Okay,
That's
if
the
they
law.
sue- if they
But
sue
the
you-
thing
if
is
they
that I
sue
go
you-
on
hold on.
social media,
This is
I
the
present
case that-
facts.
this
So
is-
why didn't staff sue me yet?
And what if
Because
when,
they
when
can't.
when-
It's not legal, it's not
Okay,
valid
all right,
in
okay.
court of law.
You don't.
So therefore, I went on television because they asked me to go and talk about council stuff.
Okay,
So
I'd
I
like you
presented
to-
facts. If it's facts, people cannot sue you. I have text message with staff, and this is facts. So go ahead, staff. If you want staff to sue me, go ahead, sue me.
I really think that's inappropriate. Can we just leave
Because
staff
that's what
out of this?
Charlie
no.
said staff
This,
can
no.
sue.
This
So
is
then staff can sue, go ahead.
okay. You can't, if I may, can't antagonize staff about this. If it's among
Right.
the council, please, can you just fight amongst the council?
Well,
Please.
you brought up staff, so
Well, you brought it. that's
You
why
say, if I
I'm
talk
going
bad,
back
staff
and
can
forth.
sue me. I go, I understand that. If I talk something falsely, yes, staff can sue me. Anyone can sue me if I defamate. But the thing is that I didn't. I present facts. And that's all I do, because I know the law. We cannot talk anything of opinion. Opinion's opinion. That's why with Nam Quang, whatever he states, I cannot speak on his behalf. That's his. I'm Amy Fan West. That's Nam Quang. I cannot speak on his behalf. Whatever he does, whatever he say is up to him. You have to ask him. Don't ask me. I can't defend him.
Yeah, that's correct. Ask me.
Can I say something real
Okay,
quick?
yes.
So
Can
may
I
I
say something real
finish?
quick?
How much longer do you want to take?
I guess I'm on the juror, right? In a way of, I mean, on the, basically I have to defend myself, right?
Well, I just
Rebuttal,
wanna-
so may I
wanna say
finish?
something real quick.
May I
Mr. Mayor,
finish?
if the majority of the council accuse Amy Van West for 20 what? 22 items.
Then I have to
you
defend
have
myself.
to
Let me defend
let her
myself.
defend herself.
Sometime in court,
Yes, please.
different
All right, you are
lawsuit
not here. You
takes
don't know what
months
I
and
did, okay?
years.
Okay.
So please.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, go
Okay, may I finish defending myself? Thank you. Okay, so let me go back to this. So Council Member Ho talked about that, so let me address that and finish her accusation of me, so you guys know.
All right.
Okay, so she said city have to distant from Councilwoman Amy Fan West. That come across as bias, come across as discrimination. I mean, yes, you guys have the majority. You guys can do whatever you want. You can vote whatever you want, but your vote will, what tonight, everyone's looking. It will reflect on your election, Kimberly Ho and Monzo this November. So whatever you guys do, people see it. If you guys are unjust, unfair, because now you guys have the majority, you can censure me on item that is unfair, unjust, and there's no legal ground. I mean, I talked to few of my friends who are attorney in Newport Beach. They look at this accusation and they laugh because they say all of this would not stick in the court of law. None of it would stick. This is just pettiness and waste of time and city resources. If they have some, this is what they said to me, if they have some, disagreement with you and don't like how you do, they should take you aside and talk to you privately. That is what I expect. You guys never took me aside and talked to me about your concern. You just put on here to censure because you have the majority. I know what you guys will do. You guys have the majority. You guys can do whatever you want. I can't change that until the next election. But the thing is that's up to you guys, but the people is looking at your decision tonight. Okay, so now let me address Mr. Monzo. I guess you say I claim as a victim, city more professional. The thing is that my actions, I guess my question to you is, you said that I claim as a victim. So what have I done even today that's unprofessional? Maybe things I do you don't like, and it's okay. That you're subject to your opinion and your feelings. I'm not here to change that. I accept your opinion and I accept your feelings, whatever you think. But that doesn't change the fact of black and white. Black and white on here, there's no, it's just, that's why I say my attorney, lawyer friends look at this and they say, even dare you to sue me in the court of law, it wouldn't even stick, okay? It wouldn't even stick. And so the thing is that you guys throw anything up here to see what stick on the wall, to discredit me, make me look bad in front of my voters. But you know what? I have brought before to all of you guys in the last 8 hours on June 12th, you guys berated me in front of my kids who willingly come out for 8 hours to watch you guys berate their mom. And the thing is that you didn't apologize of what you did wrong, but the very thing you accuse me of, you do. You do. You walk off the dais many times. You saw today, the mayor, everyone, you guys go to the bathroom, go back to eat, or go back to take coffee break. That's normal. Normal. All of that is normal. Nothing is illegal about it. It's just you guys don't like me. It's okay. And but if you don't like me, I would love to work with you guys. But many of our colleagues, council from other city and mayor, that mutual friends have told me that Ms. Vice Mayor, Kimberly, you don't want to sit down with me. I beg him to be the mediator, so in that way we can talk. I'm willing to do that, but you don't want to. You told him straight out.
Councilmember West,
and
if
so
I can.
May I finish?
No. Let me go and state this, okay? We have gone through this 5 hours on June 12th already.
We did.
Okay?
Yes,
we are
and you
not
brought it
going
up
back,
again.
We are not going back on that anymore. The things that you can comment on today is the thing that she
said, yes, absolutely.
But you are not going back all the 20 items and going.
No. I'm coming back on her item. I took notes, Mr. Mayor. So now I finished. Now I'm going to Mr. Monzo. Okay. So going on Vietnamese television, radio to speak bad about you, that's what you said. So I did not. Let me repeat again with Nam Quang as my witness. We went on there for an hour and a half, recap of the 8 hours agenda, what happened. That's it. For people brief, like a cliff note. What's wrong with that? Can we have cliff notes? And that's what we presented. That's it. And whatever he said is on him, not me. You ask him what he say. Okay, so another thing. So the other thing is you want to silence my voice because you don't want, Mr. May I finish? I just feel like they keep interrupting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So basically, when you don't want me to go on Vietnamese television because they want to ask about the city issue, you're trying to silence my voice. That's the First Amendment. If you value the Constitution, you should allow people to speak. However, that's why where I fled from, communist country, which a lot of residents
Please
here
don't go in there.
understand.
No. If you have to go
Well,
back there.
I am addressing he wouldn't let me
No.
go speak. Okay, and that's what I'm telling him. This is a democracy. So that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's democracy. Let's act like one. It's not a communist country. Okay, fourth, power to control my behavior and character. That's what you mentioned, that I have the power to do that. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have the power to control my behavior, my character. And so far, the people can be the witness who's watching this. They can see what my character is like. So it's up to them, up to you. I have that control, and that's correct. And then it looks like you and a few residents here have a narrative that you've been spewing about me since day one, since I got elected. And you just see, the longer you spew, you hope that it will stick. And it's unfortunately, that's what you're doing when you are telling me that, this is who Amy is, she will never change. But the thing is that my character is my character. My integrity is my integrity. You just don't like who I am, and it's okay. It's your opinion. So that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so let me read regarding the character that you mentioned. One of the residents in District 1 with his 5 family members, he wrote this regarding character that Mr. Menzo mentioned. To the mayor and council regarding revisiting item 5.2 on the agenda to censure Councilwoman Amy Fan West. A few weeks ago, I took the time to watch the entire meeting online throughout the meeting. I patiently waited for the undeniable evidence that would justify censuring Councilwoman Amy Fan West, thus leaving no doubt that the council action, the 3 of you guys, were necessary. Unfortunately, there was no such evidence, none whatsoever. After watching the entire public forum, I noticed a consistent message from the proponent to silence Councilwoman West. A similar message level of hostility and personal insults with a select group of Westminster residents toward Councilwoman Amy Fan West has been publicly displayed since she was sworn in a year and a half ago. I found many of these tactics so distasteful that I met with Mayor Nguyen last November to voice my concerns. While I wouldn't discuss the detail of the private meeting here, it is no secret that Councilwoman Amy Fan West have been the target of malicious attacks. Instead of the council producing a smoking gun from the 5.2 agenda to censure Councilwoman Amy Fan West, we got a clear view of the smoke and mirror tactic of the 5.2 agenda. This is an agenda that began the day she was sworn in. Councilwoman Amy Fan West has fulfilled her duties to her District 1 and the City of Westminster. Moving forward with this political stunt sets a precedent that will only create more gridlock that we, the resident, cannot afford to endure as a city. Thank you for your time and consideration, Council Mayor. Please vote no to censure Councilwoman Amy Fan West. Sincerely, John, a resident of District 1 and 5 other family members. That's what he wrote regarding character. Right. Okay, the next one, Mr. Monzo say, your action tonight is, okay, so basically I want to say that whatever you guys decide, Mr. Monzo, your vote, your election is November, and you're in District 2. People will see what you're doing, if you're fair, if you're just. I just feel like Mr. Mayor and Kimberly's dragging you into this. I know that you're a good guy. You want to do well for the resident, to be honest with you. You know, you want to do well for the resident. And I just feel like you're dragging to this. And then your election is this November. Like, make a decision to show the public.
Thank
you know what I mean?
Lisa, are you done?
No, now I'm going to what you stated, so I can rebuttal. Remember? You want me to rebuttal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm talking to her right now. Yeah,
they're speaking.
Yeah,
They keep interrupting. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so Mr. Mayor, you said Nam Quang, his statement earlier. I don't know, whatever you want to address him, you can, but I don't know.
He will have his chance.
So, and then the next one, you say new things added to the council last night. Yes, I understand that. I watched it this morning. And yes, I know what was added. And so that's why I talked to the city attorney to see if he can do a research of other nearby censuring, if there's any process like that of basically removing the ability of attorney privilege of protection of the council member. Have you witnessed and see any of that around the censuring in Anaheim to, the lady in Cyprus or whatever? Have you seen any around Orange County that they go to this far extent of taking a council attorney protection and privilege away from that council member?
You said
So
that
have you
you're
seen
addressing my comments.
I know you said that.
I didn't say that.
You
I
said
have not
they
said
added-
anything about censoring you, okay?
No, you said they added new thing because you didn't come yesterday. That's what
yes.
you told me. So I say, okay, the new thing is that. So I'm asking city attorney, have you seen any city nearby with the censuring if they added to this extent? Have you seen it, Mr. City Attorney?
No, I have not. No.
Okay, and then is it even legal for the council to vote to move forward with this? Is this even legal ground for the city?
If a lawsuit is filed, and if it names an individual council member, the council would make a decision at that time, depending on the situation. And if the situation is such that the council doesn't feel that this is an action of the city, they could make a decision not to defend the individual. They would have to defend the city.
Let me,
All right,
hold on. Let me respond to that. I appreciate that you're trying to explain to us. But we have the policy for sanction. Did you read that? That's what did they say in the policy for sanction?
Can you read word by word?
In the policy on sanctions, it refers to the possibility. Now, you have censure, and then you have sanctions. Sanctions.
Right, sanction, I'm talking about.
Yeah, the sanctions deal with removal from city boards and
That's right.
that sort of thing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but he's talking about the attorney protection. So basically, you're removing me. That's what's added with Vice Mayor Kimberly yesterday night. She added that extra to it. She wants to...
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the city attorney a question?
No,
Just regarding to
it
this
would
topic?
be your turn. Let her finish.
Yeah, let me finish. Thank you. So, city attorney, so you
Can you chalk it
answered to
down?
me, I guess you answered that you haven't seen to this extent yet with the censure in Orange County at any city, right? Is that correct? I'm confirming.
Yeah.
To that
I haven't
extent.
seen this in a censure resolution, but
Yes,
I
okay,
haven't
to
researched
remove the let me rephrase it, to remove the council from the attorney privilege of protection, defendant. Now, I know, city attorney, we have the normal law that if it's personal, say I got in a car accident and you guys are not going to defend me. That's rightly so. You guys shouldn't because it's my personal car accident, right? Then I should have my own attorney and file the paperwork normally. That's correct. We have that in every city. Now, when she is taking to the next level, Vice Mayor, of saying that any of this 20 item, if I was, this is all political, so if I hated a council member, you know what I would do? I would file a claim in the name of Councilwoman Amy Fan West and say, you know what, she break this law of falsely going on social media and talk about staff or council. But the thing is that you didn't even know, when I speak in Vietnamese, if I actually say bad things about the council or the staff. So you have to vet that, right? Are there a process of that, right? And like I said, I'm gonna always present facts on social media and on television when they ask. An opinion, I would say, this is my personal opinion. That's what I always say. Now, how would you process that? Say, I went on social media and someone put a claim in my name saying Councilwoman went on Nam Quang's show and just said bad thing about the council, Mayor Chi Charling Wen. So now how would you monitor that? How would that process work? Because I still don't see and understand
depend on
that,
what language
Mr.
or
City Attorney.
how you present it. That's when is the matter.
I want legally, because I want it in black and white. So in that way, I know the law. If I violate it, you guys know, staff knows what to do to me, okay? So that's what I want to know. City Attorney, may you answer?
I can't address a specific situation because it could be any lawsuit for any number of reasons. So you'd have to look at it at the time. And I think you used a good example, a private auto accident. Clearly, that's your responsibility,
Exactly.
right? So if a lawsuit were filed naming you, the key here is it involving city business in your role as a council member, that sort of thing. And so an individual decision would have to be made at that time based on the
majority?
facts. Yes.
Okay, so then, as we know, this, whatever you want to say, this group of majority is going to do everything to censure me, and that's fine. You know, whatever you guys want, or to take my city attorney privilege away. And as you say, city attorney, that never happened in any censuring throughout the city of Westminster. You never, how long have you been a city attorney?
You can ask for question, but
Yes,
please don't.
I'm asking,
don't
city
state-
attorney, how long have you been a city attorney?
I've been practicing municipal law 24 and a half years.
24 years, and you haven't seen any of this. So let me ask you, city attorney, so this is a new level of targeting a council member, is that correct?
You can't answer.
You can address the question.
Let him answer.
No.
I'm asking him a question because I want to know.
Anyone on spot for things that is not happening yet. So that's.
I'm trying to understand the law, and I want it black and white so staff know the direction, because we have to give staff direction, right? Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
No. But
Yes.
if you go into the details, which is not happening yet, we don't know what is happening right now.
But we give an example, because I need to see how you guys gonna, basically, how is this gonna be implemented? I honestly want to know, because it's coming to ridiculous. I don't
We'll
even know.
determine at the time. And if you don't think it's right, then you can sue it back, okay? Okay?
So then, so you guys will be liable of lawsuit? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, if you don't think it's right, okay? Everybody, anyone can have a lawsuit.
Because don't I have the right to ask how this is implemented? If you guys gonna do this to me,
Mr. Mayor, I
taking
think
my city attorney
Councilwoman
privilege
from West
away.
have the right to ask.
Well,
Yeah.
the ways he asks is differently than Sid stated it.
No, I say,
don't
how
see
would it
any-
be implemented? Because I need to know.
I don't see
If you're
anything
gonna-
wrong with
If
that.
you're gonna
How
remove
much more
my,
that you going on this?
I mean, don't I have
How
the right?
much more that you going on this? I give you 5 more minutes, please.
Mr.
No, you
Mayor,
cannot do
No,
that,
okay.
5 minutes, because it doesn't make
When Kimberly Ho
sense.
is
At this point-
talking and when Carlos Mensa is
How long
talking,
does it take it already?
You know what, this is not a communist
this is not
country.
fair. This is
You
not
can't
fair.
silence my
At
voice.
this point
No,
here,
this is not
I
fair at
ask-
all.
I
It's not
ask-
fair, it's
I
not
ask again.
democracy.
So when one of your members talking and then you let them talk forever.
No.
Yes, you
No.
did.
Yes.
Let me
You
tell-
did.
No, okay.
You did last time.
And you want to censure me tonight, you
Yeah.
want to sanction me,
Let's do
and you
this.
want to take
Let's do
my
this.
city
Let's
attorney
speak.
Let's
privilege
do this.
away. I
Let's
have
do
every
this.
right to ask the question, how
Let's
it's going to
speak.
be implemented.
Yes. Let me say it first. Let me say it, and I will turn it back on. I am saying that. Hold on. It's my time.
That's the way you do it.
I do it. Okay. Right now, I want to mute so that I can talk to you because you are not going to listen. Okay. I am going to give you another 5 minutes to go ahead and conclude yours. Okay. And then, no. Hold on. See, you're still talking over me. Let me finish, and I will turn it back on. I ask you if I can give you 5 more minutes to go ahead and finish your portion so that I can invite him, because he has not got the chance to talk about it. okay? You have, doesn't matter, okay? Doesn't matter. We have to be fair to each other. So I give you 5 more minutes to go ahead and finish that. And so.
Putting on the stand, me on the stand, District 1 on the stand. You're putting District 1 on censure. You're putting District 1 on sanction. You're putting District 1 on removing my city attorney privileges of protection. I mean, you are silencing the voice of District 1, so I have every right to defend myself and defend District 1 that voted for me. The people have the right, 2.5 more years, they can vote me out if they don't like me, but the majority voted me in. I have to represent their voice until they don't want me anymore. So that's what I'm doing. You cannot silence. So when you sanction me, you censure me, I have the right to defend myself. In the court of law, sometimes the case takes months and years. You have to let them defend themselves as long as possible. That is not right for you to do that.
Councilmember West, I didn't silence you all this time. I just silent you so that I can get.
No, I'm talking about you allow me 5 more minutes.
No,
you don't allow me 5 more minutes.
That's okay.
You don't allow the resident of District 1 just 5 more minutes to defend themselves.
You know what?
When their representative is being censured, removed from committee,
I want
and
to
removed from city attorney privileges.
If there's a motion.
What the heck?
This is ridiculous.
Okay, that's okay. It's ridiculous.
I know you guys going to do what you do tonight.
Yeah, you should let her you should let her defend herself.
Yeah, let me defend myself. I'm defending
you
District
guys just
1.
go ahead, accuse her of
I want to take a 5-minute recess.
Do the wrong thing, and then you don't let her to defend herself. Come on.
I would like to reconvene the City Council meeting for open session for special meeting. And roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here, thank you.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. And it is 10 o'clock right now, and I would like to move to extend the
I second.
meeting hours. Okay, motion and second on the floor.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per city policy. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, before I can recognize Councilmember Nguyen, let me go ahead and make it clear to you again. I did not intend to silence you. All I want is I want to make sure that I get your buy-in of what I'm about to ask you. I would like to ask you if you can go ahead and go on for another 5 minutes and then yield that to Councilmember Nam Quan. Whether he wants it or not, I want to be fair to have him to get a chance. If he doesn't want to, he can yield that time back to you or to the council. So that's the reason why I want to talk to you, but you continue to go on. Therefore, I have to silence you so that I can make it my point. Okay?
Mr. Mayor,
All right.
I appreciate you want to be fair,
Now, at this time, I would like to recognize Councilmember Nguyen.
but I haven't finished.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, we're going to go back to you later.
Thank you.
Okay, after my speech here. Okay, before I talk about my because actually, like before I state my opinion, I'm going to read the letter that's sent to my mailbox in regard of this issue. This is from Rob Johnson. Council members Kimberly Hose and Carlos Manso are the one violating the code of ethics by knowing making false statements about Councilwoman Amy Fan West. First, the whole Manzo's written list of accusations that the city attorney and city manager approved included a false claim that Councilmember West did the following, quote, accusing staff of taking bribe for special treatment, end quote. Councilwoman West never said the word, open quote, bribe, end quote, and never made such an accusation about staff. Bribery is a quid pro quo between an official and another person that the official engaged in actions in exchange for financial or other consideration. Since Councilwoman West never used the word bribe and never made such an accusation of staff, it is the whole /Manzo team who have violated the city's code of ethics of false accusations. Number two, the whole Manzo's written list of accusations includes a false claim that Councilmember West knowingly submitted a false police report pertaining to the Councilmember Carlos misorganized, Manzo's harassment and physical intimidation of Councilmember West. The whole Manzo team claimed that Councilmember West did not have a good faith belief in her accusations against Councilmember Carlos misogynist Manzo. Any rational review of city's video clearly shows the following about the man's planners Manzo. 6 foot, 2-inch Manzo towering over the 5-foot height, petite Councilwoman Fan West. Manzo blocking Councilmember West from leaving the dais. Manzo stepping closer to get in West's face. Manzo attempting to demean Councilmember West by stating her parents would be ashamed of her. Based on the video and testimony of Councilmember West, it is clear that Councilmember West had a reasonable and good faith belief in the accuracy of her statements in the police report. Since Councilmember West had a good faith belief of her statements, the police report was not no file false. The whole Manzo's written list of accusations includes a false claim against Councilmember West, which violates the city's code of ethics. Okay, that's one of the email that was sent to my mailbox. And there's a lot more, but I don't want to waste your time. I just go back to my note here. Okay, first of all, I want to ask the city attorney that how is it possible that the majority come up with a list of rules or policy that just apply to a certain council member? In this case, is Councilwoman Fan West. So if, in the future, other council member that violate that 20 points that Vice Mayor Ho brought up, and then how the city going to defend that council members? That's a question for you first.
The resolution of censure is merely a statement. It's not an action. So what was being talked about tonight is not removing anything, really. It's just a statement of disapproval, statement of their dissatisfaction with actions. It's really all it is. It doesn't have a sanction to it. The sanction issue of removal from boards, that's something that could be done, but direction would have to be provided to come back.
The added from Vice Mayor, the added yesterday.
Yeah, again, it's a statement. It's just a statement of intent. It's not actual action, okay? Same with the issue of the defending in a lawsuit. We have no lawsuit to act on, so there can't be any action. What we're talking about tonight is a resolution of censure, which is a statement of disapproval and a repudiation of actions that they believe were incorrect or bad or inappropriate. Okay. So that's all we're talking about is a.
But we need to know how's it implemented.
Councilmember West,
there's no implementation of it.
Let Council continue.
Okay, let me make it clear. So everything that Councilmember Hall said earlier about not defend Councilmember West, is that possible?
Again, tonight is really just an expression of intent. If a lawsuit is filed in the future and that comes to the city council, then the council would look at the facts of that situation and then make a decision as to whether or not a defense would be mounted or not.
Okay, let's go back to my earlier question then. I want to make it clear again. So just in case that, I mean if this majority of the council going to pass the resolution tonight with the added from the council member Hall, then that rules going to apply solely to the council member West, not the entire, not the rest of the council, right?
Yeah, a resolution of censure is directed at Councilmember West. So it's an expression that specific issues they're disapproving of them and
action.
declaring their intent.
Thank you, City Attorney. All right. If you want to hear about my opinion, okay, let me tell you this. The way that I see this, the whole thing, 5 hours, almost 6 hours that, debating, fighting each other is a waste of time. And then yesterday, another special meeting over this thing, and now it dragged on to this and to today. And all I think of is this is a political revenge that Councilmember Ho and Councilmember Manzo put on, Councilwoman from West. I can say that's my opinion, and nobody going to take that away from me. That's my, that the Constitution, guarantee me that. And one of the reasons that we came up with the reconciliation and moving forward is we want to heal the wound that opened up by Councilmember Manzo and Councilmember Ho, who is the ones that doing this to the former Mayor Chita and the then, Vice Mayor Charlie. And we don't want that to keep on going. We just want us, this council members' body, this council body, to work with each other and moving forward. And then you guys don't allow it for us to walk on. Okay, I just say it from my heart. And you guys like something going on in your minds, and then you guys just don't realize the truth. Think about the good thing. Think about the bigger picture. Moving the city forward, that's all we want. That's all I want. Other than that, this council member in fighting will get on forever until the new council members came in this November. I just don't want this. We waste time of staff. We waste our staff time, the PD's time. Our times and the residents' time. I want it to stop here. And as I said before, if you want to fight, then nobody going to benefit from fighting. And for the last time, I sincerely ask you guys to consider this. Other than that, nobody going to win. Are you back?
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman Nguyen. Now it's my turn. I haven't got a chance. Okay, Councilman Nguyen, I totally agree with you. That's the reason why we have 3 months for her to work, to change her behavior, to work with us. We allow 3 months.
September. It's not September yet. September 11th. It's 3 months.
Hold on. Please, let me finish, okay? Let me finish.
You're going to censure me tonight. That's why.
I don't.
You're not going to
Doesn't matter.
give me 3
Doesn't matter.
months.
It's
Yeah.
my turn, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
If you and her wasn't go on, if she didn't put out the letter on her Facebook condemning us, and if you and her wasn't go on to your YouTube and said the gang of three, and then all what you said, you know what you said in there. There shouldn't be any meeting today. We will wait until September 11. And September 11, when the September 11 came, if she behaved herself, it might gone away. That's what the intent. But so what? Right the next day, she came out with a letter, put on her Facebook, condemning the three of us. And you and her are going on YouTube again. So with that, I don't think that she is remorse of herself, being better of herself, and she is continue to behave the way she behaved. We want to move on. How can we move on when you actually said that we'll come back with another 3 or 4 more of your YouTube? You did once that we can't even stand it. Now you say that you are going to continue that 3 or 4 more times. You said that if you go back to your YouTube and you will see it. I have tried to convince the other 2 council, and I take I took full responsibility for that. I didn't think that they agree with me, but they did. They did agree with me, and she is not. She's just been warning, if you will. She's just been warning. So if she's saying, and she said on that day, Mayor, you are reasonable. She said that. So I know I'm reasonable. I wasn't wrong. She agreed with me on that. So I stick my neck out for her. But because of you guys, what you guys did, I can't stand it anymore. Because I can't stand this until the September 11. So with that, like I said, I took full responsibility. That's why I moved this meeting so that we can talk about it. And at this time, I think that we have talked enough of the items. I move to approve.
Mr. Mayor?
No, hold on. I move to approve this item to censure and move this item to August the 14th of next month. Yes, you are not allowed to talk right now. Okay, this is the council. This is a time for the council to deliberate. Please, I ask you to refrain from saying anything. Okay, and that's my motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't understand.
Is there a second to it?
What about the additional information?
That's included in there.
Yes,
Everything
thank you.
included.
Thank you. And then the sanction, and that's approved, and that's included, then I second.
As I mentioned before, the sanction would be direction to come back with an item on the agenda related to removal from boards.
All
Is that
right.
what you're talking about?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
That's a separate item that'll come back?
Yes,
Okay,
right.
yes, so I second.
So there is a motion and second. Is there a substitute motion?
First, I want to understand, what's the motion, City Attorney? Can you repeat that, the motion, so I understand?
Well, as I understand it, it would be directing staff to move forward with the preparation of a resolution of censure, as was indicated at the last council meeting, not the one yesterday, but the prior one to that, and to bring it forward on, I think it's August 14th.
Okay.
And that adding to the resolution of censure, these were issues not mentioned previously, that they would come back, first of all, come back with an item on a future agenda to discuss the removal of Amy Fan West, Councilwoman Amy Fan West from outside boards until the end of her term. And also adding an item related to a statement of intent that if Councilwoman West is individually named in any lawsuit that may arise, which is directly related to the 20 points of concern, which are the subject of the censure, the 20 points that the council expresses an intent that she, to not defend her in that lawsuit. Again, as I mentioned before, that decision can't be made now. It would have to be made if a lawsuit was actually filed. And in that situation, Councilmember West may be responsible for her own attorney's fees and costs. I think that encompasses.
City Attorney? City Attorney?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that the community is clear, and I want to make sure that this gets out in the public. This has nothing to do with the everyday work of the council member. This has nothing to do with that, because I don't want that to be conflated, that you're removing your ability to have the city attorney work with you with answering any legal questions on the everyday business. So I want to make sure that's clear out there. This has nothing to do with that. This has to do with the items you just mentioned.
If I can clarify on the motion, city attorney said outside boards, but I read over my notes that you said committees and boards.
Yeah, like
what was
water, vector.
Committees as inside the city of Westminster within our.
Like homeless ad hoc committee,
Right.
ad hoc.
Any
yeah.
committees that she's on, if she's on any.
And the maker of the motion, the mayor?
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yes,
All right.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, I substitute motion to basically moving forward and to reconciliation and to drop the 5.2 because it does not help our city move forward. And then we have to waste city time and money to sanction, to censure someone when we already went through this a long time. So my substitute motion is to move the city forward. Reconciliation, meaning meeting behind closed door. You tell me, through mentorship or whatever you want to say it, or counseling, or take time to talk out what's happening and what is offensive, and we can work it internally. Because this look to the public that we can't even handle our own inside business among the council. So that's kind of embarrassing.
Okay,
But my substitute motion is to basically move the city forward, reconciliation, work this out behind closed door, and help move the city forward, drop 5.2. Do I have a second?
Is there a second to it?
You got mistake.
Okay. All right.
Second.
We have the motion, substitute motion. Please call a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a substitute motion made by Councilmember Fan West and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to move the city forward and reconcile and take no action on the censure against Councilwoman Fan West. I'll go ahead and move to roll call. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Just for the record, we already had that prior. It was 3 months that we could have had no censure, but obviously that's not the case. So for this vote, it's
You
it's
just
a
brought it
no.
on June 12th. That's not 3 months.
No.
That's a lie.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen?
Wow.
I just said yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Okay, I'm listening to Ms. West, and she's saying it's a lie. And
Yes, it's not 3 months.
No,
You brought it on June 12th. Tell me, when's June 12th? Today
Okay,
is June
no, what he's
26th.
trying to say is that on June 12th, we were giving you 3 months, but immediately, a day and a half later, you went back on air and just went back your old ways. No.
We recap.
And
Why
so
don't you
that you
listen
did not help
clearly?
yourself.
That's your opinion.
No, it's
Yeah,
not
that's
an
your
opinion, it's a fact.
It's recap.
And then you posted.
We know what we did.
You know what you
We
did,
know
and if
what
you're
we
going to
did.
still fight, and that's the whole reason why you're being censured.
No, that's the reason
So the
why
answer is
you're
no.
treating your
Councilmember
elected
West,
official
you have
and
your
demeaning.
chance. Now her vote. Let her express her opinion. Vice Mayor Ho.
I vote no.
Mayor Nguyen?
Okay. I would say yes if I didn't see the letter. I didn't see what happened because I'm trying, I already tried my best to see if we can work together. But since, just a day after, you did the things that we can't, you came out with a letter condemning us. You go on air and attacking us. And you continue, it's not you, but I know that Councilmember Nguyen said, we'll continue for another 3 times. I can't take that anymore. I can't take that anymore. So if you're telling me that you are going to
Because you want to silence
change
my
it
voice.
now, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I lost my trust in you.
You want to
I
silence my voice.
lost my trust in you. So my vote
I
is
understand. You want to silence
no.
me.
Then
It's okay.
go back to
It's
the
okay.
original, please.
So the substitute motion failed 2-3. The original motion was moved by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, as stated by the city attorney. It was to direct staff to prepare a resolution to censure Councilwoman Fan West as amended, bring the item to the August 14th meeting, and bring an item on a future agenda to discuss the removal of Councilwoman Fan West on outside boards and committees until the end of her term, and then organize a statement of intent as stated by the city attorney. I'll go to call roll for the original motion. Councilwoman Fan West?
No.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes, and I would like to ask staff to produce the draft of both items by mid-July, please, so I may review before the August meeting.
Do we have to vote for that?
No, then
Okay.
we don't.
Or maybe, if you would like to, like a week before would be fine, or no, not a week, 10 days.
We'll do our best.
Because you can't just bring it on that day or 3 days before. It's going to be hard for us to make any
Well,
changes
we
do her best.
it's
or edits.
We're dark in
Normally,
July.
the items is you're going to go to the original, so to have the item review before we actually bring it to the, if you bring on the items, staff always prepare the staff report. and
Give us
bring
enough
back to-
time to
Yes, we
review
can-
and edit.
we will.
That's all I
yes.
ask.
Yes.
That's fine.
So Vice Mayor Ho, for the record, your vote?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
All right, thank you very much. At this point here, I'd like to ask for your vote to move the closed section to the end of this of the regular meeting. Because
Second.
we still have the closed section item on the closed section for the special meeting. Okay? Right. So,
What item?
We're still in the special meeting, and there was one closed session. I
But he
don't
wants to
want to
move
talk
to
about
the
what the
end.
subject.
either we can go in, we can go in for closed section for special item, or we can move it to the end, however you want to do it.
Mayor, if I may request, I'm in charge of a funeral very early in the morning. I have to be there, and it's been kind of draining for me, myself, and the family, and especially I'm the organizer of the funeral. So I don't know what's best. I don't like to leave the meeting early, but, I know that we have to bring back the 2 items or the closed session that we had yesterday because of the 2 people who were absent. And so if that's important, then let's have that.
Let me ask staff then, for all the remaining items, is it an urgent that we have to discuss? Is there
For-
any?
Budget.
For which one? For the regular meeting?
We already, we still have, where are we right now? We already 5.1, right?
So we're in the middle of 5.1,
Yes.
which staff's items, yes, we need 5.1 and 5.2. Those are our only items that are left because we do have to adopt a budget.
Okay,
So-
if I may, can I go ahead and move to have the item 5.1 and 5. I will reopen
So-
the session for 5.1 and 5.2, and then we go back for the closed section.
So
But
we're-
at this time here, I need
So we're
a vote to agree that to move the
recessing.
closed section after the other two.
I so move.
5.2. Okay.
Second.
Okay, good. We have a motion to agree to move 5.1 and 5.2.
Wait, I'm sorry. We're actually still in the special meeting on the adjourned agenda, so we need to
Right.
make a decision on the, we
Adjourned.
can't vote on the other one while we're still in,
No.
okay.
No, we're-
So,
I heard that the motion is to move the closed session after item 5.2, is my understanding.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Do you want to, in the same motion, put the other items off to the next meeting?
We have to vote on that so that I can adjourn or take the recess for the special meeting.
okay.
Yes.
Okay? So we have a motion and the second for having 5.1 and 5.2 before the closed session for special meeting.
So I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, a second made by Mayor Nguyen, and this is
No,
to,
it's,
Councilmember Monzo. And this is
So
to,
no, I was the motion maker.
I have Vice Mayor Ho as the motion
Oh,
maker.
Okay. Well, then what is the motion again?
So the motion is to recess the adjourned meeting and go back to the regular items on the regular meeting and take the closed session from the adjourned meeting after 5.2 of the regular meeting.
That's right. Okay.
Okay.
So who's the motion?
So I have a motion by Vice Mayor
Maker.
Ho and a second by Councilmember Monzo.
Is that at the conclusion of a regular meeting, right? Because after 5.2, we have non-agenda.
Well,
item. Are we flip-flopping?
We're recessing back and forth.
okay.
So
After 5.2, then we can decide whether
At the
we
end
move on
of
or we have to end
Two,
it there.
So if
5.2 after
So
5.2.
if we vote on this and then the closed session, when now we're going to have it?
We would come after 5.2.
Yeah, so we would open back to the adjourned special meeting to do closed session on that item, and then adjourn that entirely, and then come back and reopen the regular meeting for 5.3.
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest that all the other item, I think staff needs to be here. Can we do the closed session at the end like you suggested? So that way
At the
we
end
can
of
finish all the city.
regular,
Yeah,
days?
after 5.5, just get it all done. The
Well, I
business.
just heard that
So then everyone can leave.
Vice Mayor will need to leave for tomorrow, so I just want to determine that if
Yeah, so do you not want to do 5.4, 5.5? Should we move
well,
it to the
what I heard from city managers is that we can delay that until next meeting.
That is
Delete-
the human
delete what?
rights.
So which one?
No,
The human
5.3,
rights.
5.3,
So
5.4, 5.5.
Those are not staff's items, so
That's our
those
items.
are council requested items. So it's really up to the council if you want to hear your items. But 5.1 and 5.2 that are staff items, we have to make decisions on those.
Yeah.
5.3 is urgency of placing the item, your item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
That's your item,
I ask
5.3.
if you can stay, and we can see if we can do this one as quick as possible to get it.
Yeah, okay, yes,
All right,
I will.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we agree. Well, for after 5.2, at that the time that we can go ahead and make a motion whether we want to continue for 5.3, 4, and 5. Okay, but we will have closed session for special meeting after 5.2.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll reread the motion into the record. So I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to recess the adjourned meeting and return to the regularly scheduled meeting. After 5.2 on the regularly scheduled meeting, we will recess the regular meeting, come back to the adjourned special meeting, move into closed session, and at that point, the council will advise staff on the other remaining items.
Yeah, we'll come back to the regular
Okay.
meeting.
So on that motion, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West?
No, I mean, I do want Agenda 5.1, 5.2 to be heard first, but I think we should do 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, and then move this closed session, which the people doesn't have to be here for that. So that way we can do city business. So with that, I can make a substitute motion.
Okay. What's your substitute motion?
It's basically to go through all the agenda items and move the closed session at the end so that they can go home after our city business.
Is there a second to that?
You got my second.
Okay. So substitute motion, go first.
Okay, so now I have a substitute motion made by Councilwoman Van West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to recess the adjourned meeting, go back to the regularly scheduled meeting, complete an entirety of regular business 5.1 through 5.5, recess the regular meeting, come back to the adjourned special meeting, and move forward with the closed session item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and call roll for the substitute motion.
I just got a question before we vote to the city manager. On the item that's at the closed session item, is that do we have to do that one today?
I mean, it was the council's direction to include the other two, is really what it is. If you opt not to, then no.
Yeah, we
Well,
can do it another time.
to me, I think that we met and talked a little bit about yesterday, but we are missing two, and I want to be fair to have the other two council listen to that and make decision together. So I think it's important to have the other two councils in it. And I believe that this is it's not that kind of urgency, but it's still a decision that you have to make to move forward. Pretty quick here.
It's not
Am I correct?
urgency.
That's like an update.
Yeah, it's update.
It's really an update because the decision was
Or we
made.
made it already by you guys.
Okay, let's just
We're trying to be cryptic about it, but
And
Let's just
city
vote.
attorney already
Can we vote?
sent us an email of the update, what you guys voted for. So we already know what you guys voted for.
You already know?
Yeah, because he sent an email. It's in our email.
He said,
So you
Yeah, city
informed about
attorney sent to all of us.
To the whole council.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
So we have the information,
It was
what you
a
guys voted.
It's a very brief email, so it really was an opportunity to have the extensive recap of the item.
No,
But if-
I'd rather hear from them, okay?
Okay.
Instead of, just a brief, I'm afraid that it's not enough information for them to, and then it came back to us that we make decision without them. I like to have their inputs,
Well, it
and
takes
if there is a change to the previous motion, then we'll do it. But I think it's fair to have them present at the meeting to.
We can't change your guys' vote. You guys already vote. We know.
Like I
what you
said,
voted.
the vote can be changed, okay? If your reason you're doing, if you have your reason, and it's the right reason, then we can always
Whatever
change it.
reason, you didn't agree to us the whole time. Whatever reason, you don't care. It doesn't matter. So we already know what you
Alright.
voted.
So, okay, go ahead and substitute motion.
So
It's just,
Yes.
we have to decide by.
Okay,
by
so I have the
majority
substitute
votes.
motion. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West?
Wait, because he says not urgent, so do you want me resubstitute the motion or just keep my substitute motion?
Just keep it.
Mr. Mayor?
Just keep it.
Okay. Then yes for that, everything, and then the closed session at the end.
Okay. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
This is first.
Yeah, substitute motion.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Okay, substitute motion passed 5-0.
So basically, right now, what I have to do is I have to adjourn special, not adjourn, but recess for special meeting. Open section, have to adjourn open section for special meeting. Okay, clear? And I have to do that first, okay? Okay, it's done. Now I have to recess. I have to reconvene for the regular meeting today, all right? And so please take the roll call.
Okay. Sorry, I'm switching meetings. Okay. Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West?
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo?
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen?
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to ask, stop already, ready to continue 5.1. So I don't know where we left off, but you can go ahead and continue now.
I was in the middle of asking Jake Noah a question, but I don't want to, considering the time where we're at, I think I want to just say this, that we have, the people, the residents have spoken as far as their wishes for the Westminster Park and a Bowling Green. So I'm going to make a motion for us to adopt option number 2, considering that the residents have spoken, and move forward with the remainder as recommended by staff.
A second.
No, because may I have a suggestion? Because option 2, it means that the pickleball court's still in Westminster.
No, it's eliminated.
No?
No. Option 2 is a no pickleball court at all.
But then at all.
At all. Needed
Okay.
a 2-part.
3 is just the other western green.
So
green.
3 would be
Yeah.
Bowling Green.
Councilmember Menzo,
Okay,
are you
perfect. Do you wanna
supporting
pull
the
the-
option 2, right?
Yeah.
Meaning
Okay, I see.
completely remove the pickleball. Yes, I agree.
No pickleball courts at Westminster Park or Bowling Green Park.
Yes, I agree.
The slide. Do you need the slides back up by any
No, no,
chance?
no, we're
Or you're
good.
you're
Yeah,
okay?
we're
Okay.
good.
Okay, then
Yeah,
never mind.
we have motion in
Okay,
second.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to approve the purchase of playground equipment from Landscape Structures Incorporation for the Bolsa Chica, Westminster Village, Russell C. Paris College, and Bowling Green Parks in the total amount of $1,362,469, and to move forward with option 2, eliminate pickleball courts installation project at Westminster Village and Bowling Green Parks based on the community input received, and approve the revised ARPA budget as follows with no further allocation needed. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes, I think this is a perfect decision. This will eliminate deficit. So thank you, council, for voting for this. No pickleball court in the city of Westminster in those 2 parts. Thank you. Yes, my answer is yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, moving on to 5.2, fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget. Yes, please, stop.
Council, I know we've already gone through this previously. Do you want the full PowerPoint presentation or just what you're really selecting tonight, which were just the options that we talked about? There were some options that council asked to bring back.
Yeah, you don't have to go over everything because
Okay.
I believe last time we asked for a couple of options.
Yes.
So if you have that option, you could just present the option that you came up with, and then we can decide from there.
I think you have the slide that has the option.
With the 3, with the total?
With the 3, let's just,
Okay.
yes.
So the options that were presented at the last study session, there were 3 versions that are presented in the budget document. The first version has no supplementals, which is what we had presented in the past. This slide shows that in version 1, it's in green. Version 2 includes all of the supplementals, and I have a list of the supplementals I can show. But this includes all of the requests. And then version 3 eliminates one of the positions that were requested. So it was the community services coordinator. So version 1, no supplementals, ends with the use of general fund reserves of 1.5 million and an ending reserve balance of 33 million. Version 2, which includes all of the supplementals, and those supplementals are a management analyst for community services, an administrative assistant position for engineering, community services coordinator for community services, and a communication specialist or webmaster as requested in the included in the strategic plan, excuse me. That's version 2 that uses 1.9 million of reserves and ends with a $32.6 million reserve balance. Version 3 excludes that community services coordinator position, so uses 1.8 million of reserves and ends with a $32.7 million general fund reserve balance. Those are the three versions. Included in version 2 and 3 were a few other supplemental requests, 3 positions in the water fund, Water Tech 1 positions, and 1 reclass in the internal service equipment replacement fund to reclass an employee that's working out of class. So a mechanic to equipment mechanic, but that's in both version 2 and 3.
Okay, so this is for, the one that I'm looking at is that version proposal 1, 2, and 3, right?
Correct. 1 doesn't include any of the supplementals, 2 includes all of them, and 3 excludes the 1 community services coordinator position.
Okay, all right. 2 is to include everything, right?
Yes.
And is 1.9 versus 1.8.
Correct.
Deficit.
That position is 98,000, so that's the difference in the
Okay.
2 balances.
I will move to approve proposal version 2.
A second.
The show.
So let me confirm. So option 2 is only the difference is 92,000.
98,000.
98,000.
From
option 1 is approve everything.
No, option 1 doesn't include any of the new position requests, which was what was presented at the last study session. Option 2 includes all, and option 3 excludes 1 position, the community services coordinator at 98,000.
So that's the difference.
That's the difference, yes. So there,
Was there a second to my motion?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what? May I
go
say
ahead.
something? I understand that we're still not in the clear. We just got 2 tax increase and we're slowly getting in. I just think that we need to wait and hold off. We need to be fiscally conservative in this area. I mean, 1 more position, I mean, we can do in the next, ask, right? So I just feel like whatever we can save, Mr. Mayor and Council, I think we need to be frugal in this area. I think we should motion to vote for 3, option 3, just at least 1. We approve everything except for 1.
And can I respond to that?
1 job
Okay, I
position.
understand. I understand your concern. I'm with you on that. But I know that there were many complainings that we need help. I mean, we need to help the community developments, where the area that they need help the most. And now we are trying, if we don't give them the resource, we cannot ask them to do better. Okay, so, we have to bite the bullet and help them so that they can better at serving our people. So I still think that the option 2, which is only, I believe, a $400,000 difference, right?
Correct. The total requests are 452,000. The position in question was 98,000, so that would reduce it about 100,000.
Okay, so it's not that much that we're talking about here, but if we don't help them, then don't expect for the better result.
And just to be clear, City Manager, I mean, we're still, besides these added supplemental, we still have not filled the budgeted positions from the previous year, is that correct?
Yes, we still have vacancies.
So we're not necessarily spending the money, they're budgeted, but we haven't spent it because we haven't been able to fill those positions.
And I know you mentioned community development. This position's actually from community services. It's actually community services.
Community services.
Yes, because we have a lot.
Vanessa Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, she's available to answer questions about, logistically about this particular position if the council would like to hear.
Well, I saw the list of how much more additional events we've had compared to previous years, and it's a lot more, and it's a handful, and so we need. If it is one position, we need that. So.
I just think that we have to bite the bullet and make sure that we have enough resources to serve the community. And if we need to go back, and then we can always reevaluate it next time.
Mayor, could I just ask Vanessa Johnson to just summarize really quickly the function of that position, the person?
That coordinator, that will help us logistically coordinate all of the special events. So like Councilmember Monzo mentioned, the addition, the complexity, the duration of events has drastically increased over the last year, really. So I have most of the staff works on all of these events. So some of the other functions that these staff members are really responsible for have been put by the wayside. So this person will be the primary person overseeing special event coordination.
And over the years, I believe that for the last 18 months or so, we have a lot of events. We put up a lot of events. We talking about the Tit Parade, right? That's a big event that we need staff to coordinate that. And also we've been improved for Fall Festival, and it's probably going to be bigger this year. And then we added another event for the veterans. That's another event that staff, and I think it's for under your wing, your roles and responsibility. So we are talking about, we are trying. I know that some of us are trying to add more activities for the community's service, right? And if we trying to add more and more, and without giving them the resource, then I think that they will be overwhelmed and they can't do the job.
What's the motion?
Motion is
the motion to approve for option 2. The option 2 will include the coordinator that we're talking about, $92,000.
Is there a second yet?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. If I could ask my motioner or my seconder, we did have amendments made in the late communication memo. Are you including that in your motion?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilmember Monzo. This is to move forward with option 2 and to include the amendments as outlined in the late communication memo. And to adopt resolution number 5267, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, adopting and appropriating the budget for the 2024-2025 fiscal year and authorizing the city manager to increase the 2023-2024 operating budget, and adopt resolution number 5268, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, establishing Article X111B, appropriation limit for the 2024-25 fiscal year, and adopt resolution WH22, entitled A Resolution of the Westminster Housing Authority, adopting and appropriating the budget for the 2024-25 fiscal year, and adopt resolution number 5269, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, adopting the fund balance policy, and approve the job descriptions for principal planner, communication specialist, and park ranger, and adopt resolution number 5270, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, revising resolution number 5235, amending the salary schedule for the amendment or for the management, administrative, and confidential employees for the period of July 1, 2023 through and including June 30, 2026. And adopt resolution number 5271, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, revising resolution number 5233, amending the salary schedule for the Westminster Police Officers Association, WPOA, for the period of July 1st, 2023 through and including June 30th, 2026. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next is 5.3, request to implement policy for placement of urgency items by the city council members. So this is the item that I introduced. So let me briefly talk about it first, and then we'll open up for your comments. The reason that I bring this item for the council to be considered is because over the last couple meetings, there were items, urgency items, walk-on items, and basically I don't see the urgency of it. And then, you know, it's put us in an area that is very difficult for us to fight back and forth. I'd rather have, you know, when there is urgency item, you know, we have the third person to look at that and agree with that. So that way it's better. And some of you may concern of the Brown Act, and it's clearly stated in the staff report. This is not a violation of Brown Act. And I can read it to you here. This proposal that proposing that a consensus of the 3 members be required before an item will be considered as a walk-on or urgency item. The Brown Act allows for staff to coordinate this so long as there is absolutely no discussion of the agenda item itself. The first council member may talk with the second council member. Then, after that, the staff would then be utilized to determine if the third council member is willing to let the item to be presented for a walk-on vote. Basically, you know, the 2 councils still doing the same thing. But then for the third one, then that's when you ask staff to look into whoever you want to, the original maker of the motion can also ask staff to look into the third person, which at your choice. You may look for this person or that person. You know, staff will do the same thing for you. And I'm sure that staff is not allowed to talk in detail. All they do is trying to seek if the third person is agree with the other 2. And by all means, the first 2 can always discuss about it. In depth, it's not a problem. But for the third one, it's not supposed to. And with that, I think it's better for me that I don't have to make decision at the dais. Remember, my role is trying to be fair. My role is trying to use the policy to make a decision on. And I stated the other day that I said I don't want to set precedent for any item that bring in that are not urgency. So I will do the same for any item that bring in. I will decide whether it's the agency. And with this, it will help me from decide, whether it is urgent or not, because there are 3 people already. So with that, I urge you to adopt this policy so that we can easy make decision for the urgency item. Now I yield back to for the council to make decision. Let me go ahead and start with, let's go this way. Let me start with Council Member Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You caught me by surprise by, doing this. You know what? I strongly oppose this item policy because it is unconstitutional. I consider it is imposed it will impose a tyranny of the majority and conflict with democratic practices. I think if the majority of the council approve this, we are one step closer to, to dictatorship. For now, only the mayor can agendize an item by himself. Only him to grant a plaque, a certificate, and now he's the only one that can, bring up an urgency item. And basically, we are here for nothing, right? The people elected us in District 1, 2, and 3, and 4, for us to speak up, to represent them. And now, this going to silence us with this. And besides, it's going to be a violation of the Brown Act for sure. That's what I think. Because let me tell you this. For instance, if two council members agree to that the item is urgency to work on, and then they are the people that can discuss in details about the problem, and then we need one more council member to agree on that. And I think that council member need to know the content of the issue, the content that the other two council member agree to work on. I think that's the basic of the problem right there. It's going to be a stupid, if that person, that's the third council member, agree to work on the item without knowing anything. So with that, I oppose.
All right, thank you. I just take a quick response to that. Number one, if it's unconstitutional, I don't think that I want to do it. But if it's unconstitutional, then the city attorney office is not going to let it go, because you can see his legal review. The city attorney's office has review as to form. Okay, so city attorney, I don't think that you are going to allow me to do something unconstitutional. The second thing is Mayor Rose. Because of the urgency, there are sometimes that, things happen and, we can't go and coordinate the three. The mayor is the one who also overall responsible for the city. Unless the mayor is abuse the power and do it, then that's the time that we can censor or we can take it back and make it. But at this time here, you can see that, I'm being fair, I'm being doing what is right for the city. So with that, I don't think that, and furthermore, you said this is stupid. I don't agree with that. I mean, I respect
the item.
If that person blindly agree to the other two to work on that item, that's going to be a stupid decision that person made.
Okay, that's your opinion.
I'm not talking about you.
Okay, all right. Next is Councilmember Menzel.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what the issue that I've been having lately is with these recent walk-on items is that, number one is I don't think there's a clear definition of what is an urgency item. There's always city attorney advises us that it's up to the council to decide if it's urgent or not. But to me, there has to be some more clear definition of what constitutes an urgency item. To me, it's something that's deadline, it's something that got unnoticed after the agenda went out, and there's a deadline that we have to meet or something, and it's so far it hasn't been that. It's just been that it missed the agenda placement deadline. And then we have to come up here and spend more time, and then also spend more time talking about it. And also the other issue I had, number 2, is that when we're supposed to read the description of what the urgency item, the considered urgency item by the motion maker of the motion, we get drawn into these big old long conversations about what it is instead of being a brief. As a city attorney, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's only supposed to be a brief description of the item, but we get into these big old long drawn out conversations and a whole long declaration of the item, and then we go back and forth, and so that's the issue, that we're not sticking to at least what I understand that it's supposed to be just a brief description. So lately it's just been, it seems to me that it's been an abuse, or not an abuse, but that's the wrong word. We're not have the clear lines drawn about what an urgency item is and how you go about it. So that's the issues that I have. And if this is the way to correct that, I don't know if this is the right way to correct it, but it seems like it's an attempt to correct it. So I don't know, I'm open to deliberation, hear what the other council members have to say, but it seems to me that that's where we're at, and you just, we need to get some clearer direction of what it is, what is the urgency item is, and if we can't get that, then we must do something to correct that, so.
Okay. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Ho.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this item up. I made a note to myself as Ms. Van West was responding to someone speaking regarding an urgency item, I believe. She stated that she put this as an urgency item because she missed the deadline, quote unquote. This is not a good reason to call for an urgency item. I think that this is when we need to re-educate, what is an urgency item and what is the definition. So ditto what Councilmember Monzo said earlier, and it totally resonates. I think that a third person, maybe this could change later if we have a different council makeup, a more understanding or well-informed council, perhaps. But for now, I think I would have to agree unless we come up with a different way of fixing this. But it makes sense because an urgency item cannot be, it's because I missed the deadline. So the deadline was set for a reason, to give staff enough time, not ample. They're never going to have ample of time. They have enough time to prepare. And then to have them prepare an urgency item, that is ridiculous. And it's because someone doesn't understand what is an urgency item. So I think it is on us right now to educate the new ones so that they understand what's an urgency item, what's the criteria.
Wow, that's a strong word.
Right now, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. What is strong? What do you disagree with that? What do you disagree about that? I mean, I heard you, Ms. Van West, if you could stop texting for a minute. You said earlier, and if you want to roll back the tape, you may. Okay, quote unquote, you said, I want to make sure you understand that I brought this on as an urgency item because I missed the deadline. That's what you said. And so I just want to say that, could we please bring back the definition? Because you also was the one who caused this council to have to stay.
Can I ask you to pause for a minute? May I ask the council to let the, when it's your turn, we respect you, and when the other
Thank
people's
you.
turn, let them please.
She asked me a question.
And if you
Did
have
I?
anything chalked
Yeah.
out,
She said, did I? So I'm
It
responding
will be your
back.
turn. So please, okay, go ahead.
Yes, you said because you missed the deadline, and so this is not the reason why. And I'm just saying that there is nothing wrong with what I said, and I'm just being very clear that I believe we need to define what is an urgency item. And an urgency item cannot be, I know that one of the definitions is not that because you missed the deadline, okay? So that is something that I think that I recognize as the problem. So if we may have some definition, so that it could be clearer to everybody. So right now, for a regular meeting, we need 2 votes to agendize something, right? That's a fact. And so we go out here after we bring forth the item and deliberate, and we get at least 1 more vote in order to have the majority vote for it. So now, it makes sense after I think about it, because an urgency item, right now it requires 2/3, 4 out of 5 in order to walk it on. So before walking it on, you get 3 votes, 3 people to agree, because right now it's getting out of hand. Then you come out here and you deliberate and try to get 1 more vote to get it passed. So I think it makes a lot of sense. So I agree with item 5.3.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Ho. Next is...
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just briefly state the rule so that we're clear?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
I'd like to hear.
I've stated it in the past, so my earlier comments were with this in mind, but upon a determination by 2/3 vote of the members of the legislative body that are present at the meeting, or if there's less than 2/3 of the member present, then a unanimous vote, that there is a need to take immediate action. That's where the urgency part comes in. There's a need to take immediate action, and that the need for the action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted. So what that's getting to is that the issue arose after the agenda was posted, or in this case, the opportunity to raise it for the agenda, I guess, is what is being asserted by the councilwoman, that the meeting went late the night before, and therefore she didn't have the opportunity. So, but ultimately, what I said earlier is ultimately it's the discretion of the council to determine if that immediate, if there's a need to take immediate action on the item. That's where the council has the discretion. So it has to have arisen after the posting of the agenda, and then the council makes a decision that in this particular case, with whatever this is, it might be a trivial thing, but there's a need to take immediate action tonight. It can't wait till the next meeting. That's really, in many cases, a discretionary decision. I've seen it in very important issues, and I've seen it for very minor issues where the council says, you know what, we need to do this tonight. We need to issue this proclamation tonight because the person's going to be leaving town. So sometimes it seems trivial, but ultimately there is discretion for the council, but it has to be something that arose after the agenda has been posted.
All right, next is Councilmember from West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so Mr. Nam Quang, you said that violating the Constitution, and the mayor respond and rebuttal that he's not violating the Constitution. It is violating, very close to violating the Constitution, because it is in terms to silence. That's the only purpose, is to silence, so that way you are the only one who has the ability to put everything on, and the majority of the council. So you guys are becoming like a dictator. I mean, I forgot what country we live in. Maybe you guys forgot what country we live in. I mean, we live in the United States of America, the Republic of California. And, you know, this is a democracy, meaning you allow people. We already put in place, take 2 council to put in a walk-in item. Okay?
Councilmember West.
Yeah, may I finish?
Hold on. Because
It's still
when I talk about the item, I never attack you or trying to condemn you or accuse you for anything. So if you talk the item, talk about the
But
item.
I
Don't
did.
tell us what country that we are
You
in.
tell us to take notes,
Please,
and I'm taking notes.
you go ahead. Yes, you
That's
talk
what
about
I'm
the
doing.
item, not talking about the attacking council member, please.
I
We respect
am talking
your-
about the
We
item.
respect you. You can say it's unconstitutional. It's up to you.
You say I attack you. What did council member Vice Mayor Ho just attack us newbies? Oh, we need to be educated.
Please.
That is attacking us,
Go
newbies.
ahead and address
So, Mr.
your-
Mayor, you're being hypocrite.
Oh, that's okay. You told so
Because you just
you told me
you
that
didn't tell
before-
her.
before we
Well,
vote,
you're doing
for the
that.
item,
You just
so-
show us that you didn't stop her from accusing us as newbies. We need to be educated.
Yeah, I
That's
think so.
insulting. We're all one vote. We are colleagues.
I oppose to
We are
that.
adults here,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Get your
So
points
please,
across.
be fair.
I'm fair.
No, you're not. You didn't stop her. She just belittled us, and she broke the code of ethic. Is accusing someone's motive and someone's talking bad about another council member. She just did.
Right.
So therefore, you didn't do that.
I didn't say newbies, I said the new ones.
Okay, let me
I didn't say
quote you.
newbies, so
New
excuse me.
ones. Educate the new ones.
Well,
You
there's
in the
nothing
past have
wrong
called
with
us
that.
newbies.
Well, if this is,
You
we're not
label
talking
us
about the
newbies.
past, we're talking about
So
tonight.
So
why
may
don't
I
we-
finish? I think my
Why-
turn.
why don't we go
Why
ahead
is she
and finish?
interrupting me? You didn't.
Because you just
Mr.
lied.
Mayor,
Hold
you
on,
didn't stop
please.
her.
You
It's my turn to
please,
talk.
please,
You
said for us to
misquoted
take
me. You
notes.
just lied.
You
Vice
told
Mayor
me
Ho.
to take notes, Mr. Mayor,
Vice
when she
Mayor,
talked.
Hold on.
But your
hold
notes
on.
are wrong. I had to
I'm doing
correct
my
you.
job. I'm doing
Mr.
my
Mayor.
job right now, please. So please, Vice Mayor Ho, if I ask you to refrain from going back.
But Mayor, when she misquoted me, I have to.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand, but now,
To me, it's about the same.
go ahead.
New one and newbie is about the
You
same.
are now recognized.
That's your habit of, calling people's name.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but
You
that's
want
what
to
you
talk?
do. It's okay. That's your character is okay. Okay, so may I finish? Okay, so the next one is Ms. Ho accusing us that, we need to be educated because we don't understand what, the walk-in, the urgency of walk-in items. So I guess may I ask you, Ms. Ho, what is your definition of urgent item? Because it seems like it might be different.
I believe that the attorney just talked about that, but I just told you the urgency item is not that I missed the deadline, and that's why I called my item an urgent item. That's what you said, and I just wanted to tell you that, and I did quote you, and I said, you said it's an urgency item because I missed the deadline. Okay, so that is not.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
Okay, so
I did
what
say it a couple times, but
may I
if you would
finish
just
now?
stop.
I just say thank
If you
you.
would stop texting, you
Thank
would
you
pay more attention.
for clarifying it.
Sure.
Okay, so what I said earlier is that I missed the deadline because of the last council meeting goes to 4. How the heck am I going to wake up early, like at 8 or 9? I'm going to sleep in because I can't handle it, because you allow us to go through that. So I have the urgency to put it on. And the thing is that I know that you guys wouldn't let it because you guys have the gang of 3, the new gang of 3, that would not even allow me to walk in an item, which I already decided the day before, but I couldn't do it because I woke up late because of we have till 4 o'clock. And you guys are not lenient. I already know that. So therefore, I put in an item urgent, which is already supposed to be on the council. And Mr. Attorney, you said, when an item that is posted on the agenda, when was our agenda posted on what date? May you refresh my memory? May you confirm what date we post the agenda item
I would
on?
have to defer to the clerk.
City manager, when did we post the item on? What day was that?
So the agenda was posted on Friday evening,
This Friday evening?
last Friday evening. Let me get the exact date. So the agenda was posted on Friday, the 21st, about 9:30 p.m.
9:30 p.m., okay. Yeah, because I call Nam Quang, Councilman, Friday, and I wanted to put this item on, and he say, oh, it's Thursday, so it's too late. But I guess you guys posted at 9. So if I did call you guys and say, hey, do you mind being, flexible and allow me to put it on even though our council meeting went to 4? Would you guys allow me to put it on?
I think you have, I'm going to jump in right here because I know where this is going. So I think you have your dates mixed up because the deadline for placement of agenda item is 2 Thursdays before the actual meeting. So you missed the deadline on the Thursday, which would have been the 13th, correct? Yeah. Yes. We posted our agenda online for the public for this 26th meeting at 9:30 on the 21st. So you would have needed to let us know by the 13th on the item. Now, the attorney's saying as far as like an urgency on posting, it's something that's brought up after the posting of the agenda. Based on the city council's policy on placement of agenda items, we wouldn't have put it on, even though the agenda wasn't posted, we would not have put it on for this 26 based on your guys' policy. So if you want to make a change to a policy, that's a discussion for another day.
That's right.
But yes, you let me know on this agenda item. I believe it was either the 18th or 19th. We can look back at it, but regardless, if you didn't let us know on the 13th, we weren't going to be able to get it on this agenda item. So I just want to clarify that.
Let me jump in and say that I'm glad that the city manager and the staff decide not to, because if the city and staff decide to deviate from the policy, then we need to know that.
And that's fine. That's clarity. That's fine.
It has to be fair to everyone. You can't allow one and then not allow the other. I think
exactly. But in the past, you guys been flexible, and that's why some of my item was able to put on Friday, and it's okay.
Okay.
But now, Mr. Mayor, may I finish with my last point?
Okay.
Okay. So I guess I'll save that for the later one. But go ahead.
Okay.
So I guess, may I say one last one?
Okay.
So this, again, sorry, Mr. Mayor. So we are a democracy. We are stepping really closely, like Mr. Nam Quang said. I would, if, say, 2 of you guys wanted something, I usually ask, what is this about, so I can know before I be the 3rd vote on it, because it will be irresponsible of me as a representative for District 1 to just agree with you guys on things. So I would always want to know, even with Nam Quang, when he has item he wants me to do, I ask him, like, what is this about, and give me more detail, and he does.
I respect your opinion.
So that's why I feel like with this, it's close to Brown Act violation.
I respect your opinion. My motion is to move to approve this item.
Mayor, may I just make
there-
a clarifying point?
Okay.
Okay, I just want Ms. West to, maybe you already know this, but when we say the deadline for on the 13th of June to have the item agendized for tonight, I'd like Ms. City Manager to agree with me.
She already told us
just listen.
that every
no,
Thursday.
I'm trying
Unless
to
you
make.
need her to confirm for you.
Right, I'm
That's
trying
okay.
to.
Perfect. She'll confirm for you. What tonight? If tonight she wants to know
I'm trying to,
if we want to put agenda.
Can you stop? I'm trying to talk.
Can you let her?
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that, okay, the 13th is the deadline, but really you had from, Ms. West, you had from the 23rd of May, correct? To put on the agenda all the way up until the 13th of June to agendize it, your item on the 26th, correct?
No.
Because the last meeting would have been on the 22nd of May, right?
No, June 12th. Because you're censuring me, so that's why
But that's
to.
because you're waiting until the last day.
That's how I know you censure me.
But
You give
that's
me 3 days to prepare.
No.
When it's on the agenda. So now I have to, basically you censure me on the 12th, right? So then for me, I want to move the city forward in reconciliation, so I have to put it on the agenda for the next one, and I was a little late. granted, and it's okay. That's the policy. We understand that. For the next council meeting, we will all make sure that we put it tomorrow night if we want it on the August
Right,
agenda.
it's always
That's
been that
fine.
way,
Yeah.
yes.
Now,
So
Yes.
the
let me-
city
So now
attorney
that you
already
have that
confirmed,
clear-
and
Let
the
me
city
jump in
manager.
this, okay? Let me jump in
Yes, go
and
ahead.
say this.
Yeah, sorry.
When I call for a special open session, I did ask the city manager to see if she want to put in the item. Did you call? Or
Okay.
did you?
So out of courtesy, because we know where this goes, out of courtesy, Councilwoman Fan West and I had a conversation on Saturday on whether she would like to add the item to the special meeting yesterday, because you were indeed having a special meeting, and it would have been an opportunity at that point. She opted not to. It's not a right or wrong thing, but she did opt not to.
Yes, and I did ask for, if you know what his intention is. You didn't give me his intention. Even to this day, we don't know what your intention. When you know I put out a press release of moving the city forward in reconciliation,
If
you saw
you
that,
were-
of course. That's why you got upset.
If you were to
And so
agree-
why did you motion to revisit 5.2? Because you have to. Your intention is you have to be the first one to put it out. And so in that way, you
That's
discredit my
okay.
walking in.
But I'm trying to
And it's
be-
okay. I know you have a different motives,
Okay,
but you never
but-
tell us your motives of doing it.
But you have the chance to bring it in yesterday, and you did not, okay? Admit that.
Bringing what in?
Your items for the special meeting.
Why would I need to be berated
Okay, all
by
right,
you guys,
okay.
and then you
That's
guys
it.
shut my motion down?
Thank you very much. Okay, I have make a motion to approve this. I ask for a second on this.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a
Is there a second to this?
Substitute motion.
Is there a second to this?
Yeah, second.
Okay. All right, is there a substitute motion for this?
Okay, so I substitute motion to, since this very close to violating the Brown Act, it's a slippery slope, and we don't want to do that or have that appearance. I substitute motion to revisit this, to take no action.
Okay, is there a second to that?
You got a second from me.
Okay, motion, substitute motion, go first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Councilwoman, or a substitute motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to take no action on agenda item 5.3. I'll go to call roll for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen,
I'm going to say something about this. First of all, I agree with Councilmember Manzo on his concern about this is a very thin line of Councilmember about violating the Brown Act, and we can easily violate the Brown Act by apply this policy to our city, to the policy. So, you guys all talking about, prevent the city from litigation, and now show it that you care for the city. It's not about the motive that you are behind. So, I'm calling for you to do the right thing. For that, I say yes to the motion of
Vice
Councilwoman
Mayor.
Amy Fan West.
To take no action.
Vice Mayor Ho,
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
No. Go back to
Substitute,
the original motion, please.
substitute motion failed 2-3. The original motion on the floor.
So I still can make a substitute motion, right?
No, it's
Yeah.
already voted, so now you have to go back.
Yeah, now we're on the main motion,
Right.
which was a motion to approve the item.
So the substitute motion just failed, and then I can make another substitute motion, right?
No, now it goes to the main motion.
How
The
many
main motion.
substitute motion can you make?
And yeah, how many substitute motion that we can make?
Just one, like that.
How come I attended one of the city council before, and council member Taido and council member Manzo and Councilmember Ho can make like a multiple substitute motion.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so right now.
Can you double check on that and then?
Yeah, no.
I need an answer for that.
Yeah, because we don't, if the primary motion fails, then another motion could be made.
Yes.
But you take the primary motion, if somebody wants to make a substitute, they make the substitute, you vote on that first, then it goes back to the main motion.
All right, thank you.
So the main motion on the floor is made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to require consensus of 3 to place items by city council members as urgency or walk-on items. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
You know, this is silencing the voice, and basically it's very close to breaking the Brown Act, and so I vote no for that.
Councilmember Monzo.
I just want to make this clear because this is just a game of words out there in public, and we're talking about placement an urgency item during a walk-on item during a meeting.
Right.
This is not talking about placing items on the agenda. How can you silence somebody silencing you would be to not let you take 3 to place items on the agenda, period. This is about urgency item.
None of you guys will join us in putting anything on the agenda.
Mayor,
we know that.
Thank you
Just go ahead and make your point.
Just go ahead, vote.
Yeah.
So
You guys, we already know your vote.
Well, we know what you do after the meeting.
So it's okay.
So there's
We know
nothing
your vote.
about, this is about a walk-on item. It's not about silencing. There's sufficient time. 2 members, you place the item on the agenda.
Okay, we know
at the
your motive.
deadline. So don't
we
use
know,
words
we
that.
Just go back
Don't
home
use
and then look
words.
yourself in the mirror.
But what is a Brown Act violation is when previously you wanted 3 names on the agenda. Now that is a
Through
Brown
the
Act
city
violation.
manager talking to the
okay,
third person.
So my vote is yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
And you calling my name?
Yes,
Okay.
for your
Yes or
motion.
no?
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
3-2, motion carried.
Okay, 5.4, resolution denouncing the deplorable treatment of Van Minh Tuệ, aka Lê Anh Tú. So this item brought up by, is it by?
Yeah, by me.
Okay, so by Councilmember Nguyen and seconded by Councilmember West. So you are now recognized, Councilmember Nguyen.
All right, okay. This is the item that I brought up before, asking to be walked on at the last meeting, but you guys voted it down, so it's here again. So basically, I just want to, this resolution is to condemn the Vietnamese, the communist government of Vietnamese back home for the oppress of the, we denouncing the deplorable treatment of Venerable Thích Minh Tuệ, and we condemn the Vietnamese communist regime for suppression of the press. So everything is written right here. So I asked the council members to approve it.
Okay.
I just want to respond to you. I read the staff report. I don't know, the last time when you work on the item, we don't have anything with us. So I don't know what it's about. But I know for sure when I ask you, can you tell me the basis of urgency? You told us at the time that you want to honor Venerable Thích Minh Tuệ. And I said that if it's honoring, we can wait until next meeting, and I will support you on that. But today, I see it different. So I don't know whether that, is it, city manager, at the time of last meeting, do we have this one? Or is the content still the same, or is changing?
The same.
Okay, it's the same. So we did not have a chance to look at that. But from what you can go back and, or you can watch the meeting, last meeting, you said honoring. And that's the reason why we say not honoring, we can honor anytime.
All right.
Now, for this one here, let me ask
Mr.
you.
Mayor, can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, just very brief. You know what, with all due respect, I think we are colleagues. And then when there's a resolution asking for us to pass or to walk on, at least, you guys take the time to read it, just about a minute away, right?
We didn't have anything
It's
on
only
that day.
2 page.
Yeah, it
Because
did.
the item is not worked on yet.
It was.
So we did not have anything.
The item is right in front of you.
Anyway, if it's honoring,
Okay, so
I
just
don't
for
want
courtcy
to, I
of
don't want to set the,
May I speak since I'm
not
her
yet,
second?
Not yet, okay? I am talking right now. All right? Now, assume that the council passed this today. What are we doing anything with that, or we are going to put it, we just file it?
We just file and receive.
Okay. So we just file it, okay? All right.
All right. May I?
Unless you want to do anything with it.
I don't know.
You
I don't
want
know.
to do anything with it?
No, you are the motion.
I'm the
You are the
second.
makers of the, you are the one who
Okay.
introduced.
Yes.
I'm asking
Okay.
you. Okay.
In that case, I would like, we, as a city entity, want to send this resolution to the Vietnamese government in Hanoi and the consulate in San Francisco.
Who's doing that?
What?
Who's doing that?
I asked
The
the
staff.
city to do it.
When we have letters of, when we have the resolutions, it's usually a resolution with a letter that's signed by the mayor on behalf of the council of this action. So it's like,
That's fine.
it's like normal, yeah.
Okay, so.
Normal protocol.
All right, okay. Now, Councilmember West, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, City Manager, just want to double check. This is 2-page, right? And this was presented at the last walk-in council meeting on the 12th, is that correct?
You all received the resolution. There was no staff report, just a resolution. But the staff report is pretty much
The same.
the same as the resolution. But you did receive a resolution.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And the resolution is 2-page. It doesn't take long. It's on our desk to read it. And I read it, and I agree with him, is the main thing was to denounce the communist regime against their suppression of human rights and religious freedom. And that's so important. And denouncing the communist country to doing this. They violate the human rights and religious freedom all the time. And so we just want to hold them accountable and sent them a message with our elected official from State Assembly and Congressional already done that on the floor. So they asked us to partner with them locally in the city of Westminster. Rightly so, majority of the people who live here are refugee from the communist regime. So all we do is just ask that condemn the communist regime that they violate the human rights and religious freedom. And if you guys don't do this, I don't know what else to say. But I think this is very important to the Vietnamese community and to the Americans. They always value human rights and religious freedom. We always fought for that.
All right, next is Vice Mayor Ho. Okay, Councilmember Menzo.
Yeah, no, I'll support it. It's I learned a little bit about the Venerable, and yeah, I'm all for it.
Yes, I like I said it last time, I support. You know, we've been condemning the Communist Party all along. I mean, now every day, So the only reason that we didn't have it work on the other day is the urgency. That's why the urgency item is come up today, because we need to define what is the urgency. The urgency is to condemn the communists. We have been condemning them for many, many years, and we will continue to condemn them, okay? So we didn't meet the criteria as urgency. That's the reason why. So at this time here, I make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
And
Okay, I heard the second by Councilmember Manso.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This
you
is
know
to-
what? May I have, this is Mr. Vice Mayor Nam Quang's agenda. I mean,
Doesn't
Nam Quang
matter.
agenda. It'd be nice for
Whoever can
him.
make motion, a second.
If the mayor and council okay for Mr. Nam Quang since
I
it's his
relinquish my
item.
second and I relinquish
I
my
can
second.
take it, that's okay. If you want to make a motion, go ahead, do it.
Mr. Nam Quang, it's your item.
Right, with the...
This is our due respect,
With the,
you know?
Well, before you do
with the
that,
agreement with the mayor.
before you do that, please, I want to clarify myself. Was I wrong in making that motion? City Attorney.
It's just courtesy.
No, I don't think you make
You didn't
make
do anything
anything
wrong. It's just our
Okay,
courtesy,
so-
do
that's
anything
all.
wrong. I don't think that.
Okay,
Just a
I
courtesy.
can, go ahead, and if you want to, and you can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since this is my resolution, then I would like to make a motion to approve it.
I second it.
All right. Go ahead and call roll call vote, please.
So I have a motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Van West. This is to denounce the deplorable treatment of Van Thich Minh Tu, Leon Tu by the Vietnamese Communist Forces and adopt resolution number 5272, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Westminster, California, denouncing the deplorable treatment of Van Thich Minh Tu Leon Tu, apologies, and condemning the Vietnamese Communist regime for suppression of the press.
No, I believe that the motion is also included to send it to the...
Letter.
Yeah. and
To also
with the
direct
mayor-
staff
with
to send
mayor
the
signatures.
letters? Okay, and to direct staff to send the letters as discussed. Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West.
Van West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, next is item 5.5. Request to move the order of oral communication for non-agenda items to beginning of the meeting. This item brought in by Council Member, is it you?
Yes, mine. Yes.
Okay, Council Member Nguyen, and seconded by Council Member West. So Council Member Nguyen, you are now recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make it brief. We listen to the voice of the people asking for this for a long period of time. That's why we think that it's the right time to implement this. So that's all I can say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you back?
Thank you. I can go ahead and go first for this one, and then we'll call you up. To be honest with you, I have doubt about the motives of Councilmember Nguyen and Councilmember West about their considering to move this non-agenda item to the beginning of the meeting. I don't know whether yes, I have the right to say it. So let me remind you that these two members introduced to reduce the speaking time from 5 to 3 minutes. And just recently, you see that they brought it back. And I don't know why we did it right. And I think that the city moving in the right direction. And I don't know why they did that. But the people, know about it, and I agree with the public comment today that they also have doubt about the motives of these two council members.
You
I would
just
say that
break
things, please, let me finish and I will.
So if you don't want to
Okay.
do it, and
You
then there's a
broke the
motive,
code
and
of
if you
ethic.
do
You
it, then
questioning
there's
our
also a
motives.
motive.
Broke
Things-
code of
things
ethics.
moving,
Come on, guys.
I have the right, I have the right, I have the right to,
Man, really.
okay, things moving very smoothly. And I can see that the meeting is very productive. And the city business has been, discussed in a timely manner and effectively. I would say we have a very productive meetings ever since. I understand that some of us, some of you, the public have to endure the time that we have to wait for the public non-agenda item. But at the same time, I don't want to say it out loud, but we have done it, the good works, and it's very effective. So at this point here, there's more that I can say, but I would say that I don't know that that's the right decision to move, because things are not broken. Why fix that? Okay, and I believe the last meeting or the meeting before that, I give credit to Vice Mayor Ho that she called me and she said that maybe we consider to have the public comment when it's go past 10 o'clock. So I said, yeah, that's a good idea, but we are going to take it case by case because depend on what we have on that day. So that is more that we can take a look into, and if possible, we can take that. But I don't want to modify I'd like to have it case by case, and it's decided. It will be decided by the council at the time. So with that, I've opened for other comments, input. Let's go with Councilmember Menzel.
Oh, I was the second. May I?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. So I understand that many of you guys did mention that people have to go home, they have to stay late. I know Ms. DeVoe, I hope I say her name correctly, that she, waited to talk about her non-agenda item. And she sometime, another resident, they want to speak about that too. So, we thought that it will be great to have 3 minutes of agenda item at the first, so the public can speak their piece or say their piece and their voice are heard. And then 3 items right after is non-agenda items, so they can say whatever they want to say. So the total of 6 minutes. When we first got on the council, it was total of 5 minutes for all agenda item. So now it's 6 minutes. So you guys have 1 more minute longer, and meaning you have 3 minutes agenda and non-agenda at the beginning. So you can tell us whatever your grievances is, and that's the part of the Constitution. And that's fine. We want to hear it. And then we go into doing the city business. And I think with hearing you guys regarding the time frame that some of you guys can't stay that late and you want to talk about non-agenda item, and sometime our council meeting go to 10, 10:30, sometime 12, recently 4, and no one can stay that late to talk about the grievances of non-agenda item. So I thought this is a good thing that Mr. Council Member Nam Quang brought it up, and I'm like, this is great, because so in that way we kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so the public is satisfied at the beginning and get their grievances out, so then we can hear and take notes of it. So that's the reason why, and I substitute if the vice mayor,
There's no
Mr.
motion.
Nam Quang wants to motion this, I can be his second.
Okay, so
Okay.
you want to, did you move?
Yes, I move to approve.
Okay. Is
I
there a to
second.
that? Okay. My substitute motion is that take no action on this one. Is there a second to the substitute motion?
I'll second. I'm very satisfied with case by case, and as you mentioned, so I will.
So we have substitute motion to take no action on this.
So the substitute motion is made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to take no action on agenda item number 5.5. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
No.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-3-2, motion carried.
Wow.
Thank you very much. And next is the oral communication for non-agenda items. So I'd like to open for non-agenda items.
Mayor,
See the
Yes.
new gang of three.
we wouldn't necessarily do this if it was important, but can we take just a real quick 2-minute break?
Okay, all right. Per request from city manager, why don't we go ahead and take 2 minutes to break? 2 minutes? That means we have to come back? Well, let's take 7 minutes. Let's come back at 5 by 12, okay?
Okay, great.
5 to 12.
Okay.
5 to 12. So please come back at 5 to 12 so that we can continue. right.
Mayor,
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I would like to reconvene today's City Council meeting. And roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
All right, I want to continue to have oral communication for non-agenda items. Please read the instruction into the record, please.
This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Tina Tapia, followed by Michael Varengia.
My name is Tina.
Can you lower? Yeah, thank you.
Hauka, my name is Tina. I'm one of many victims of the human sex trafficking. I am showing the world that you don't need money to heal from adult abuse. No pills can fix rape. No money can fix abuse to a child's heart. Time and actions will speak the truth and powerful to heal generations. I helped create a city called Westminster Hope and Opportunity on Facebook a couple years ago to get more involved in the city because I felt the city council members weren't listening to the community. Amy West, I know you remember me, and I'm about to show, and I'm not, I know you remember me and what I'm about. And for you to use guns to make your threats online to show that you have some kind of power is disgusting. Guns have no place around children, and while the world is facing a mental health pandemic because of genocide, I will speak my justice, and I hope you and your colleagues will spend the rest of your life in prison. As a medium and psychic that is being trolled online for telling the truth, I hear my ancestors and those war drums. Shame on all of you for letting these children down. What kind of parents are you? How can you sit here, all of you, and let your people suffer, especially the children? What kind of humans are you? Justice would be like Amy West and her colleagues, Charlie Nguyen, Kimberly Ho, Carlos Menzo, going to jail or prison for what they have done. Embezzlement, money laundering, and just to name a few of things that have been going on in the city of Westminster. We need to see these people taking responsibility and accountability for what they need. We need to see people stepping down and doing time behind bars. People need to take responsibility for taking advantage of children and parents who are fighting to put a roof over their heads and food on the table in 2024. City council members should be a voluntary job just like police force. We must set a healthy example for the children. We only have a short time on this planet as the person we are today. Let's make that count. Mark my words, you will pay for what you have done to this next generation. That's my promise. To death to us part. Lay me down to sleep because today is a good day to die, in reference to Crazy Horse. I shall go with my ancestors and die like I did in their dreams. My wish is their wish. Apollo is just one of my ancestors who's fighting alongside with me. I pay my respects to to prevent a child being seriously injured or killed on Trask and Newland. So I had to start a petition to put a traffic light on Trask and Newland. Why was that process so difficult for me? That was the moment I knew everyone was dirty and it was about money. But now we have a light up because of me. I will never take advantage of someone who is asking for help. Everyone needs help. I'm screaming for help as a child, and I'm tired. I am not money. Just like Gavin Newsom and Janet Nguyen, they are all doing the same thing.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Thank you. A couple quick items. Item 5.4. All you had to do was make a motion, get a second, and vote on that. Everybody knew how they were going to vote about the Buddhist guy. There was no reason to talk that thing to death. 5.5. Those two didn't do that for the good of the city. They did that because they wanted something. You know, they're not going to convince me that they did that out of the goodness of their heart. Lastly, I wanted to refresh Amy's memory about one of her RVs being out on the street and a parking control officer going to cite it. The husband ran out there, asked not to cite it, and the parking control guy said, well, I'm sorry, you can't park it out on the street. Well, my wife is a city council member, something along those lines. That's not verbatim. Well, they had to call a sergeant out. The sergeant had to notify Deputy Chief Upstill. Deputy Chief Upstill had to notify the chief. I read the text messages. I saw them. So for her to sit up there with a straight face and claim that none of that stuff took place, and I like how they conveniently vacated the area when it came to non-agenda items. And it's unfortunate, but I would like to thank the three of you for your decisions this evening, which are to the benefit of the city and not just for your individual benefit. I do appreciate that. Mayor, council members, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Good evening. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. I want to say the same thing. You guys made great decisions tonight. It's clear why you had to do what you had to do. You were pushed to it. The residents haven't been pushed to come and talk about all these things that they're doing. They were mocking everything you did. She kept saying, oh, you just violated the code of ethics. You just violated the code of ethics. He's laughing. He's butting in. They're both butting in at the same time. It's so clear why this had to be done. And again, their empty chairs speak volumes. They don't care about what residents have to say. They really don't. They're just making a complete mockery of this. So if he needs to be next, I think he's pushing for it. If he wants to be censured next, because he already threatened to censure you guys. And so I imagine they're probably trying to think of something now to start bringing fake agenda items to censure you guys. So I'm glad you made the decisions you made and voted the way you did tonight, because hopefully it's going to stop some of this stuff. Maybe they'll just eventually resign if they get sick of it. They are absolutely useless. They do nothing positive for the city that I've seen. They're only bringing, from what I can see, danger because of the things that they're saying online. Christian, I have a question for you. When you said that you are here to counsel members, or to give counsel to members about things that they do, have you been aware of the things that Amy has been saying and doing online, the name calling that she's, and her name calling is defamatory. She called me a stalker. She's called Terry a thief and a bully, all the things that she does, the stuff that he does. Like, are you counseling her now? You said you're supposed to, are you telling her she shouldn't be doing these things, defaming people? She has called out the police department. She has called out staff. She has accused people. It's asking for lawsuits. So when you say you're there to counsel her, have you been doing that in this year and a half of all these things that brought us to this point of this? It is a waste of time that she created. I just want to know have you been talking to her about this kind of stuff? Because if that's what you're supposed to be there for, maybe some of this could have been avoided if she had been told a long time ago, you are getting into dangerous territory of lawsuits that could cost the city money and being censured. Maybe you need to start talking to him too, because he's really on the borderline now with how he's acting and has been. So I would say if you're talking about counseling her, do her and talk to him. I don't want to have to go through all these 4 o'clock meetings again for him.
Thank you very much for your comments, but I don't want to put city managers, city attorney, in the hard spot. I mean, in a difficult situation. So I don't, unless you want to, I don't think I want you to go ahead and respond to that. Thank you.
Our final speaker
Okay.
is Terry Raines.
Once again, they both refuse to listen to us. So you know what? Let's start docking their pay by the minute, by the hour. But first, I'd like to address last Thursday's FBI raid of the homes of Oakland Mayor Shin Tao, California Waste Systems CEO David Zong, and his son Andy and their company. My guess is the raid was the result of a campaign finance investigation, likely money laundering. Many of us brought up concerns about Zong when his other business, Baba, was issued a certificate of recognition from our city last year, promptly returned by Zong at the April 5th, 2023 meeting amid a swarm of controversy. During that meeting, various council members kept leaving the dais to fawn all over him, hoping his massive campaign contributions would continue. On July 20th, Zong sent a scathing letter threatening litigation against this city due to his warped perception of comments made by Vice Mayor Ho, who heard and shared our concerns about Zong. I really hope the FBI investigation is expanded to include questionable campaign contributions made directly or indirectly by Zong to candidates here in Orange County and Westminster. A simple Google search yields countless articles about the many lawsuits and shady actions of David Zong and his company. My thanks to the FBI on taking this on. I hope it sends a loud and clear message to all of you. No one is above the law, and that you must stop honoring the dishonorable, especially those who don't even contribute to our city. Next, I'd like to know who instructed the backroom camera people last meeting to suppress my First Amendment rights by using creative camera angles to avoid my signs being displayed on meeting video. For the closed session, the camera never even showed my face. It was from back here. And during regular comments, I was the only speaker that you could only see my face and about this much of my chest, thereby obstructing the view of my sign, a symbolic expression of my comments. And finally, Amy. I'm going to talk as if she's here, because she never is. At the beginning of your term, you rarely left the dais. I assume you had the same woman issues that you have then as you have now, right? Does it really take 42 minutes to change a tampon? Do you have women issues every 2 weeks? If yes to either, you really need to see a doctor, stat. Your obsession over the possibility that you might lose Christian as your personal servant and attorney was very amusing. I don't know what the solution is here, but this cannot continue. And maybe we have to look at doing an ordinance, something about, I know that the state law just says if you miss 3 regular meetings, you're in trouble, you're out. But they miss, quantifiably, they missed a lot. And I think we have to start punishing where it counts, and that's in the council compensation. Perhaps Christian can research that and see if that's even a possibility. So anyway, I'm all for censuring and sanctioning Amy Fan West, and I hope that we recall Amy Fan West. Thank you.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you. At this time, I want to move on with comments from the City Council and agency members, including AB 1234, report when required. So I don't have anything to report tonight. So Councilmember Menzel.
Just thank you, staff. Thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief, everybody for being here. Thank you.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Ho.
Well, first of all, I would just want to say, happy 4th of July. I know that the next time we meet again will be in August. So happy 4th and have a safe one. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's come out for the last 2 meetings. I know that, it's been very difficult for all of us. And I thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember West?
Mr. Mayor, may I go after Mr. Nam Quang, please?
Councilmember Nguyen? It is that comment from the City Council and agency member, including AB 1234 report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, staff, and our PD that gone extra miles for, bring the good thing to the city, keep the city safe. And second thing, I would like to ask staff that on August the 14th, I would like to introduce a motion, a resolution to censure Mr. Mayor Chi Chaling-Wen. And all the details will be given on that day. Thank you.
All right. Okay, bring it on. Now, before we, I think we still have Frank West.
Okay, so I guess he needs a second?
No. I'm talking about the AB 1234 report. You said that you want to go after.
Yeah, but
Okay.
if he motioned that, doesn't he need a second? No?
He's
No, it's just.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He's letting me know, and we can talk about it tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thank you. First and foremost, I want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July. Thank you so much for tuning into our city council. And it's so evident, you guys know what's going to be like moving forward from now until November, what's going to be like the majority of the council. And we will continue to be silenced, but that's not going to stop us. We will continue to fight for your freedom, your family, and a way of life in the city of Westminster, in our District 1 and in District 4. With that being said, I just was very disappointed. It came to my attention recently, brought to my attention, and what was told to me and what I heard. I want to read my press release. This was brought to my attention by the community and media outlet recently this week. There was an e-bike incident that resulted in the death of a person in our city of Westminster. This lady who was on her way home, and she lost her life, and she left behind a daughter. And the daughter's 18 years old. She lost her dad at the beginning of this year due to health issue. And then she lost her mom just recently in our city, unfortunate event. And it was horrific. And I guess there was a GoFundMe money that was raised in a large amount to help this girl, because she doesn't speak English. She came to this United States just 4 months ago, and my heart just break, just hearing the story. Their family, people, relative, reach out to me as well, and they said that not even one penny was given to this little girl. And she's from Taiwan. She doesn't speak English. She's just here for 4 months. And it's very unfortunate because she was taking advantage with this GoFundMe account. It was raised in about $20,000-ish to help her to continue school. And she hasn't even received a penny. And when I heard about it, I was like, this is ridiculous that someone would take advantage of a girl who just lost her mom, lost her dad beginning of this year, and she has to grieve for that. And someone who would take advantage of this horrible situation that, you know, she doesn't speak English, and they pretend to help.
Councilwoman, can I just caution you to be careful about things that might be said? I don't want to create any liability for yourself or for the city.
Well, the thing is that this is what was told to me, and I'm just reporting. And I'm going to hold a press conference tomorrow here at City Hall at 2:30 p.m. at the Council Chamber, 2800 Westminster Boulevard. And may I finish, Mr. Mayor?
I think that this is for a comment from the city council and agency member that's related to the
That's my
city.
council
Related
comment.
to the city, and also it's on AB 1234 report. You know, I think I let you, you know, go on with this item. I don't know it's related
I
to
have
this
two
city
more
report or not.
sentences. May I just
Okay,
finish?
2 more sentences, okay.
So the call to this meeting is to support this girl, to help her with her schooling to continue since she doesn't have family members here, and then to seek justice for the girl that's been taken advantage. Her money was stolen, she was harassed, and sadly, this involved our Vice Mayor, Kimberly Ho. Fraudulent activity. It is heartbreaking, unacceptable. We must seek justice for her.
I have to cut you off right here because you can't mention, because this is not an item that we are agendized for today.
No,
So
it's
you
my
can't
comments
mention. I'm
relate to
sorry.
the city.
I have to stop you right now because there is a potential, yes.
It's
I
not
can't do
defamation,
that.
we
So-
have proof.
So that's okay, but right now
The
you
girl
can't.
will be there tomorrow.
I would caution you to,
Yeah, the
Yes,
girl
sir.
will be there
City
tomorrow.
manager, I just want to make sure that this is not this is not
Council-
coming from our
okay.
city, and this is from Ms. West alone. So
yes.
if she gets sued, it is on her.
That's why I stopped her right now.
Yes, I just want a
We have proof and
confirmation.
evidence that you
I
took
would like
advantage
a
of her.
confirmation
She will
on
be
that.
there
Right now,
tomorrow
okay?
to be a
I
witness.
asked you to refrain from it, okay?
You are
And it's
solely responsible
unacceptable.
for what you
are
are
so
saying,
irresponsible.
right?
Take
I
advantage
asked
of
you one
her.
more time. This might.
She doesn't even
this
speak
might-
English.
It's potential.
Why didn't you give her money? I'm gonna
Mayor?
call
Bring
GoFundMe
up-
to get money
okay,
for her.
Mayor, can we walk an item on?
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
All
For
right, so
potential
at this point
litigation.
here, before, this, because I have it already, so it's ready. Okay, before I adjourn the regular meeting, I want to remind you, the meeting of the July 10 and July 24, 2024 have been canceled. The next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, August 14, 24 at 6 p.m. But before I adjourned this meeting, I was notified that there might be a potential litigation that we have to work on the item as of now so that we can discuss about it. It is potential litigation, and it is going to affect, we can wait further. So it is an urgency item, and I, as a mayor, I like to work it on. So I'd like to have the council agree with me on that so that we can go ahead and discuss that after we discuss the open, closed section for the special meeting.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
I'm
I have a
sorry, this
question.
is my decision that I brought it in because it's potential litigation, and I have the right to bring in as an urgency item because it's danger to the lawsuit to the city, and I have make that decision. So
I have nothing against that, Mr.
The meeting
Mayor.
adjourned.
Mr. Mayor, I haven't finished.
Wait. No, we need a motion. Or I got a motion and a second. And
I have-
May I ask
Mr.
if
Mayor.
that's-
The motion is to bring the item, the urgency item, that because it's potential litigation.
So it's
So
like a-
staff,
the
I
walk
just
on
want to
item
know
for
that
open
with,
section or just closed section?
well,
It's a closed session.
okay, staff, since what I brought up, I want to, on August 14, I want to censure Councilwoman, Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho for her action.
Okay.
So please craft that up.
Well, you don't have
Thank
to,
you.
you don't have to do it right now.
We'll talk
You
about-
still have
yes,
time
we'll talk about this
you still
tomorrow.
have time tomorrow, yes, no problem. But at this point here, I move to to work on the urgency item because this potential litigation that we have to discuss as soon as possible after the closed session. It is closed session, but it's after the closed session for the special meeting.
City Attorney, may you give us more information?
Let's do it before. I think it's first, because it's the regular meeting.
Okay, so it's before okay.
The special, yeah,
okay.
because we're still on this regular meeting.
Yeah. So is there a second to that?
Yeah, I already did.
Can you give us more detail of this litigation? What is?
I can't. It's in potential litigation.
Okay, motion on the floor.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to walk on a closed session agenda item for potential litigation. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
No.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes. Okay.
3-0, motion carried.
Just like every meeting before we recess. Hold on.
City Attorney, don't you need 4 to walk in an item?
It was 3-0, motion failed.
Yeah,
Okay,
motion failed.
thank you.
Motion failed.
So you need to adjourn this one now at this time so that we can then reconvene the special meeting.
For the other item.
But I think you still are in the middle of council comments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're done with council.
I think council comments are done, right?
Council comments are done.
So adjourn the regular meeting. then.
I just adjourn the meeting, regular meeting until the August 14, 2024 at 6 p.m.
Yes.
Now we can, I will open up for the closed session for the special meeting. And with that, do we need to open up for the public comment? Yes.
Yes, it is the same issues
Right,
before we
same
took the
issue.
motion on.
So at this time, I would like to open for the public comments for the closed session for the special meeting.
Mayor, before we move forward with oral communications, if I could do roll really quick. Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho? This is just roll call for the special meeting.
Roll call. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen?
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Okay.
Now we'll move over to...
Mr. Mayor, may I ask? I just want to clarify that oral communication going to stick with the topic, right?
No, because City Attorney, go ahead and answer that.
Yeah, this relates to the closed session of potential litigation, which was on yesterday's meeting and is on today's meeting again. The council previously voted to allow public comment.
So the public comment going to be related to the topic.
Related to that topic, however, nobody
Yeah,
knows
that's
what
what
the topic is.
that's what I
so.
want to clarify.
Yeah.
So we come back for public comments?
It's public comment about the anticipated potential litigation item.
Potential litigation that we are not naming of any specific.
I have one speaker, Terry Raines.
Thank you. I do want to speak on this because I have to realize that because you chose not to come to the special meeting for the closed session that was arranged on June 4th, because you were absent, the mayor wants to hear your input on whatever this litigation is. Mr. Mayor, with all the respect in the world, we have to conduct our business based on whoever's present and paying attention, and they vote. If they choose to not attend the special closed session or any other meeting item, you vote and you move on. That's just the way it works, and they like it or not. So, but I understand you wanting to do this, and it's just, even this whole last discussion, which I'm not going to get into, but, about the walking on a closed session item, and I saw all that going on while you were at break, so I guess there's something going on. But again, these two need to stay present at the meetings. When we speak, you saw tonight, they walked right out. The same with the closed session. She confirmed she would be there on June 4th. And then she decided she couldn't come. She couldn't get her beauty sleep, I guess, or whatever reasons. We can't keep conducting business around the problem council members. We have to move forward on all items on the agenda. We have to stick to policy and procedure and law. And Mr. City Attorney, I asked you yesterday that I am going to start now demanding that your agenda item descriptions for closed session items include that last section of facts and circumstances 1 through 5. You need to put for each one which one of those applies. If it's the one that you don't know, a plaintiff doesn't know, okay, great. You don't have to disclose anything. But the other 4 items, upon request, you must disclose the facts and circumstances in general terms. And you have not done that. You had the wrong agenda description for a potential litigation that was to initiate litigation, but this description you used on the agenda was that it was going to be against the city. Then you announced at a closed session that we voted to initiate litigation. That, as the role of city attorney, it is your job to keep all of this on track, especially when it has to do with lawsuits or potential litigation, because we certainly don't want to have anybody come in and cite that you didn't agendize something properly. So I'm hereby requesting the facts and circumstances for this case to be disclosed before you go in tonight. Thank you.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Okay. We are about to go into a closed session for the special meeting. Though I have concern that I want to ask the city mayor. Please don't laugh. It's a serious matter. It's a potential litigation to the city. And I can't work on the item because we don't have 4 votes. I understand that. I respect that. But as a role as a mayor, I can call for special meeting. I don't need any. Because of their matter that is concerned to the city, I like to call the special meeting after the closed session item for the special meeting.
But Mayor, if that was so...
I can, wait, hold on. I can do that, right? No?
You need 24-hour notice.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So we're clear. With that, I am concerned. I just expressed my concern for the city that we don't have that item work on, and its potential litigation to the city, which we can't. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know. My hands are tight right now, and I'll be out of country tomorrow. So I'm not going to.
If it's a concern to the city, perhaps we can plead to the other 2 to maybe give, maybe we can ask
why we're breaking protocol.
This
unless
is very
you change.
concerning to the city. So I ask if the council will reconsider that, because I'm not asking it just so that we can hold a meeting. We're tired. Okay, I'm tired. I'll be out of the country tomorrow too. So, but I can't let the city go on.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, the city manager makes a good point. We've already adjourned the regular meeting, and now we're in the special meeting. So really, the earliest we could address it would be to call a special meeting in 24 hours, something like that.
Okay, all right, so we recess for the closed session for the special meeting now. Yeah.
If that is so, would you like to call a special meeting now for 24 hours from now? If you delay any longer, I can tell you, I'll be
can't,
out of town on
because I told
Friday.
you I'll be out of town tomorrow. I'm flying out country tomorrow already. So, you know, by noon, I'm out of here. So I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Then you know,
I think city manager and city attorney say we already closed
All
the
right.
session,
You know what,
so we go into
Mr.
closed
Mayor,
session.
So
since
right
you
now-
adjourned the meeting,
okay.
I
Adjourn
was
already.
going to be here to talk about it. Or
So let's recess for the closed session for the special meeting right now. I'd like to reconvene the closed session for report out. City Attorney, is there any report?
There's nothing to report from the closed session from the special meeting.
All right, thank you. So with that, I close the closed session for the special meeting. So meeting adjourned. Thank you for
So I
the
wanted to
reminder. Thank you for reminding me. As we resume for the closed session for special meeting, Councilmember Nam Quan and Councilmember Amy Van West told me that they're not going to stay for the meeting. So it's back to where we were like yesterday. The mayor, the vice mayor, and Councilmember Menzo. But we could still continue with the item, and that's the reason why we are out here to have the city attorney to report out. And there's nothing to report. So thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to adjourn the closed session for the special meeting.